No one had expected Elder Qingguang to make such a suggestion. Even the furious Xianxia was stunned for a moment and frowned. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? When the Whitefin clan came to propose marriage, they specifically asked for Xian Qingling, saying that young master had admired her for a long time. Now that there was a sudden change, how was Whitefin going to explain it? Besides, who is suitable to replace Xian Qingling? When Elder Qingguang heard this, he suddenly changed the topic and his tone became serious. Patriarch, you're still so indecisive at a time like this. Do you really think that the Whitefin clan is that magnanimous? Are you really not worried that the Whitefin clan will be furious and refuse to fulfill the engagement? Then your injury. No one can treat it. Hearing Elder Qingguang mention his injuries, Xianxia immediately hesitated. He had outstanding talent. When he was young, he was a famous prodigy in the god realm and was considered the person most likely to break through to the profound life realm in the Black Tortoise clan. Now, he was only 200 years old. To a cultivator, he was still in his prime. If his cultivation plummeted because of an accidental injury, he would inevitably be forced to give up the position of patriarch. Just thinking about it made him unwilling. But, as for young Masterin, he began to waver. Patriarch, why don't you understand? Elder Qingguang asked anxiously. The Whitefin clan valued Xian Qingling because they thought that she was still a virgin. Now that the news of her having a lover had reached young Master's ears, how could he be willing to suffer such a loss? We took the initiative to cancel the substitution to show our sincerity. As for the replacement. She paused and waved at the corner. Linger, come here. A petite and gentle girl slowly walked over from an inconspicuous corner and bowed to Elder Qingguang. Grandmother, Linger is here. Elder Qingguang nodded, then looked at Xianxia. My granddaughter, Jiaoling, is also a heaven-grade genius. Her cultivation has improved rapidly these few years, and she has already entered the profound heart realm. More importantly, she has always been pure and prudent. She will never do anything out of line. I think the Whitefin clan will be very satisfied with such a daughter-in-law. Xianxia finally understood what Elder Qingguang meant. He frowned slightly and looked at Xian Jiaoling. Speaking of which, he had an impression of this Xian Jiaoling. Although she was not as talented as Xian Qingling, she was still a mid-tier heaven-level existence. In addition, she had a large amount of resources sponsored by her grandmother, Elder Qingguang. Therefore, her cultivation speed was very outstanding among the younger generation of the family, second only to Xian Qingling. If she were to replace Xian Qingling, it was a feasible solution. However, if the Whitefin clan is unhappy, it's a good idea to change people, Xianxia said. But there's no need to give Qingling's cultivation to the Whitefin clan, right? It's not easy for the clan to produce such a genius. Patriarch, why are you so muddle-headed? Elder Qingguang frowned. Between you and Xian Qingling, who is more important to the family? If you can recover from your injuries and successfully break through to the profound life realm, it will be a great help to the clan. In comparison, what was a young genius who was only in the profound heart realm? You must take the big picture into account. Hearing this, Xianxia was indeed shaken again. Xian Jiaoling finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, Wait. Patriarch, I have something to say. Xianxia was stunned. Elder Jiaoling, what do you have in mind? Xian Jiaoling frowned and said, I've also heard about the matter between Xian Qingling and that physician. The truth seems to be different from what Elder Qingguang said. I hope Patriarch can verify the truth. We can't wrongly accuse the geniuses of the clan because of a misunderstanding. Elder Qingguang's expression changed. Elder Jiaoling, what do you mean? She really didn't expect that Xian Jiaoling, who had a deep friendship with her, would actually stand up against her at this time. Back then, if Xianxia hadn't suddenly gone to the military camp, the two of them would have almost become Dao companions. All these years in the Elder Council, Xianxia had always supported her. Xianxia sighed slightly. I'm sorry, Qingguang, but this matter, I think we should listen to Qingling's own opinion. Xianxia heard his implied meaning and asked, curiously, what exactly happened? Qingling, tell me yourself. Elder Qingguang wanted to stop him, but he couldn't find a reason. He glared fiercely at Xianxia. Everyone in the main hall looked at Qingling. Xianxia also realized at this moment that although the discussion was so heated that they had almost convicted Qingling, her expression was so calm from the beginning to the end, as if she didn't care about the opinions of outsiders. This determination was truly extraordinary. This caused Xianxia to love talents even more. Qingling calmly cupped her hands and bowed to Xianxia. Then, she raised her head and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Elder Qingguang's words are not true. Oh? However, the two witnesses just now swore on the heavenly Tao. Xianxia said. They are right, Qingling said. Young Master Lu did come to my room that day. However, I didn't invite him. That night, after I finished cultivating, I asked the waiter to send tea to my room. In the end, after drinking it, I felt my entire body heat up and sweat like rain. At that moment, young Master Lu suddenly came. Qingling quickly recounted the situation. This was the first time Xianxia had heard of such a thing. His brows furrowed even more tightly. How preposterous. Are you implying that someone poisoned the tea and framed you? But how was this possible? At that time you were already young master and's fiancé. Who in the family didn't know that your identity was important? Who would dare to do such a thing? Xianqingling's expression did not change. I don't know about that. However, not everyone in the family would be happy to see me marry into the Whitefin clan. Whoever is most anxious to make their junior, the young madam of the Whitefin clan, would be the most suspicious. Although she did not mention Elder Qingguang, anyone could tell who she was referring to. For a moment, everyone present gasped. Xianxu's expression also changed slightly. Elder Qingguang was immediately enraged. With a sudden force, he smashed the short table beside his hand into pieces. Damned girl, you've made a huge mistake, disregarding the interests of the entire clan. Even now, you still don't admit your mistake and dare to slander this elder? It was simply incurable. Our Black Tortoise clan has always been low-key and pure. How could there be such a shameless thing like you? Xianxia covered her face, looking like she was about to cry. Sister Qingling, your words hurt my heart. I agreed to help you clean up this mess for the sake of the family, but you actually... How dare you say that about me? Elder Qingguang and Xianxia reacted very quickly. They echoed each other and started to pour dirty water on Xianqinling. If Xianxia suspected them, things would be terrible. The crime of murdering a top genius of the family was a serious crime that was difficult to bear even for an elder. When Xianxia heard the explanations from both sides, his brows furrowed even more tightly, feeling that his head was hurting. Both sides insisted on their own words and blamed each other for their mistakes. However, both of them sounded very reasonable. Enough, quiet down. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table, and the room fell silent again. Elder Jioling, this matter, what do you think? Xianxia was silent for a moment before turning his gaze to Xianxia, the only neutral person present, to ask for his opinion. The two witnesses invited by Elder Qingguang shouldn't be lying, Xianxia said. But what Xianqinling said should be true. To tell you the truth, this old man has already met that doctor, young Master Lu, while I was in Snowflake City. Young Master Lu's testimony is exactly the same as Xianqingling's. Every detail can be verified. What's so strange about that? This pair of lovers have been together for so long. I'm afraid they have already matched their words. How can you hear the flaws? Elder Qingguang interrupted. Xian Jiuling's expression was calm as he nodded. Elder Qingguang is right. However, I have a friend in the military who vouched for young Master Liu. With her strength and status, it's impossible for me not to believe her words. What a joke. What friends from the military? What power and status? Elder Qingguang sneered. Elder Jiuling, why don't you tell me the name? I want to see what she has to convince the patriarch. Xian Jiuling frowned slightly when he heard this. When Huang Yueli and Li Moying's names were announced, even Xianxia had to be respectful, but Huang Yueli wasn't willing to reveal her identity. Xian Jiuling thought for a moment, but still didn't reveal her name. Elder Qingguang thought that he was feeling guilty, so he curled his lips coldly and turned back to Xianxia. It's very clear now. No matter how Xian Qingling quibbles, it's a fact that she lost her virginity before marriage. Patriarch, please put the interests of the family first. You can't be soft-hearted. Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, before gritting his teeth. In that case, let's first let Xian Qingling. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden rush of footsteps at the door. Patriarch, the steward came in and reported. The Whitefin clan has sent someone to give Miss Qingling a betrothal gift. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was stunned for a long while, before he reacted. Hurry up and invite them in, he hurriedly said. He didn't understand what was going on. Didn't they say that the Whitefin clan already knew about Xian Qingling and the doctor? Why was he not here to break off the engagement, but to deliver the betrothal gifts? Soon, boxes of gifts were delivered to the main hall and piled up into a small mountain. Steward Meng of the Whitefin clan followed the last box in and bowed to Xianxia. Before the other party could speak, he stood up straight. Patriarch Xian, our young master, asked me to come over and ask. I wonder how Miss Qingling's preparations are going? His tone and attitude were truly disrespectful. However, Xianxia was already used to the Whitefin clan's behavior. He coughed lightly. Steward, you've worked hard. Please sit down and drink some tea. Steward Meng waved his hand and said, I still have something to do. I have to go back and report. Our young master asked me to bring a message. There was a blind lecher harassing Miss Qingling, and he has already dealt with it on her behalf. Please don't worry about the patriarch and Miss Qingling. Just prepare for the wedding. After he finished speaking, he did not stay any longer and left. Xianxu's worried heart finally relaxed. All right, let's end today's meeting here. Since the Whitefin clan already knew about this matter, young Master didn't mind. He just carried out the original plan. Prepare more dowry for young Miss Qingling as compensation to the Yin family. Hearing this, Elder Qingguang and Xian Jiaoling's faces turned green. And Zhenyu actually didn't care about Xian Qingling's scandals and even planned to marry her according to the original plan. How could such a thing happen? Elder Qingguang almost couldn't hold it in anymore. He never thought that after putting in so much effort in secret, it actually didn't have any effect. Wasn't Zhenyu a fool? He was even willing to marry a woman who had lost her virginity? Or could it be, was Xian Qingling telling the truth? She really didn't tell that doctor. However, this was even more illogical. How strong the spring fragrance powder's medicinal properties were, she was clear as day. Back then, the person who sold this medicine to her was a famous poison master. He promised her before that as long as she came into contact with a little, no matter what kind of chaste and heroic woman, as long as they did not have Tao profound realm cultivation, they absolutely could not resist. Not to mention, she had personally picked that Lu brat back then because she had taken a fancy to his outstanding appearance. With these two factors intertwined, how could Xianqing not lose her virginity? The two of them were puzzled. However, things had come to this point, and Xianxia had clearly made the final decision. With that said, Xianxia summoned the steward and was supported out of the main hall. Xianjialing was extremely anxious and begged, "Grandmother, this time, what should he do now? Why did young master in, must he have that little vixen Xianqing? How am I worse than her? The patriarch is also old and muddle-headed." "Jialing, watch your words." Elder Qingguang frowned and stopped her in a low voice. "Patriarch naturally has his considerations, but you don't have to be anxious. As long as this marriage isn't completed, you still have a chance. Don't be impatient." On the other side. As soon as the meeting ended, Xianqing walked out of the door and went to her room. The gazes of the people in the main hall fell on her. Along the way, the discussions around her were endless. This was the first time many people had heard about Xianqing's possible loss of virginity before marriage. For a moment, they couldn't control their curiosity and started discussing. Originally, in such a family, the trifling matter of a top-notch genius could become a hot topic of conversation among the clansmen. Moreover, this was a matter of utmost importance regarding the marriage alliance with the Whitefin clan. However, no matter what others said, Xianqing acted as if she hadn't heard anything. There was no expression on her face, and even her pace didn't change at all. Just as she turned the corner, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Qingling, wait a moment." Xianqing stopped in her tracks, turned around, and bowed to the person. "Lord Divine General." During this period of time, she was extremely disappointed with her family and clansmen. If it was anyone else, she would not bother, but Xianjialing had done her and Liu Bian a favor, so she couldn't ignore him. Xianjialing lowered his head and glanced at her, sighing inwardly. This was originally the future hope of the clan. Not only was his talent outstanding, but he also had a friendship with that sacred phoenix race. Unfortunately, the patriarch was short-sighted, and he had no right to interfere. "Qingling, I came here with only one thing to tell you." Xianjialing used his divine awareness to transmit his voice. "Patriarch Huang and young Lord Li have already arrived at Snowflake City. I've already gone to see them earlier. The two of them rescued young Master Liu from Ingenue. You don't have to worry too much." Xianqing was slightly startled, and her calm eyes finally revealed a trace of surprise. Is this true? That was great. Lord Divine General, thank you for informing me of this matter." Xianjialing nodded, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. "Qingling, if you have anything to tell Matriarch Huang, I can pass it on to her." Xianqing was stunned for a moment. She looked at the ground and shook her head. "Thank you, Lord Divine General, but there is no need. Although Elder Qingguang is biased against me, the matter has been resolved smoothly. There is no need for Matriarch Huang to worry about this small matter of mine." Xianjialing knew that she had made up her mind to marry into the Whitefin clan to repay the clan's kindness, so he could only nod his head. "All right, be careful." After Xianjialing left, Xianqing stayed in the corridor for a while, looking at the flowers and plants that had just sprouted in the courtyard. After a while, she turned around and prepared to return to her room. But at this moment, someone called out to her. "Xianqing, so you were hiding here. Why, are you missing your lover here?" A cold laugh rang out. Xianqing furrowed her brows, but she soon relaxed and turned to look at the person who had just arrived. "Xianjialing, I really didn't expect that you would attack me in order to marry into the Whitefin clan. I originally thought that even if we weren't sisters, we could still be considered friends." As a genius selected by a branch of the family, Xianqing was brought to the main family for training at a very young age. However, the pure-blooded cultivators of the main family couldn't stand the fact that a little girl from a branch enjoyed better treatment than them, so they had been bullying Xianqing openly and secretly. At that time, Xianjialing was the granddaughter of an elder and was a few years older than Xianqing, so she often protected her. It wasn't until later on, when Xianqing's talent was gradually revealed, and her cultivation became higher and higher, even surpassing Xianjialing, that the two of them gradually drifted apart. When Xianjialing heard Xianqing mention the past, her face stiffened slightly, but it soon became even more gloomy. "You're so funny. Who's your friend? Stop pretending to be pitiful. If you treat me as a friend, would you steal my place in the trial? Would he snatch away the qualifications to participate in the God Realm's grand meet? Would you beat me every time and make me a joke? Not to mention this time, you clearly know that I have admired young Master and for a long time, but you still insist on snatching this marriage." Xianqing's expression was originally solemn, but after hearing her words, she calmed down. "So, you've always thought of me this way? The clan's resources were originally given to the strongest. Everyone competed fairly. What did I do wrong to you? As for young Masterin, I have no intention of marrying him. It's the Whitefin clan that insists on." "Enough, shut up. Don't act like you've gotten a bargain here." Xianjialing interrupted her sternly. She originally had a delicate and refined appearance, but now because of jealousy and hatred, she looked even more ferocious. "Since you feel that you have nothing to do with me, then I have nothing to do with you. Not only have you become the #1 genius of the family, but you're also about to become the young madam of the Whitefin clan. Are you looking at me as a joke?" Xianqing looked at her expressionlessly and didn't say anything. "Don't think that I don't know that you're still thinking about that young Master Lu, right?" Xianjialing sneered. "I really don't know if you're being despicable or something. You don't like a proud son of heaven with a prestigious family background like young Masterin, but you insist on liking a lowly human doctor. It's ridiculous. I heard that young Master and has already fed him a white pill and plans to refine him into a medicine man. In the future, when you marry into the Whitefin clan, you might even be able to meet him again." After Xianjialing finished speaking, she looked at Xianqing proudly, waiting to see the expression of the #1 genius of the family who had always been cold and self-controlled. However, Xianqing didn't even bat an eyelid when she heard what she said. "Don't you want to marry into the Whitefin clan?" Wasn't she afraid that he would hear her slandering young Masterin? Who in the God Realm doesn't know of young Masterin's upright character? Don't spread rumors. Xianjialing's expression instantly stiffened. She didn't expect Xianqing to be so calm and hit her back. Refining medicine people was indeed a method of the devil race. It could not be seen in the territory of the God race. She only accidentally found out the secret that the Whitefin clan would actually feed their enemies white pills. You, continue pretending. In short, that Lu guy is dead for sure. Moreover, he was killed by you. I heard that when he was taken away, he was still wholeheartedly thinking of helping you get away with it. He swore to young Master and that this matter had nothing to do with you and that if there was anything, he would come for him alone. Truly a deep friendship, tsk. Xianjialing fanned the flames again, but Xianqing refused to accept it. She suddenly felt bored and could only turn around and leave. It wasn't until she disappeared completely that Xianqing's expression relaxed, and a hint of sadness flashed across her eyes. Young Master Lu, he actually, alas, in the end, I have let him down. Xianqing couldn't explain clearly what she felt towards Lu Bian. The first time they met, the two of them had a dog-sh-t affinity. She only felt that this senior brother Huang Yueli was quite loyal, different from those selfish so-called geniuses from the various great celestial races. Until this time when such an accident happened. She met Lu Bian at the most pathetic moment and was saved by him. Lu Bian never left her and never abandoned her, taking care of her and treating her all the while. The two of them had been together for several months. Only then did Xianxia gradually get to know the spirit medicine master who had ascended from the lower realm. He was not only noble and upright. Furthermore, as a human race's spirit medicine master without any major powers as his backing, Lu Bian's medical skills were so high that it had exceeded Xianxingling's imagination. More importantly, he had a really good personality. He was humorous, easygoing, and always had compassion. Even if an ordinary child on the roadside was injured, he would take the initiative to treat it. Even if he didn't have a family background and his martial cultivation wasn't too high, wouldn't his character be 100 times higher than ingenuous? In time, he would definitely become an existence like divine Dr. Zhang. Unfortunately, such an outstanding young doctor was implicated by her and almost lost his life. Ever since Lu Bian was brought away, Xianxia had thought of many ways, but it was all useless. In the end, it was Xianjiuling who persuaded her to wait until she married into the Whitefin clan and save Ingenu when he was slacking off. Only then did she agree to the marriage. If Xianjiuling had told her earlier that Lu Bian had been fed the white pill, she might really not be able to hold it in. But now, knowing that Huang Yueli and Li Moying had returned, Xianxia was relieved. No matter how arrogant and despotic Ingenu was, how could he have the ability to play tricks in front of these two? As for herself, she still had the heavy burden of the clan to bear and moreover, she wasn't on the same path as Lu Bian. 3 days later, in the small courtyard that Huang Yueli and Li Moying rented, there was a sudden burst of intense rumbling sound and the backyard even emitted a puff of black smoke. Lu Bian heard the sound and hurriedly ran out, bumping into Li Moying, who was at the door. Moying, did you hear the noise just now? Is Junior's sister inside? Did something happen to her? Let's go in and take a look, Lu Bian said anxiously. Li Moying's expression didn't change as he explained indifferently, Lier has been in closed-door cultivation these few days to refine a spirit weapon. She had mentioned before that there might be some abnormal sounds during the refinement process. Even though he said that, he quickened his pace. The two of them rushed to the door of the backyard. Before they could knock on the door was pushed open. Huang Yueli walked out from inside. Seeing that she was safe and sound, except for some dust and stains on her body, the two men heaved a sigh of relief. Li Moying didn't say another word as he walked over to hug her in his embrace. He frowned and said, "You're already pregnant. Can't you be more careful?" Because of the influence of the baby, Huang Yueli was unable to advance in rank, so she wasn't too focused on cultivation recently and spent most of her time researching spirit weapon techniques. This was safer than cultivation. But in the process of armament refining, it was still very easy for all sorts of accidents to happen, making Li Moying extremely anxious every time. Huang Yueli smiled at him and comforted her husband, "I'm fine. This matter is very important recently. Didn't you already know about it? Now that the refinement is successful, we can rest for a while and watch a good show." Li Moying's brows rose. "You've successfully refined it so quickly? Li did you have a breakthrough in your spirit weapon technique?" The two of them were talking in a low voice, and Lu Bian, who was left out at the side, was completely confused as he couldn't help but walk over. "What are you guys whispering about? Can't you be more mindful of your influence? Isn't it too outrageous to show off your love in front of a lonely man like me? Also, what did Junior's sister just say? What treasure did you refine this time?" When Huang Yueli heard this, she subconsciously nudged Li Moying. However, Li Moying totally didn't take the anger of some single dogs seriously as his arm was still firmly wrapped around his wife's waist. Huang Yueli shook her head helplessly and could only give up. She turned around and said to Lu Bian, "Senior brother, during this period of time, how do you feel? Did you take the medicine that Anjin brought over on time?" Lu Bian was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand. Earlier he had clearly asked about the spirit tool and it was fine if Huang Yueli didn't answer him, but why did she change the topic to him? He thought for a moment and said, the medicine should be fine. I've been taking it for 3 days. I feel that most of the poison in my body has been resolved. My cultivation has basically recovered. I should be able to recover completely after taking it for a few more days. Huang Yueli nodded her head. The expression on her small face was still solemn as she continued to ask, then, senior brother, what are your plans next? This? Lu Bian hesitated for a moment before replying, I heard that Divine Dr. Zhang is going to hold a public test on the first day of next month to select a direct disciple. Any doctor in the God realm, regardless of race or background, can come and participate. I had originally planned to participate, but... Isn't that great? Senior brother, this is a great opportunity. I support you. Huang Yueli interrupted him, Senior brother, your innate talent surpasses others, and you have the demeanor of a benevolent doctor. What you lack is a master who can guide you. Divine Dr. Zhang is suitable for you. Lu Bian's face revealed a bitter smile, you. What are you saying? Aren't you thinking too highly of your senior brother? I did think about it earlier and felt that I had a chance of winning. But now that Ingenu has come to participate in the selection, how can I compete with him? Huang Yueli slowly said, Senior brother, how can you belittle yourself? Your talent in medicine is not inferior to anyone else. Ingenu is nothing more than relying on the cultivation of his family. If he had ascended from the lower realm like you, his current achievements would definitely be far inferior to yours. She paused for a moment before continuing, besides, the Black Tortoise clan and the White Fin clan are about to have a marriage alliance. If you want to stop young Miss Xian from marrying that scumbag, Ingenu, this is your only chance. If you can become Divine Dr. Zhang's successor, he might be willing to come out and treat the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch and help you settle this matter. When he heard this, Lu Bian's expression changed. He froze on the spot, his expression constantly changing. Clearly, he was greatly moved. But in the end, he gradually calmed down. Junior sister, how can I not understand the logic you speak of? If I could win Divine Dr. Zhang's favor by risking my life, I would definitely do my best, but, this was a competition of spirit medicine techniques. Not only is Ingenu's spirit medicine technique higher than mine, but even the pill furnace he uses is an ancient treasure of the White Fin clan. Ordinary spirit alchemists definitely can't compete with him. A good alchemy furnace could increase the medicinal strength of the final pill by an entire grade. In addition, there was a gap between the two of them in terms of spirit medicine techniques. Lu Bian didn't think that he would be able to catch up to Ingenu in a short 10 days. Huang Yueli listened to his analysis, but only nodded her head, there's no need to bother about all these. I just want to know, if there's a chance to become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple, are you willing? Is there a need to say that? Junior sister, are you joking? Lu Bian replied without the slightest hesitation, that's Divine Dr. Zhang. I'm not willing to be the disciple of those so-called divine doctors from the White Fin clan who rely on their medical skills to do evil everywhere. However, Divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills and ethics are respected by all the doctors in the world. That's good. Huang Yueli nodded her head and suddenly laughed, Senior brother, you still have some ambition. You didn't fall from grace, because of the White Fin clan's attack. Since that's the case, your wish, junior sister will help you achieve it. Lu Bian was startled as he asked in puzzlement, Junior sister, what do you mean? Huang Yueli winked at him, follow me in and you'll know. With that, she turned around and walked back into the backyard. Lu Bian followed up in puzzlement, Junior sister, why don't I understand what you're saying? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped as if someone had choked his throat. His eyes widened as he looked straight ahead in disbelief. In the middle of the backyard stood an alchemy furnace that was as tall as 2 people. It was impossible to tell what material this alchemy furnace was made of. It faintly emitted a cold silver light. A large number of array patterns were carved on the furnace body. They were abnormally repeated but extremely delicate, like a perfect piece of art. Even from a few meters away, he could feel a powerful and restrained energy. Lu Bian was stunned. Was this an alchemy furnace? Oh my god, What grade was this alchemy furnace? It was unbelievable. This was only a low-grade high-grade artifact. No, this can't be. Could it be? Because he was too shocked, he could not continue speaking for a moment. Li Moying gave a light snort, an intrinsic magical artifact grade pill refining furnace. You've really let it go too easily. Lier has put in so much effort for you. Lu Bian was completely stunned. As a spirit medicine master, he naturally knew better than anyone else how rare and hard to come by a high-grade alchemy furnace was. Even the young master of the White Fin clan, Zhenyu, treated a mid-grade treasure armament as a treasure. A high-grade treasure armament, it was already something that only the few elders of the White Fin clan who had the title of Divine Doctor could use. A life-bound magical treasure, it was simply something that only existed in ancient books. This. Junior sister, you. Your current spirit weapon technique is already so powerful? Even his life-bound magical treasure. You can casually refine it? Lu Bian's gaze towards Huang Yueli was filled with admiration. Huang Yueli hurriedly coughed. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? I'm not that powerful. You're lucky. This alchemy furnace, I got it from Zhenyu. What is it? What Zhenyu? Not only did Lu Bian not understand, he was even more dumbfounded. Li Moying snorted coldly, consider yourself lucky. When we went to Zhenyu's place to redeem you, we happened to see an already destroyed alchemy furnace there. Your junior sister recognized that it was an ancient magical artifact, but it was severely damaged and had not been repaired. However, Zhenyu obviously didn't know, so she used some tricks to get her hands on this furnace. Damn. Junior sister, you. Aren't you too godly? Is this possible? Lu Bian was really full of admiration towards Huang Yueli, a treasure that even the White Fin clan couldn't recognize. You actually recognized it with a single glance. Huang Yueli smiled and said, that was just a coincidence. Coincidentally, this pill refinement furnace was forged by a senior of our sacred phoenix race. I had once read about it in the ancient records, and even saw the refinement method. That was why I barely tried it out. Who knew that I would actually succeed? Senior brother, this means that the heavens are helping you and young Miss Xian. How can you have the cheek to back down? Things were just so coincidental. When Huang Yueli first saw this pill refining furnace, she felt that it was familiar, as though she had seen it in the armament refining records left behind by King Xiang. Later, she found an opportunity to take a closer look and indeed found the emblem of King Xiang. This magic tool-level pill refining furnace was refined by King Xiang for a mysterious life realm divine doctor in ancient times. It was said that it could increase the efficacy of pills by more than 10%. It was a miraculous existence and was King Xiang's proudest work. In order to let the heir who received his inheritance understand, he listed the materials and techniques used during the refinement, as well as the array patterns used, in detail. Precisely because of this, Huang Yueli had the thought of bringing back the remains of the elixir furnace to test it out. In the end, things went smoother than she had imagined. Although the alchemy furnace was severely damaged, the core structure was not damaged. Therefore, he did not have to find the trouble of finding those ancient lost materials. As long as he refined the outer shell again and patiently drew all the array patterns again, he could repair most of it. However, my ability is still limited. The effect of this alchemy furnace can only reach 80% of its peak. Senior brother, you can make do with it for now. When I think of a suitable method, I will help you renovate it. Lu Bian was practically going crazy from joy. What's wrong with 80%? 80% was enough. I'm confident that I can defeat Ingenue with a mid-grade treasure armament alchemy furnace, let alone a magic weapon. Isn't he relying on the family's resources to support him? If you really want to talk about the comprehension of the spirit medicine technique, you might not be able to compare to me. This was what Huang Yueli wanted to hear. She did not doubt her senior brother's ability. What she was more worried about was that his confidence had been worn away in the cruel competition in the God realm. I'm relieved to hear that, senior brother. I'll be waiting for your good news then. In front of such a huge surprise, Lu Bian had long thrown all his previous self-reproaching emotions to the back of his mind. Not only did his confidence swell up instantly, but he couldn't help but feel a little smug. I was just thinking that, junior sister, you wasted a high-grade artifact and gave it to a piece of trash like Ingenue. I didn't expect that you didn't give it away for free. Instead, you used a high-grade artifact to exchange for a magic tool. Really? I wonder how angry Ingenue will be if he finds out. The more Lu Bian thought about it, the funnier he felt. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and smiled innocently. Senior brother, look at what you're saying. Do I look like the kind of person who would deliberately scheme against others? It was Ingenue's poor eyesight that prevented him from recognizing the treasure. He even nearly blew up an ancient magic tool into pieces. I was kind enough to help him deal with the trash he didn't want. I'm also very surprised that he suddenly produced a divine artifact. Lu Bian was stunned by her words as he couldn't help but shake his head. In terms of ability to anger people, there's really no one who can compare to junior sister. When had his junior sister ever made a loss? Only an ignorant person like Ingenue dared to show off in front of his junior sister and even wanted to extort her. Look, wasn't he going to be played to death by Huang Yueli? He couldn't wait to see Ingenue's expression when he saw the alchemy furnace. From the day he received Huang Yueli's pill refining furnace, Lu Bian had swept away his previous dispiritedness and started to read medical books day and night, putting all his effort into honing his medical skills. After obtaining the treasure that all spirit apothecaries in the God realm dreamed of, if he still lost to Ingenue, it was fine if he embarrassed himself, but if he caused his junior sister to be laughed at, then his sin would be great. Moreover, the image of Xianxing's beautiful and cold little face appeared in Lu Bian's mind as his heart moved slightly. Half a month later, Divine Dr. Zhang's Disciple Selection Assembly was held in Snowflake City as scheduled. This was a grand event in the entire God realm, and many people came to watch it live. Divine Dr. Zhang had always been a low-key person, but this time, he had unexpectedly agreed to the request of the city lord of Snowflake City to hold a public competition in the most lively square in the city. At that time, everyone who was interested in medicine could come and watch. Of course, the seats closest to the venue were reserved. It was said that it was difficult to get a ticket. Huang Yueli originally wanted to go to the auction house to purchase a few tickets at a high price, but she didn't expect Xian Jiuling to get them a few tickets for the seats. Although they were a few rows behind, they were still considered scarce resources. On the day of the competition, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had finished their lunch and went to the venue. Lu Bian, as a contestant who was participating in the competition, left early in the morning. When Huang Yueli and the rest arrived at the plaza, there was already a sea of people there. Snowflake City's garrison had been mobilized and barely managed to maintain order. The two of them were extremely low profile. Huang Yueli was wearing a veil, while Li Moying used a cloak to cover half of his face, sitting quietly in the crowd. The surrounding audience was discussing excitedly, and no one paid attention to them at all. I didn't expect that a remote place like our Snowflake City would be able to host such a grand event. I'm really lucky to be able to witness Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple recruitment in my lifetime. I heard that all the genius spirit alchemists in the God realm have rushed over. Such a huge plaza today, it almost couldn't fit. Needless to say, who is Divine Dr. Zhang? Which spirit medicine master doesn't want to be his disciple? Divine Dr. Zhang is indeed amazing. I heard that even the young master of the White Fin clan, Zhenyu, has signed up. There are so many divine doctors in the White Fin clan, yet he still wants to seek guidance from Divine Dr. Zhang. What is it? Young master and is here too? Oh my god. Then how could the other spirit alchemists compare to him? He must be Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple, right? Why are there still so many people participating? You don't understand. Participating in this kind of competition was also a chance for young spirit alchemists to show their faces. Even if I can't become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple, if I can be taken in by some big force and brought back to nurture, or be taken in as a disciple by other divine doctors, that would be a great opportunity. I see. No wonder so many people are willing to be young Master N's foil. I heard that young Master N is already a heaven-grade spirit medicine master. He will definitely refine heaven-grade medicinal pills later. I can't wait to see it. Everyone discussed animatedly, all of them certain that Zhenyu could only be the winner today. Huang Yueli's brows rose as she held back her words. Suddenly, Li Moying, who was beside her, gave a as he pointed forward. Xianxia actually came today? Huang Yueli heard the voice and looked over as she revealed a surprised expression. It's really Xianxia, the Black Tortoise clan is actually willing to let her out? Li Moying replied, this is most likely Zhenyu's own idea. He thought that today is the day where he gets to be in the limelight and acknowledge Divine Dr. Zhang as his master. He wanted to let Xianxia see how amazing her future husband is. Huang Yueli was suddenly enlightened. Husband is right, men really understand men better. But Zhenyu has probably shot himself in the foot this time. Thinking of the arrangements she had made for today, Huang Yueli couldn't help but curl her lips. The two of them were here today to watch the show. Of course, they did not mind the commotion. At this moment, they were watching with interest. The Black Tortoise clan's position was naturally the best. It was in the first row and had the best viewing angle. Patriarch Xianxia appeared personally. Beside him sat Xianjiuling and a Dao Profound Realm middle-aged woman on the left and right. Huang Yueli deduced that it should be an elder. The three of them also brought more than 10 young disciples to watch the competition. Xianxia was just one of them. It was obvious that Xianxia wasn't in a good mood, and she didn't have much expression on her face. On the other hand, the young woman sitting next to her looked excited, and she would turn her head to say something to Xianxia from time to time, completely ignoring her cold face. Although this lady was quite pretty and had that kind of pure and innocent appearance, but for some reason, Huang Yueli just found her to be an eyesore. The seats of the Black Tortoise clan. Sister Qingling, guess what I just saw? Xianjiaoling's face was full of smiles as she moved closer to Xianxia. This is big news, you definitely want to know. I don't want to know, Xianxia replied coldly. Be quiet, the patriarch is still here. Xianjiaoling's face stiffened slightly when she was stopped by her. However, when she thought of the news she had just received, she couldn't help but laugh again. So, Sister Qingling is afraid that Patriarch will find out that your lover is also participating in this competition today. Xianxia originally didn't want to bother with Xianjiaoling, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Who did you say came to participate in the competition? Who else could it be? Xianjiaoling covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't it the young Master Lu, who you've been with for several months? He really didn't expect that a mere human spirit medicine master like him actually had quite the ambition and actually dared to participate in today's competition. Could it be that he was still dreaming and thought that he could become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple? Why don't you take a look at who his opponent is? Xianqing didn't show it on her face, but she was shocked in her heart. Having stayed with Lu Bian for so long, she was naturally very clear that Lu Bian's innate talent in medicine was extraordinary, but he was just lacking a good teacher to guide him. It was not strange that he would participate in this competition. However, it was different this time. Half a month ago, he was rescued by Huang Yueli and heard that he was tortured in the White Fin clan's water prison and was even fed white pills. His body had most likely not recovered yet, and it was not easy for him to perform half of his usual medical skills. And the opponent he was facing was Ingenue, who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 physician among the younger generation. How could he win? If he lost to Ingenue, who knew how Ingenue would humiliate him? This was definitely an unusually heavy blow to the arrogant Lu Bian. Xian Jialing saw that Xianqingling's expression wasn't right, so she became even more excited and continued to speak with a smile. Speaking of which, this lover of yours is really loyal. I believe he also has the intention to compete with young Master. Unfortunately, he was still too naive. Young Master N's talent, strength, and resources were not something a lowly human like him could compare to. Wait a minute, if they were eliminated in the first round, then that would be too embarrassing. It's not that I want to say this, but Sister Qingling, how could a proud daughter like you be bewitched by such a person? This kind of inferior. Shut up. Xianqinglin couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly shouted at her. As the #1 expert of the younger generation in the family, Xianqingling's cultivation was a small realm higher than Xian Jialing's. The aura around her instantly suffocated Xian Jialing. She choked and her expression was a little ugly. Hee, what's wrong? Sister, I was right, so you're angry out of embarrassment? But what did I say wrong? That Lu guy is not even comparable to the White Fin clan's servants. He's not even worthy of licking young Master N's toes. Xian Jialing deliberately used some unpleasant words to mock Lu Bian, intentionally wanting to provoke Xianqingling's anger. After all, she had spent all her efforts during this period of time, even using methods such as drugging and framing, but she still could not change the decision of the two families and could not replace Xianqingling. She couldn't take this lying down. But now that the marriage was set, she could only vent her anger by mocking Xianqingling's judgment of men. Hearing her words, Xianqingling's cold expression was finally replaced by anger. Xian Jialing, with just you're not qualified to judge him. She said word by word. Sister, are you angry? Xian Jialing smiled. I'm telling the truth. Moreover, he's a low-grade human. As the daughter of the direct descendant of the God clan, what's wrong with saying it? If he has the ability, he can beat young Master and let me see. You're only where you are today, because of your family and Elder Qingguang's nurturing, Xianqingling said coldly. What right do you have to judge someone who's in a more difficult situation than you? If you have a good life, then cherish it. Don't get carried away. Be careful not to get too happy. You. What? Xian Jialing was choked by her and couldn't speak. Her face stiffened and she said fiercely, I want to see how embarrassing Lu can be today. Xianqingling ignored her, but her eyes were fixed on the arena. Following Lu Bian's figure appearing on the stage, her heart also started to race. The noisy venue suddenly quieted down. The city lord of Snowflake City personally led Divine Dr. Zhang through the entrance. It was Huang Yueli's first time seeing this legendary human miracle doctor, so she took a few more glances. Divine Dr. Zhang was not the kind of amiable old man with white hair and a youthful face that she had imagined. On the surface, he still looked like a handsome man in his 30s. Although he was slightly thin, he had a graceful bearing, making people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Huang Yueli couldn't help but sigh as expected of a divine doctor. This is what it means to have a technique to keep one's face. I heard that divine Dr. Zhang is already over 1,000 years old, but he still looks very charming. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly felt the man beside her glance at her. His gaze was a little cold. She quickly coughed twice. Of course, this is just a small trick. He can't be compared to my husband. In the next moment, Huang Yueli could clearly feel that the chill around her rapidly disappeared. She couldn't help but chuckle. Her husband was she was even jealous of this kind of man, so she did not dare to praise other men casually now. Just as she was sighing with emotion, the city lord of Snowflake City had already arrived on the high platform. With an excited tone, he solemnly introduced divine Dr. Zhang to everyone present, and even told them about his many years of medical achievements. After hearing the last part, divine Dr. Zhang couldn't help but cough lightly and interrupt him. City Lord, thank you for your high reputation, but I really don't deserve it. The difficulty of today's competition is very high. I'm afraid that it will be delayed too late. Why don't? Shall we begin? Oh, all right, please. The city lord then sat back down. Divine Dr. Zhang stood alone on the high platform. His expression also became a little more serious. Since everyone has come today, I believe everyone wants to acknowledge this Zhang as their master. Everyone knows my character. I have always valued medical ethics over medical skills. Doctors had different talents and encounters, so their medical skills would naturally be different. This was a common thing. However, I have always looked down on people with poor character. Today, his gaze swept across the square below the stage, which was filled with young doctors. Today, I will not show mercy to anyone who practices fraud. Please be careful. When Huang Yueli heard these words, her heart moved and she almost couldn't help but sigh again. However, the jealous eyes beside her made her purse her lips in time. Sigh, it's really too difficult for a woman with a husband. Divine Dr. Zhang didn't waste any more time. After declaring the rules, he quickly announced the contents of today's competition. To put it simply, the competition would be held in the morning and afternoon. In the morning, it would be the theory test, and in the afternoon, it would be the practical alchemy competition. Hearing this, many of the audience members sighed in disappointment. After all, most people were here to watch the pill refinement. Who would want to watch the doctors do the examination papers? That would be too boring, and they would not be able to understand it. Huang Yueli secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Her senior brother studied medicine very hard. He had even read a large number of ancient books that she had obtained from the evil shadow saint. In terms of the theory of spirit medicine, he was no worse than anyone else. With this as the first round of the competition, it was impossible for Liu Bian to be eliminated. Even though they were disappointed, they were already here. The audience still perked up and watched Divine Dr. Zhang set the questions. Divine Dr. Zhang slowly took out a tattered and yellowed scroll from his bosom. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he slowly unfolded it. Everyone, I obtained this scroll from an ancient inheritance many years ago. On it is recorded the pill formula of a heaven-grade pill. However, as everyone can see, this scroll has been through many vicissitudes and has been seriously corroded. At that time, I spent a lot of effort but could only recognize half of the words. The remaining contents of the pill formula were completed by me through analysis. Today's first match is about this pill formula. Later, I will get someone to send a copy of the original pill formula to everyone. There is only the part that I recognized when I first obtained the scroll. The rest of the missing parts will have to be filled up by everyone. Of course, I also know that it's impossible for anyone to complete the pill formula in just 4 hours. At that time, everyone will be graded according to the degree of completion and accuracy. As soon as he said this, the scene immediately went into an uproar. Even though everyone knew that divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills were divine and he had an ancient inheritance, no one expected him to be so generous. For a competition, he directly took out an ancient heaven-grade pill formula. Although divine Dr. Zhang had already said that this was only an incomplete pill formula, it was still a treasure that had been passed down from ancient times. Which of the major factions didn't hide it and absolutely wouldn't let their unique pill formula spread out? Divine Dr. Zhang did not seem to care at all. Such a huge amount of money instantly shocked the people of the White Fin clan. And Jianyu looked at divine Dr. Zhang with an even more fervent gaze. It seems that those rumors are true. Divine Dr. Zhang has indeed inherited a large number of ancient books. I was really right to come this time. He already regarded divine Dr. Zhang's inheritance as his own. After divine Dr. Zhang finished speaking, he raised his hand to signal to the invigilators below. The invigilator handed out the test papers that he had prepared earlier. The physicians who had come to participate in the competition all received the test papers excitedly. They did not even dare to delay for a moment. The first thing they did was to flip through the papers and start studying them. After all, this was an ancient heaven-grade pill recipe. Many ordinary doctors might not even be able to see one in their lifetime. She simply wanted to bring it home and worship it. Huang Yueli's curiosity was piqued as she stuck her head out to look at the plaza. Unfortunately, she was too far away. In order to prevent the participants from cheating, the square was covered by a special shielding array. Even if they could see the participants' papers, they would be affected by the array and could not see the words on them clearly. Huang Yueli had sufficient ability to break through the array, but thinking about it, just to peek at a question, if it affected the normal course of the competition, it wasn't worth it, so she could only forget about it. This theory examination lasted a total of 4 hours. The live audience could only rely on the reactions of the spirit medicine masters as a form of entertainment. Each and every one of them whispered into each other's ears and discussed softly. It seems that the questions that divine Dr. Zhang set should be very difficult. I see that these doctors are all extremely anxious, but after struggling for so long, they still haven't answered the questions. Could it be? Can't you answer a single word? Are you joking? This was a heaven-grade pill recipe. Even if it was a complete pill formula, it was not something that ordinary spirit medicine masters could understand, let alone an incomplete one. I think most of the people here probably can't even tell what illness this pill formula is used to treat. I'm also a spirit medicine master, but I don't have the guts to sign up, so I can only watch the show. To tell you the truth, deducing a pill formula is much more difficult than simply understanding it. Even a heaven-rank spirit medicine master might not be able to create the lowest human-rank pill formula, let alone a heaven-rank one. It's already not easy to restore a few herbs. Oh my God, is it that difficult? Then if no one could solve this question, wouldn't divine Dr. Zhang's disciple recruitment fail this time? Don't tell me they won't even hold the second match in the afternoon? That's not necessary. The spirit medicine master from earlier pointed to the stage below. Isn't young master in there? He has always been known for being good at deduction. The White Fin clan's foundation is unfathomable. If things go wrong, he might be able to restore the entire pill formula. The people around him followed his line of sight. There were too many people in the square. Even the young master of the White Fin clan would be easily drowned in this sea of people. However, the doctors present were all scratching their ears and cheeks as they racked their brains. It was rare for someone to write so quickly, so it was particularly eye-catching. Not to mention, he had a smile on his face. He was obviously very confident in his answer. Everyone could not help but sigh again. The heir of the God clan is indeed extraordinary. Looks like it's impossible for anyone to compete with him today. As they were talking, someone suddenly asked, "Eh?" There was still someone answering the questions over there. He was writing so quickly. It seemed like he was even faster than young Masterin. Who was he? Could he be the heir of some major faction? Where? Let me see. Everyone's curiosity was piqued and they craned their necks to look. However, in the next moment, their faces were filled with confusion. Because no one knew this person. There were simply too many people participating in this competition. Therefore, in order to quickly distinguish the identity of each person, the seat and back of each person's chair were marked with the power, race, level of spirit medicine master, place of registration, and other information of the doctor. On the back of Ingenue's chair, it was clearly written that he was a heaven-grade spirit medicine master from the direct line of descent of the Whitefin clan. He had already obtained heaven-grade certification for 8 years, and the highest he could refine was a high-grade national heaven-grade pill. However, the information on the back of the chair of the other young spirit medicine master, who was focused on answering the questions, was far less glamorous than Ingenue's. Lu Bian, human race spirit medicine master, without any backing, earth grade, the registration time was still a year ago, this guy's strength wasn't that great. Seeing how he answered the questions so quickly, I thought he was also an expert, like young Masterin. It seems like he was just guessing. An earth grade spirit medicine master, for this person's age, was considered to have rather good talent. If it was any other day, everyone would definitely look at him differently. However, there were too many spirit medicine masters present today. Moreover, those who dared to participate in the competition were all the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Earth-grade spirit medicine masters could only be considered the most basic level, and there were more than 20 heaven-grade spirit medicine masters. Moreover, Lu Bian didn't even have a backing behind him and was just a lone spirit herb master. Without sufficient resources to support him, it was impossible for him to advance further in this lifetime. Everyone looked at Lu Bian's back view and shook their heads secretly. Very quickly, they shifted their gazes away from him and turned back to Ingenue. At this moment, Ingenue was indeed very proud of himself. Divine Dr. Zhang had given him such a difficult problem, so he was indeed a little nervous at first. Although he had secured first place today, as the young master of the Whitefin clan, he was famous. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't get full marks in the theory examination. Fortunately, the moment he saw the specific contents of the pill formula, he was relieved. Although this pill formula was indeed incomplete, he had coincidentally seen a similar one in the ancient collection of the Whitefin clan. In the Whitefin clan's pill formula, the herbs recorded were different from Divine Dr. Zhang's. There were only 2 different herbs. Moreover, these 2 herbs were used to reduce the dryness of the pill and did not affect the medicinal effect of the pill. It could be completely ignored. Ingenue's memory was pretty good. With a little thought, he recalled the pill formula he had seen before. He deduced and verified it again and confirmed that there was indeed no problem with this pill formula. He was overjoyed and finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a pen and paper and began to write from memory. Ingenue wanted to create a shocking scene for everyone present, especially his fiancée, Xianxia, to see how amazing he was. Therefore, he wrote very quickly, wanting to hand in the paper in the shortest time possible. However, just as he was 2 lines away from completing the pill formula, he suddenly heard a burst of exclamations from the audience. What? Someone had already handed in their paper? So fast? It hasn't even been an hour, right? Even young master and hasn't finished writing yet. This person is actually faster than young Masterin? Isn't this too unbelievable? Ingenue's heart skipped a beat. He simply couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. With his talent and strength, and having seen similar pill formulas before, he still couldn't finish writing them. How could anyone else do it? Could it be that the other god clans had secretly nurtured spirit medicine masters? And Jinyu subconsciously looked up and glanced at the person who had stood up to hand in his paper. He was instantly stunned. He would recognize that person even if he turned into ashes. It was precisely the human race's spirit medicine master Lu Bian who had been living together with his fiancée for a few months. And Jinyu had long heard about Lu Bian registering for the selection, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, he had already investigated Lu Bian's background thoroughly. He was a human who had ascended from the lower realm more than a year ago and had yet to join any major factions. Other than the sinister and cunning junior sister who had appeared later, he was ordinary. It was an existence that he could crush with a single finger. And Jinyu had never expected that the first person to hand in the paper before him was actually Lu Bian. Just as he was stunned, Lu Bian had already walked in front of the invigilator. The invigilator was obviously also very shocked. He did not immediately take the test paper away. Instead, he asked, "This, young Master Lu, are you sure you want to hand in your paper now? You have to think carefully. The first round of the examination has 4 hours. Even if you can't answer it at the moment, you might be able to think of a few medicinal ingredients if you think about it." Lu Bian's expression was indifferent. "Many thanks for the reminder, I've already thought it through." Seeing this, the invigilator could only nod and accept the test paper. Lu Bian immediately turned around and left the examination hall without turning back. When Jinyu heard the conversation between the two of them, he reacted and couldn't help but sneer. This kid doesn't think that if he doesn't know the answer, he'll just write blindly. As long as he hands in the paper early, he'll get extra points, right? He simply treated everyone else as fools. I want to see how many points he can get in the end. At the thought of this, Jinyu was completely relieved. It would be weird if Lu Bian could deduce a heaven-grade pill formula, so why should he let a sensationalist idiot disrupt his rhythm? Jinyu calmed down, lowered his head, and continued to answer. And the audience in the seats had similar thoughts as him. When they saw the Earth-grade spirit medicine master's symbol on Lu Bian's back, they shook their heads secretly and soon forgot about him. Only the Black Tortoise clan's side, Xianxia recognized Lu Bian and immediately drew in a breath of cold air. "This is incredible. Sister Qingling, look." She tugged at Xianqing's sleeve with all her might. "Your friend is really extraordinary. She's actually the first to hand in her paper, even earlier than young Masterin. As expected of Sister Qingling. She even knows such a genius spirit medicine master." Xian Jialing's voice wasn't soft. The nearby Black Tortoise clansman couldn't help but look at the two of them. Xianxia originally didn't pay any attention to Lu Bian, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but take a few more glances and recognized him. Immediately, Xianxia frowned. "Jialing, be quiet and watch the match." Elder Qingguang turned around and scolded. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Today's questions were very difficult." The clueless spirit medicine master knew that he had no hope and gave up on answering the questions on the spot. How could he compare with young Masterin? "Yes, grandmother, it's granddaughter who is too rash," Xian Jialing hurriedly said. This pair of grandfather and grandson echoed each other and ridiculed Lu Bian until he was useless. Xianxia thought of that storm and the marriage that was almost called off, and his brows furrowed even more tightly. This Lu kid was quite bold. He had finally escaped from the Whitefin clan, yet he still dared to participate in the competition. Unfortunately, the mud was still useless. After all, the lower class was still the lower class. He couldn't even last for 4 hours before giving up. Xianqing mixing with this kind of trash was really a disgrace to the Black Tortoise clan. After Lu Bian left, not long after, Jinyu also stood up to hand in his paper. The commotion Jinyu caused was much bigger than Lu Bian. When he left the examination hall, almost the entire audience was clapping. Even some famous spirit pharmacists who had come to watch the selection of disciples were secretly sighing. Young Master N is indeed young Master N. He is not even 50 years old yet, and he is already able to deduce a heaven-grade pill formula. It's only been half an hour. He's no longer a genius, but a genius. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I simply wouldn't have believed that there would be such a talented spirit medicine master. Divine Dr. Zhang, it's a blessing to have such a disciple as your successor. Xian Jialing and Elder Qingguang were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Only Huang Yueli, who was at the back row of the grandstand, didn't have any expression on her face and even yawned out of boredom. What's wrong? Are you tired? Why don't we stop watching the competition in the afternoon and go back to rest for a while? Li Moying could tell that his wife was a little tired as he hurriedly opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. As the baby in Huang Yueli's stomach grew bigger and bigger, she gradually started to show various uncomfortable reactions. The most important point was that she was prone to sleepiness, and now she had to take an afternoon nap every day. Huang Yueli followed her husband's actions and leaned her head on his shoulder. She mumbled, "No, I want to continue watching senior brother's competition. I'll be fine after taking a nap." Li Moying was helpless as he knew that the little lass wouldn't listen to him, so he could only go along with her as he took off his cloak and covered Huang Yueli's body. 4 hours passed quickly. Other than Liu Bian and Ingenue, who were at the start, there were also some people who handed in their papers in advance. However, it could be seen from their expressions that these people were really stumped and gave up directly. The remaining spirit elixirs who felt that they still had some hope persevered, thinking hard until the last moment, until Divine Dr. Zhang announced the end of the theory examination. Under the supervision of the invigilator, they slowly handed in their papers. The theory examination finally ended. However, for the audience, the exciting part was yet to come. According to what Divine Dr. Zhang said before the competition began, the invigilators would read the papers on the spot and give a ranking before noon. Only the top 100 spirit herb masters were qualified to enter the alchemy competition in the afternoon. There were at least a few thousand spirit herb masters who participated in the theory examination in the morning. This time, 99% of the people were directly eliminated. It could not be said to be not tragic. And among so many young and promising spirit medicine masters, as long as they could rank in the top 100, which one of them wasn't an elite among the younger generation? There were many representatives of the various large factions present. They had all been ordered by the factions behind them to come and find a suitable spirit medicine master to nurture and rope in. At this critical moment, everyone's eyes were wide open, waiting to see the results. One of the invigilators had just sat down and marked a few papers when his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and picked up a paper beside him before walking quickly towards Divine Dr. Zhang. "Divine Dr. Zhang, I have an answer sheet here that is really... It's really too abnormal." Divine Dr. Zhang sighed, not surprised at all. "It's Ingenue's answer sheet, right?" I had already guessed that he would answer well. "Don't be surprised, just bring it over for me to take a look." From the bottom of his heart, Divine Dr. Zhang didn't want Ingenue to be the final victor. He had always despised the actions of the Whitefin clan. In fact, before this disciple selection, the Whitefin clan had already expressed their goodwill to him several times and promised him a bunch of benefits, hoping that he could become a guest elder of the Whitefin clan. However, Divine Dr. Zhang admitted that he didn't agree with the Whitefin clan's ideology, so he politely declined all of them. Although he did not like Ingenue's character, he had to admit that this young master of the Whitefin clan was indeed a genius in terms of medical talent. Divine Dr. Zhang stretched out his hand towards the invigilator, but the invigilator did not immediately hand over the examination paper, but rather had a hesitant expression. "Divine Dr. Zhang, you're mistaken. This answer sheet is not young Master Anne's, but, Sai, you can see for yourself." "What do you mean?" Divine Dr. Zhang took the answer sheet and lowered his head to take a look. He couldn't help but be stunned. Written on the name column was a name that he had never heard of before: Lu Bian. Divine Dr. Zhang's gaze swept downwards swiftly and very quickly. He finished reading the information that Lu Bian had filled in. A human, an Earth-rank spirit medicine master who had only been registered for a year, without any subordinate forces. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a medical genius. Divine Dr. Zhang narrowed his eyes as he flipped through the answer sheet to look at Lu Bian's answer. The next moment, his shock was written on his face. How was this possible? Was this really written by this person? You saw it with your own eyes? The invigilator nodded with a serious expression. Yes, Divine Dr. Zhang. I saw him hand in his paper with my own eyes. However, I can't guarantee that there's nothing fishy about him. In any case, I don't see anything wrong with him. That's right, his deduction speed is very fast. He was the first to hand in the paper earlier. Divine Dr. Zhang frowned and recalled something. The one who handed in the paper faster than Ingenu? The invigilator nodded. Divine Dr. Zhang's face revealed a look of deep thought. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "Go back and continue reading the papers. Leave this answer sheet with me. I still need to look at it carefully. Oh right, don't tell anyone." The invigilator responded and returned to his original position. The voices of the two people were very soft, and the audience seats were far away, so no one could hear their conversation clearly. They could only see the invigilator walking towards Divine Dr. Zhang with an answer sheet. Divine Dr. Zhang said a few words to him in shock. For a moment, everyone in the stands could not help but guess what had happened. Looks like young Master N's score is too high. Even Divine Dr. Zhang was shocked. It can't be, right? Young Master N's talent is outstanding and everyone knows about it. Even if his score is high, why would Divine Dr. Zhang be so surprised? Maybe young Master N got full marks? That's impossible, right? Didn't you hear what Divine Dr. Zhang said just now? That was a heaven-grade pill recipe passed down from ancient times. No matter what, young Master N is only at heaven rank. How could he deduce everything in an hour? You handed in your paper so early. What's so strange about answering it all? Everyone was divided into two factions and started arguing with each other. They were not convinced by each other. However, there was one thing that no one doubted. The answer sheet that had shocked even Divine Dr. Zhang was definitely Ingenu's. At this moment, the spirit medicine masters who had just completed the theory examination, as long as they felt that they had a glimmer of hope of entering the top 100, stayed near the examination venue and did not leave. They had all seen the conversation between the invigilator and Divine Dr. Zhang. For a moment, everyone cast envious looks at Ingenu. Ingenu's expression did not change, but he was extremely smug in his heart. After today, his identity as the #1 spirit medicine master of the younger generation would be confirmed. Thinking about the inheritance of Divine Dr. Zhang that was about to be obtained, he coughed a few times before he restrained his smile. At the same time, his gaze involuntarily turned to the corner of the wall. Ever since he left the examination venue, Lu Bian had been sitting in a corner and he didn't leave, nor did he join in the discussion of the spirit medicine masters. Instead, he calmly flipped through a medical book and no matter how noisy the surroundings were, he didn't even lift his head. Ingenu laughed coldly in his heart as he really couldn't understand how Lu Bian had the guts to appear here. Moreover, with his ability, it was 100% impossible for him to enter the top 100. If he didn't leave quickly and stayed here, was he waiting to embarrass himself? However, it was good to keep him. Later, Xianxia could see with her own eyes the difference between him and this bastard. At the same time, the invigilators in the examination hall had already completed all the marking work. A steward who had been by divine Dr. Zhang's side for many years stood out and announced the name list of the spirit medicine masters who had passed the theory examination on behalf of divine Dr. Zhang. 100th place, Heaven Fox Race's Earth Grade Spirit Medicine Master, Lan Junqing. 99th place, Military Department's Heaven Rank Spirit Medicine Master. Every time he announced a name, a line of words would appear on the huge stone tablet in the middle of the square. The steward started reporting from the bottom of the rankings and soon, he reported to the top 3. The spirit medicine masters, whose names were called, were all extremely excited. There were even some who cried tears of joy. As the name list gradually became complete, those whose names were not called realized that they had definitely been eliminated. For a time, many spirit medicine masters could not accept this bad news and revealed disappointed expressions. Some people felt that they were too ashamed to stay and covered their faces on the spot. And Jinyu had been paying attention to this name list and naturally knew that his and Lu Baiyan's names had not been mentioned. Of course, his situation was completely different from Lu Baiyan's. He was definitely the first place, so he had not been reported yet. As for Lu Baiyan, to say that he could barely squeeze into the 90th place, that was still possible, but to say that he was in the top 3, that was definitely nonsense. And Jinyu didn't know what Lu Baiyan was thinking. Why was he still sitting there acting cool at this moment? Simply ridiculous. Lu Baiyan seemed to have sensed in Jinyu's gaze as he raised his head and looked over. And Jinyu sneered and extended his right thumb. Then, he turned it down and made an obvious contemptuous gesture. Lu Baiyan was expressionless. Right at this time, the steward reported the name of the 3rd place. It was a Sacred Phoenix Race's Heaven Rank Spirit Medicine Master. Although the Sacred Phoenix Race was famous for their spirit weapon techniques, because they mainly cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques, there would occasionally be outstanding spirit herb masters. And Jinyu had heard of this person's reputation before, so he wasn't surprised. Everyone perked up their ears, waiting for the steward to announce the last 2 names, which were also the most likely candidates to win today's competition. However, the steward did not continue, but directly returned the name list to divine Dr. Zhang and left. What's going on? Why aren't you reporting? Only the top 2 are left. Why did you suddenly stop? Can't you announce it all at once? That's right. Although the 1st place is definitely young Masterin, the 2nd place. Everyone wants to know too. As everyone discussed, divine Dr. Zhang stood up from his seat. He personally walked to the front of the stage and raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Everyone must be wondering why I didn't announce today's 1st and 2nd place. In fact, I didn't want to keep him in suspense, but I'm still unable to determine who's better between these 2 for the time being. I need to invite the 2 outstanding spirit medicine masters of the same generation to answer in person before I can determine their rankings. Divine Dr. Zhang's words caused an uproar. No one could have guessed that divine Dr. Zhang would actually say such words. The 1st and 2nd place were equal? And Jinyu was of such high standards, and had even handed in his paper so long in advance, but he still couldn't be ranked 1st? There was still someone who could be on par with him? Such heavy news shocked everyone present. What's going on? Is there really someone whose medical skills can compare to young Master Ant's? How can it be fake if divine Dr. Zhang said it himself? Could it be that something unexpected will happen today? If young Master Ant doesn't win and divine Dr. Zhang's disciple is someone else, that would be interesting. I still feel that it's not normal. When did such a powerful young spirit medicine master appear in the God realm? How come I've never heard of him before? The ordinary audience was very surprised. The spirit medicine masters, gathered outside the examination hall, as professionals, naturally could not believe it. Moreover, they quickly thought of another problem. That was, the names of the famous alchemists among the younger generation of the God realm, other than a small number who did not participate in the competition, were all on the stone tablet in the middle of the square. Who else had not been mentioned? Would it be this candidate who was competing with Ingenue? Everyone racked their brains, but could not think of anything. There was no doubt that this second place was definitely among the group of spirit apothecaries at the door. However, no one seemed to be that kind of genius. Meanwhile, Ingenue's expression was already darker than the bottom of a pot. He had never expected that the first place, which he had thought was a certainty, would actually encounter such a strong challenge. However, how was this possible? Today's exam was so difficult. If he had not seen similar pill formulas before, he would probably not even be able to deduce half of the medicinal ingredients. How could others be as correct as him? What kind of talent was that? This kind of person, how could it exist? Ingenue's heart was in turmoil, especially when he heard the discussions of the surrounding spirit medicine masters. It made him even more agitated. On the stage, Divine Dr. Zhang sighed. I can see that everyone is very surprised. Indeed, even I am very surprised. Today's pill recipe is extremely difficult. I originally thought that if someone could answer half of it, it would already be very rare. Who would have thought that there would actually be someone who could get it all right, and it was two of them. The younger generation is really formidable. Next, I would like to invite these two talented young spirit medicine masters to the stage. I have a few questions that I would like to ask you. Ingenue. He paused for a moment before announcing the first name. Whitefin Clan Heaven Rank Spirit Herbologist, Ingenue. Hearing this name, no one was surprised. Everyone knew that Ingenue was definitely one of them. But who was the other one? When Ingenue heard his name, he didn't enter immediately. Instead, he hesitated and stayed where he was, wanting to see his competitor as soon as possible. As everyone held their breath and waited, Divine Dr. Zhang slowly announced the second name. Human Race's Earth-Grade Spirit Medicine Master, Lu Bian. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone's first reaction was that they had heard wrongly. Who was Lu Bian? Why had he never heard of this name before? Humans? And an Earth-Grade Spirit Medicine Master? This, wasn't it an existence that could be grabbed by a handful in the God realm? How could it come out of Divine Dr. Zhang's mouth, and she even scored on par with Ingenue? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Ingenue was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized something. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the figure in the corner. Lu Bian. Others might not know who this was, but to him, this name was too familiar. It was the human bastard who dared to covet his fiancée. However, Lu Bian's medical skills, how could she compare to him? What was wrong? Because Ingenue's gaze was too cold and his expression was too fierce, all the spirit medicine masters present sensed it. They turned their heads one after another and followed his gaze. Lu Bian was stared at by so many people, but his expression didn't change. He slowly closed the book in his hand and put it away in his interspatial ring. Then, he stood up and tidied the creases on his front lapel. Then, he took a step forward and slowly walked toward the square. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Ingenue. Ingenue watched as his figure brushed past him. He was stunned for a while, before he realized what had happened. His face instantly turned ashen. This damned guy actually dared to ignore him. It was clearly just half a month ago when Lu Bian was still in his palm, tortured by him till he wished he was dead. It was only until Lu Bian had walked a few hundred meters away that Ingenue suddenly regained his senses as he flung his sleeves forcefully, using a warning gaze to glare fiercely at the surrounding crowd before turning around and quickly chasing after them. The moment Ingenue left, the spirit medicine masters exploded on the spot. No one could have imagined that things would turn out like this. Did I hear wrongly just now? The spirit medicine master, who is on par with young master and is actually a human, and he's only an earth rank. You didn't hear wrongly. My God, this is the most bizarre thing I've heard this year. This isn't strange. Didn't you notice? The book that young Master Lu was reading was the mysterious sky record. What is it? Was it really the mysterious heavenly records? Did you see wrongly? Wasn't it said that the Tianxian record had long been lost, and even the Base race didn't keep it? How could he have it? Could it be that this young Master Lu is also the heir of some hidden power? Compared to these alchemists, the audience's reaction was even more direct. Countless gazes landed on Ingenue and Lu Bian. Many people didn't understand at the start, but at this moment, they had already recognized Lu Bian's identity and realized that he was the first spirit medicine master who handed in his paper. The scene instantly became chaotic. I originally thought that young Master Lu couldn't answer it, so he handed in the paper early. I didn't expect that he actually answered it. This is going to be a good show. This young Master Lu's answering speed was even faster than young Master An's. It seemed that he had a well-thought-out plan. He really did not reveal his true self. I wonder if his medical skills are better than young Master An's. Do you want to make a bet? Just as everyone was discussing, Lu Bian and Ingenue had already walked up to the stage and stood on both sides in front of Divine Dr. Zhang. Ingenue walked through the square with a straight face. There were so many spectators in the stands, and their voices were not concealed. How could he not hear them? Moreover, even if he couldn't hear it, he could guess it. He felt extremely depressed when he thought about how he could be compared to a low-class human. However, in front of Divine Dr. Zhang, he didn't dare to act rashly. As soon as he stood still, he took the initiative to bow to Divine Dr. Zhang. Junior Ingenue of the Whitefin clan greets Senior Zhang. Junior has admired you for a long time. It's truly an honor to be able to receive your personal guidance this time. Ingenue originally thought that Divine Dr. Zhang would definitely look at him differently when he heard his name. At least, for the sake of the Whitefin clan, they had to treat him with special courtesy. Who knew that after Divine Dr. Zhang heard it, he only smiled and nodded his head. Following that, he turned towards Lu Bian. Before Lu Bian bowed, Divine Dr. Zhang said, "You are Lu Bian? I've seen you before." When he heard this, Lu Bian's bowing action paused for a moment as he couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Senior Zhang, have we met before?" But Junior indeed has no impression of it. When Divine Dr. Zhang heard this, he didn't reply and only smiled. Lu Bian naturally wouldn't remember him. More than a year ago, he passed by the Heaven Fox continent and happened to hear that there was a plague in a nearby town. The local doctors were unwilling to treat it. Divine Dr. Zhang rushed over and heard that a young human spirit medicine master had already arrived and was helping the local people for free. Divine Dr. Zhang took a glance from afar and remembered this person. It was Lu Bian. But this kind of plague was very common in the god realm and wasn't difficult to treat. Not to mention an earth-grade spirit medicine master, even an apprentice who had not been registered before could be cured, so Divine Dr. Zhang didn't have any thoughts about Lu Bian's medical skills and just felt that this young man's temperament wasn't bad. She did not expect to see him again on such an occasion today. Moreover, Lu Bian even took out such an answer sheet. Divine Dr. Zhang sighed in his heart, but he did not show any expression on his face. He only gestured for the assistant beside him to bring over the two people's answers. "I've seen both of your answers, and they were all very good. I can't tell who's better at the moment, so now, in front of so many people, I'll ask the two of you to explain to everyone how you deduced the entire pill formula and why you think these herbs are needed. All of you, who's first?" After Divine Dr. Zhang finished speaking, his gaze shifted between the two of them. When Ingenue heard this question, he felt a little uneasy. This was because the reason why he could finish the paper so quickly was not because of his deduction, but because he had seen similar pill formulas in the past. But the moment Divine Dr. Zhang's words fell, and Zhengyu reacted in time and spoke before Lu Bian could, Divine Dr. Zhang, it's still, Junior will go first. I've long wanted to communicate with fellow cultivators. Today is a rare opportunity, how can Junior miss it? He was not a fool. Of course, the person who said it first would take advantage of it. Since his answer was the same as Lu Bian's, he would finish his words first, so Lu Bian had nothing else to say. After all, if she did as he said, she would be copying him. It was different from what he had said, it was even more impossible. It was the same pill formula to begin with, so the deduction process was naturally similar. How could he brag about it? And Zhengyu spoke first, thinking that Lu Bian would definitely protest. He had not expected that. Not only did Lu Bian not utter a single word, he didn't even spare him a glance. Only then did Zhengyu relax. At the same time, he secretly felt a little disdainful. This human really hadn't seen much of the world. He didn't even understand the stakes. There was nothing to be afraid of. Divine Dr. Zhang didn't seem to notice anything amiss. In that case, please speak first, young master. He gestured to his assistant, and Zhengyu's answer sheet was projected onto the stone tablet in the middle of the square through a secret technique for everyone to see. All right, then I'll embarrass myself first, said Zhengyu confidently. When I got this pill formula, there were a total of 12 herbs written on it. Most of these herbs are used to clear away heat and detoxify toxins. There are also a few herbs that are specially used to stimulate the relaxation of meridians. Therefore, I speculate that this pill formula should be used to refine a kind of medicinal pill that repairs damaged meridians. Hearing this, a commotion broke out in the audience. As everyone knew, meridian injuries were the most difficult to treat. If a cultivator was injured in battle, if it was only a superficial wound, it would recover very easily. Even if it was an internal injury, earth-grade medicinal pills could treat it. Only the injuries on his meridians were the most difficult to deal with. Medicinal pills that could heal meridians were very rare. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the higher the level of medicinal pills they needed. Therefore, the price of a heaven-grade meridian repairing medicinal pill was comparable to a lower-grade treasure armament. And now, Divine Dr. Zhang actually projected such a precious pill formula onto the stone tablet and announced it to everyone. This was no longer something that could be described as being rich and imposing. And Zhengyu continued to speak with confidence. After analyzing the effects of the pill formula, we can then consider which herbs to use. That would be much simpler. The most important thing to treat damaged meridians is to absorb heaven and earth Xianxia and use this energy to repair them. Therefore, the herbs I chose are all to promote the absorption and circulation of Xianxia. For example, this 9-spirit grass, its function is. And Zhengyu spoke nonstop for half an hour. Because his aim was to make Lu Bian speechless, so he held his breath and told him all the details that he could think of. Even some common knowledge of alchemy that had nothing to do with this pill formula was mixed in. The laymen in the stands were stunned by his erudition. However, those who knew the industry were speechless. Huang Yueli couldn't help but complain to her husband beside her, I didn't even notice it the last time. This Zhengyu is actually a chatterbox. Now, I should really be glad that he was merciful with his words back then. If he hadn't wanted to lie to me back then and had directly used this nonsense attack, I'm afraid that I would have already admitted defeat and surrendered. Li Moying smiled as he said slowly, I don't believe that you can't see through his motive. Aren't you worried about your senior brother at all? Huang Yueli scoffed, surnamed and only knows how to take shortcuts, what use is that? Didn't you see my senior brother's expression? I think that and fellow is going to be in big trouble. As she spoke, she lifted her chin towards Lu Bian's direction. In the middle of the plaza, Lu Bian was standing tall and slender. Although he was wearing an extremely ordinary green robe, but that handsome face and otherworldly temperament made him look exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Just now, Huang Yueli had heard several young ladies praising him for being so handsome. And at this moment, Lu Bian raised his head and looked seriously at the prescription Zhenyu had completed on the stone tablet, deep in thought. Zhenyu spoke until his saliva was dry before he stopped and looked at Lu Bian beside him smugly. Initially, he thought that Lu Bian would definitely be in despair after hearing him out. Who knew that Lu Bian was standing calmly on the spot, not even his eyebrows moving. That elegant and calm demeanor was like a noble young master who had walked out of a painting, which made his hoarse appearance look especially vulgar. Zhenyu choked for a moment, and the jealousy and hatred in his heart increased. He secretly gritted his teeth before cupping his hands at Divine Dr. Zhang. Senior Zhang, this is my shallow understanding of spirit medicine techniques. Please give me some pointers. Divine Dr. Zhang glanced at him. He didn't dislike him for being long-winded, but he didn't praise him as Zhenyu had expected either. Divine Dr. Zhang only nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He racked his brains for a speech, but only received a 3-word evaluation. Zhenyu felt a little aggrieved, but he couldn't flare up in front of Divine Dr. Zhang, so he could only retreat gloomily. But very quickly, he turned his gaze onto Lu Bian. Now the only thing that made him happy was that after his earlier actions, whatever Lu Bian said seemed to be copying him. This time, he wanted to see what Lu Bian could say. Just as Zhenyu was feeling smug, Divine Dr. Zhang suddenly opened his mouth and asked Lu Bian, "Young Master Lu, did you hear young Master N's explanation?" Only then did Lu Bian nod his head as he spoke indifferently. Yes, Junior has heard it. Young Master N is indeed knowledgeable about spirit medicine techniques. However, the prescription you deduced is completely different from his. Why did you use herbs with the opposite medicinal properties? The moment Divine Dr. Zhang said this, the scene instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Bian in shock. Zhenyu's first reaction was that he had heard wrongly. The prescription that Lu Bian deduced was actually the same as his, different? How was this possible? Previously Divine Dr. Zhang had clearly said that it was hard to tell who was better between the two of them, so his answer sheet was definitely correct. So if Lu Bian wanted to obtain a similar score as him, he would definitely have to answer the same question as him. How could they, completely different? However, since these words came out of Divine Dr. Zhang's mouth, he had no choice but to believe them. What was going on? Just as his head was filled with confusion, Divine Dr. Zhang had already gotten someone to project Lu Bian's answer sheet onto the stone tablet. The two answers were displayed side by side, one on the left and one on the right. Anyone could see it at a glance. With just a slight comparison, it could be seen that the medicinal herbs that the two had chosen were mostly different. Moreover, those who knew medicine could also see that the medicinal herbs that they had chosen were mostly mutually exclusive. Everyone looked at each other. Who would have thought that the two answers that Divine Dr. Zhang specially picked out actually, the difference was so huge? Young Master Lu, what do you think? Why don't you explain a little? Asked Divine Dr. Zhang. Lu Bian nodded his head, and under everyone's gaze, he said in a neither slow nor fast manner, "After I obtained this incomplete pill formula, my first judgment was the same as young Lorden. This is indeed a pill formula used to repair meridians. However, from the analysis of the existing medicinal herbs, I believe that this kind of pill does not help to absorb heaven and earth Xianxia to repair the meridians. On the contrary, it is used to stimulate the potential of the cultivator's body." Upon hearing this, Zhenyu couldn't help but blurt out, "Impossible. To repair one's meridians, one must absorb Xianxia from heaven and earth. This is common knowledge among spirit apothecaries. What's stimulating a cultivator's potential and taking the initiative to repair? It was simply a joke. It was not that no one had tried this method before, but the cultivators who ate this kind of medicinal pill all died suddenly in the end. You actually said such ridiculous words. You're simply treating human lives like grass. And Jianyu interrupted Lu Bian's words and sneered coldly as he refuted his statement. No wonder I felt that your pill formula was so strange. It turns out that you actually embarked on such an unorthodox path. Hearing Lu Bian's explanation earlier, and Jianyu instantly reacted, and immediately after, he felt a wave of pleasant surprise surge up in his heart. Lu Bian, this fellow, was simply stupid to the extreme. In order to stand out and perform in front of divine Dr. Zhang, he was spouting nonsense like this. Unfortunately, the human race was indeed inexperienced. They did not even know such common sense. Under the gaze of so many spectators, they made such a serious mistake. Lu Bian frowned slightly as he said in a deep voice, there is indeed such a saying in the current god realm. But this kind of treatment method itself is not wrong. It would lead to a practitioner's sudden death. It's just because the medicinal ingredients ratio was not suitable. Some medicinal herbs naturally contain poison and need to be suppressed through a suitable ratio. Young Master Lu, I advise you not to quibble. It's fine if you're lying to laymen with these words, but there are so many spirit apothecaries here today. Do you think everyone doesn't know this common sense? And Jianyu deliberately shook his head exaggeratedly with a regretful look on his face. You'd better not continue. Otherwise, you'll make more jokes. This is in front of Senior Zhang. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards divine Dr. Zhang, thinking that divine Dr. Zhang would confirm his words. Who knew that the expression on divine Dr. Zhang's face actually didn't change from the beginning to the end? When the two of them were done arguing, he nodded his head towards Lu Bian, continue, finish your train of thought. And Jianyu choked and his face darkened. But thinking about it, divine Dr. Zhang must have done this for the sake of fairness, so he endured it. Anyway, Lu Bian was going to make a fool of himself, so he would just wait for a while. No one interrupted him as Lu Bian swiftly explained his train of thought. This method of stimulating the potential of a cultivator's body is something that I've been pondering over on my own. I wasn't very confident in the first place. However, after seeing the incomplete pill formula that Senior sent me today, I was certain that my thoughts were correct. Divine Dr. Zhang's eyes lit up. So, you really saw through it? What did he see? And Jianyu suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this conversation. He frowned and couldn't help but look up at the two prescriptions on the stone tablet. However, he still couldn't see what the problem was. Lu Bian replied, yes, on this incomplete pill formula, there are indeed quite a few medicinal herbs that are used to clear away heat and detoxify, but among them, the red butterfly flower and blue cloud ear contain dryness poison. If this pill is really used to absorb the profound qi from the outside world, then these two medicinal herbs are undoubtedly superfluous. Not only are they unable to increase the medicinal effects, but it would even cause the patient to have the risk of being poisoned. This is really illogical. Upon hearing this, and Jianyu's mind suddenly buzzed. He instantly recalled that when he saw the test questions, he had indeed felt that there was something wrong with these two medicinal herbs. This was because these two medicinal herbs were not on the pill formulas he had seen in the ancient records of the Whitefin clan. However, other than the red butterfly flower and the blue cloud ear, everything else matched. And Jianyu quickly ignored this difference and attributed it to the different medicinal habits of the ancient people. He calmly copied the prescription he had seen before and only added a few herbs to suppress the poison of the red butterfly flower. At that time, he felt that he had handled it perfectly. But now when he heard Lu Bian's explanation, he suddenly realized that from another angle, it made more sense. Could it be that this human brat's train of thought It was actually correct? No, this was impossible, absolutely impossible. Not to mention whether stimulating a practitioner's potential was effective or not, just based on Lu Bian's background and experience, how could he possibly have such knowledge? However, reality went against his expectations. After Divine Dr. Zhang heard Lu Bian's explanation, he finally couldn't hold back as his face revealed a smile of approval as he nodded his head repeatedly. Not bad at all. I thought that the current spirit medicine masters in the God realm were all conservative and did not have their own ideas. I'm afraid that I would not be able to find anyone who could see the uniqueness of this pill formula. I didn't expect this. Even though Divine Dr. Zhang had specially taken out this pill formula with the intention of selecting talents, he didn't hold much hope. Who would have thought that not only did Lu Bian see through the peculiarity of this pill formula, he even went one step further and restored the entire pill formula. What a pleasant surprise. Even if Divine Dr. Zhang had always been calm and prudent, he was unable to conceal his admiration towards Lu Bian. The spectators on the viewing platform, although most of them didn't know anything about medicine and they were all confused by Lu Bian and Ingenue's debate earlier, but since Divine Dr. Zhang had already said so, what else did everyone not understand? Looks like Lu Bian was right. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Everyone's face was filled with surprise, and they could not help but discuss with the people around them. Did I hear wrongly? It turned out that the human spirit medicine master was right, but Ingenue was wrong. Doesn't that mean that young Master Lu's medical skills are better than Ingenue's? When did the God realm actually have such a formidable young spirit medicine master? I actually didn't know about it at all. Divine Dr. Zhang rarely praises people. Now, he actually gave such a high evaluation. Could it be that he plans to take Lu Bian as his disciple? What is it? The victor was decided just like that? Then should we compete in the pill refinement competition in the afternoon? I came here to watch the pill refinement. Upon hearing these discussions, Ingenue's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists so tightly that his teeth were about to shatter. He really didn't expect that he would actually capsize in an easy task and actually lost to a trash like Lu Bian without checking. This was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. However, what made him even more fearful was that looking at Divine Dr. Zhang's attitude towards that Lu brat, if Divine Dr. Zhang really decided to cancel the afternoon's competition and directly take Lu Bian as his disciple, that was a small matter. How was he going to explain it to his family when he went back? Fortunately, Divine Dr. Zhang did not seem to have such plans. After he gave Lu Bian some encouragement, he waved his hand to dismiss the two of them and at the same time exhorted them to perform well in the afternoon's competition. Upon hearing this, Ingenue finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was at a disadvantage in the morning's competition, the alchemy in the afternoon was the event that he had the most advantage in. There were many coincidental factors in the theory examination, and for example, Lu Bian, who had coincidentally researched this kind of pill formula, he would be able to answer very well. However, it was different in practice. After all, it was easy to talk about it on paper, but when it came to refining pills, the difference between an spirit medicine master with the support of a family clan and an independent ordinary spirit medicine master was too big. If one wanted to learn to refine any kind of medicinal pill, a large number of failures were unavoidable. Moreover, the higher the grade of the medicinal pill refined, the higher the probability of failure. Ordinary spirit medicine masters did not have the support of a large faction. How could they possibly afford such a large amount of consumption? If he couldn't bear to spend money and resources, and couldn't even train his basic skills well, how could he talk about high-level alchemy skills? Even if Lu Bian was really gifted, self-taught and had shocking comprehension in pill refinement, then he wouldn't be able to compare to her. After all, Liu Bian lacked ingenue, and when he thought of the high-grade treasured pill refinement furnace that he obtained from Huang Yueli previously, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. This grade of pill refining furnace, even their White Fin clan's elder, didn't have it. With such a treasure in his hands, his pill refining would naturally be twice as effective as before, so what would a pauper like Liu Bian have to compete with him? At the thought of this, Ingenue's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, recovered. Before he left the plaza, he specially walked to Liu Bian's side and gave a cold snort as he lowered his voice. "Liu, I advise you not to be complacent too early. It's merely deducing a pill formula. Only by refining the pill would you be able to display your true ability. In the afternoon, I'll let you see the difference between us." Liu Bian's expression was calm as he curled his lips. "What a coincidence, I thought so too." With that, he left without looking back. Ingenue was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Damn you! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Just you wait. When the competition is over." He told himself that now was not the time to act up. After he obtained Divine Dr. Zhang's inheritance, it wouldn't be too late to deal with this human. Because Ingenue and Liu Bian's debate took up quite a bit of time, so the lunch break was shortened. The spirit medicine masters only had time to eat their lunch before they had no choice but to rush back to the square. However, compared to the densely packed scene in the square in the morning, there were only 100 spirit apothecaries left standing in the huge square now. It seemed much more spacious. Huang Yueli was already a little tired as she leaned on Li Moying's shoulder, one hand hooked onto her husband's arm, the other hand grabbing a handful of melon seeds as she munched on them. The competition in the afternoon is about to begin. I wonder how Anjin will react later. To be honest, I didn't expect senior brother to be so talented in spirit medicine. He actually beat Ingenue in the theory examination. She had thought that Liu Bian had to rely on the afternoon's competition to win. Li Moying didn't seem surprised. Liu Bian's innate talent in medical skills is already extraordinary, otherwise. Back in the lower realm, I'm afraid I've already died hundreds of times. Back then, he and Huang Yueli didn't know about the method to break the soul-splitting technique and had to rely on Liu Bian's medical skills to extend their lives, so they didn't feel that it was anything out of the ordinary. It was only when they arrived at the God Realm and saw the Saint Iniquitous Shadow couple that the two of them realized how powerful Liu Bian's move was. Even the Saint Iniquitous Shadow didn't believe that a lower realm doctor who hadn't even reached the profound meaning realm was able to control Li Moying's illness. Huang Yueli was startled and immediately said thoughtfully, "That's true, fortunately, we have Divine Dr. Zhang. Otherwise, wouldn't we be delaying my senior brother?" Liu Bian didn't like to be restrained, so after arriving in the God Realm, he didn't seek refuge with any powerhouses. It was also his good luck to have a junior sister like Huang Yueli who could provide him with many ancient books and herbs, so he didn't have much to worry about. It was just that he ascended from the lower realm after all. If there was no one to guide him, and he had to rely on himself to explore the God Realm's spirit medicine techniques, it would more or less delay his advancement. The two of them were talking softly when Divine Dr. Zhang's assistant suddenly went up on stage and announced that the afternoon pill refinement competition was about to begin. Huang Yueli heard the voice and looked towards the plaza as she burst out laughing. The seats for the second round are actually arranged according to the rankings in the morning. This is too much of a coincidence. I hope Ingenue won't die of anger later. On the square, the 100 spirit apothecaries were already in their positions. Everyone took out their own alchemy furnace and began to make the final preparations. Ingenue was led to the second seat in the first row, and beside him was Liu Bian. Thinking that the first place was actually occupied by the person he looked down on the most, he felt uncomfortable all over. He took a deep breath and calmed down. When he entered the examination hall just now, he had already looked around. Just as he had expected, although the spirit medicine masters present were already the cream of the crop among the younger generation, the pill furnaces they took out were basically only high-grade spirit weapons. Only the Sacred Phoenix race's spirit medicine master, who was ranked third, had a middle-grade treasured artifact-level pill refining furnace. When he took it out just now, it even caused a wave of exclamations from all around. However, they were all things that he had used up. And Jinyu sneered to himself. With a thought, he took out his alchemy furnace from his interspatial ring. This furnace was exactly the one that Huang Yueli used to redeem Lu Bian. After Jinyu learned the unsealing hand seal, he tried it once and was convinced. Later on, in order to increase the firepower of the alchemy furnace, he even specially found someone to repolish the furnace and deepen the array patterns on the outside. After being processed, the old marks on the alchemy furnace had completely disappeared, and it became as bright as new. At this moment, the moment his alchemy furnace appeared in the square, it attracted everyone's attention. Even those laymen who were watching the show could see that this alchemy furnace was different from the others from its appearance, and they all praised it. The Whitefin clan is indeed rich and overbearing. Young Master An's pill furnace is obviously not an ordinary one. It must be at least a middle-grade artifact, right? What mid-grade artifact? In my opinion, this must be a high-grade artifact. What is it? Upper-grade artifact? This was impossible. I heard that there are only a few pill furnaces of this level in the entire God realm. You can't buy them even if you have money. Of course, ordinary people can't buy it, but who's Jinyu? His status was obvious. Did he really think that just because he was careless and lost to the human race in the morning, he could not compare to the human race? He was the young master of a true spiritual medicine family. This foundation, how can there be a second person in the God realm who can compare to him? When Jinyu heard these praises, his entire body felt at ease. This was how others should react when they saw him. What Lu Bian, what genius spirit medicine master, they were nothing more than clowns, with better luck. Jinyu turned his head smugly and looked at Lu Bian, wanting to see what kind of envious expression he would reveal. But who knew that Lu Bian's expression was still indifferent as he glanced at him. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Jinyu looked at Lu Bian's actions and knew that he was going to take out the pill furnace as he couldn't help but laugh coldly, already thinking of how he was going to tease the other party. However, before he could speak, he saw a golden light flash in front of him. Jinyu's eyes were almost dazzled. After a while, his eyes returned to normal and he saw the scene in front of him clearly. Not far in front of Lu Bian, there was indeed an alchemy furnace that was as tall as two people. However, it was completely different from the scrap metal he had imagined at the beginning. From top to bottom, this alchemy furnace emitted a subtle and restrained faint golden light. Every edge was polished extremely carefully. Under the faint light, one could vaguely see the array patterns engraved on the furnace. They were extremely complicated, but they faintly contained a powerful energy. Jinyu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only look at the pill furnace with his mouth agape. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming. From the start of the theory examination today, he felt like he was dreaming. However, the exclamations from the audience shattered his fantasy. What did young Master Lu take out? That's true. Pill furnace? This? What kind of treasure was this? Why is it completely different from the others? My God, what grade is this? Compared to young Master Lu's pill furnace, young Master An's pill furnace looks like a child's toy. It's really not on the same level. Don't scare me. Young Master An's alchemy furnace is a high-grade artifact. If young Master Lu's is of a higher grade than his, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't that mean, this is impossible? The onlookers were in an uproar as they began to guess. Even though the two pill furnaces were placed together and the difference was so huge that it was obvious to everyone, but no one dared to believe that Lu Bian really had a magical equipment grade pill furnace in his hands. It was said that only the legendary three great divine doctors in the god realm had a magic tool-level alchemy furnace. Lu Bian was only an earth-grade spirit medicine master, so how could he possibly obtain such a peerless treasure? At this moment, Divine Dr. Zhang also saw the situation here. His line of sight landed in front of Lu Bian, and he was slightly startled as he quickly walked down from the high platform. The first thing he said was, "Young Master Lu, your alchemy furnace, is it the one left behind by the legendary ancient spirit herb, Fanjia?" When Lu Bian heard that, he nodded his head slightly. "That's indeed the case. Senior Zhang, you're really knowledgeable, and this junior admires you." Divine Dr. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. "Can you let me watch?" Lu Bian nodded his head. Divine Dr. Zhang immediately walked over. The ordinary audience members were still a little confused by their conversation, but Ingenu's heart was in turmoil. He was so shocked that his entire body stiffened. Fanjia's name was more or less heard by all spirit apothecaries. He was one of the most outstanding divine doctors in ancient times, and his reputation had been passed down to this day. Many of the heaven-grade pill recipes used in the god realm today were left behind by Fanjia. Needless to say, the alchemy furnace used by such a divine doctor was definitely a magic tool. Just by looking at Divine Dr. Zhang's reaction, one could confirm this point. However, wasn't this too ridiculous? How could Lu Bian possibly have a magic tool-level pill refining furnace? With his ability and wealth, it was impossible no matter how one thought about it. Just as he was stunned, Divine Dr. Zhang had already walked over and carefully examined this pill furnace. As Divine Dr. Zhang watched, he couldn't help but sigh. It was too perfect. It was said that Senior Fanjia's alchemy furnace was made of a special material and could fuse 7 types of deviant flames at the same time. However, ordinary high-grade artifacts would explode when fused with 3 types. Was this true? Look at this material. It's indeed extraordinary. Even though Divine Dr. Zhang wasn't a spiritual artifact master, the material of this alchemy furnace was extraordinary. Lu Bian lowered his head slightly as he said with some shame, "Junior is not talented and doesn't have the ability to control 7 types of deviant flames at the same time, so I haven't tested it out. However, this junior has tried 5 types of heavenly flames before, and this pill furnace is indeed very good at containing them." "You're already able to fuse 5 types of deviant flames?" Divine Dr. Zhang asked in surprise. "How old are you?" Earlier, he had only recalled the contents recorded in the ancient records and casually asked, so he didn't expect Lu Bian to answer him. He had never expected that Lu Bian would give such a reply. This really surprised him. Divine Dr. Zhang smiled. "That's right. If this is true, I'll really look at you in a new light. Since you're so capable, let me see it later." Lu Bian cupped his hands. "Junior, will naturally do my best." Divine Dr. Zhang nodded and walked around the pill furnace once more, his mouth still sighing. "If I'm not wrong, this pill furnace of yours should have been refined and repaired later, right? The array patterns on the surface must have been redrawn. Otherwise, it would not be so clear and so powerful." Lu Bian said with a smile, "Senior really has a good eye." This pill furnace had been circulating for hundreds of thousands of years and was covered in dust. It was used carelessly by others and was almost damaged. He thought that the spirit weapon master I know had discerning eyes and got it to refine again before giving it to me. Divine Dr. Zhang was still very calm just now, but when he heard this, he suddenly became a little agitated. "Is what you said true? In the current god realm, was there really a spiritual blacksmith who could reforge an alchemy furnace of the level of a magic tool? How was this possible? Which expert is it? Can you introduce me to him?" Divine Dr. Zhang had obtained an ancient inheritance and had a few magical equipment-grade pill refining furnaces, so although he admired Lu Bian's pill refining furnace, he wasn't too envious. However, these primordial divine artifacts had been damaged to varying degrees due to their age. The alchemy furnace that he used had some problems over the years, but unfortunately, he could not find a spiritual artifact master who could repair it. He did not expect to see hope in this disciple selection competition today. Lu Bian thought for a moment and replied, "There's naturally no problem with the recommendation. But whether or not it can be repaired successfully, it still depends on the luck." "I naturally understand. It's already an honor to be able to get to know the spiritual blacksmith." Divine Dr. Zhang nodded. The conversation between the two of them had long caused waves of gasps in the crowd. However, none of them combined could compare to the shock Zhenyu received. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. He had clearly investigated so clearly, and it wasn't a lie, that Lu Bian was indeed a human who ascended a year ago, and he didn't join any powers. If not, when he detained and tortured Lu Bian back then, it wouldn't have been so smooth. However, why did this kid seem to have changed into a different person after only half a month? Divine Dr. Zhang turned around and left after getting a satisfactory answer. After he walked further away, Lu Bian suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhenyu as a smile appeared on his face. "Young Lorden, speaking of which, I should thank you for being able to obtain this pill furnace." "Thank you? What do you mean? Why are you thanking me?" Zhenyu frowned in confusion. Lu Bian didn't say anything, but he stretched out his finger and lightly rubbed the lid of the pill refining furnace. Zhenyu subconsciously followed his movements and looked over. In the next moment, he froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. A complicated emblem was clearly carved on the lid of the furnace that was glowing with a faint golden light. Zhenyu was no stranger to this emblem. Generally speaking, after a spirit artifact master refined an alchemy furnace, they would leave an emblem on the furnace lid as the mark of their work. The more famous a spiritual artifact master was, the more so. And the emblem on Lu Bian's alchemy furnace, Zhenyu was too familiar with it. Wasn't that the same as the emblem on the alchemy furnace that he threw away when the chamber exploded more than half a month ago? Could it be that these two pill furnaces were forged by the same spiritual weapon master? No, that wasn't right. Zhenyu took a glance at Lu Bian and the fearless smile on his face showed that the matter wasn't that simple. Could it be? Zhenyu suddenly had an unbelievable guess. Could it be that this was the alchemy furnace that he had thrown away? This? How was this possible? No, it was absolutely impossible. Lu Bian said slowly, "Young Lord N is indeed worthy of being the heir of a top power. He is really generous. Even the trash that he threw away hid such a treasure. It's all thanks to you that I've been looking for a chance to thank you properly." Lu Bian's words, when spoken at the right time, was no different from a sharp knife, accurately stabbing into Zhenyu's heart. Zhenyu's most terrifying guess had actually come true. He couldn't hold it in anymore as he turned his head abruptly and glared at Lu Bian. "Stop making things up here. Do you think I'm someone easy to deceive? If this was really a magic tool, how could I not see it? Don't think I don't know that you're trying to distract me." Lu Bian smiled indifferently. "Young Master, I'm thanking you out of goodwill, so how could you think of me like this? Besides, even if I want to deceive you, I have to have the ability to do so. This emblem has a great background, but it's the imprint of the sacred phoenix race's top spiritual artifact master, His Highness King Xiang, from ancient times. Where can I find someone to forge it?" The emblem of a spirit weapon master would carry a wisp of the person's consciousness, so unless one encountered a cultivator whose cultivation was much higher than one's own and whose spirit weapon technique was also much higher, one could only forge it. And with Prince Xiang's strength, even Huang Yueli didn't have the ability to fake it. Zhenyu had naturally heard of King Xiang's name. Initially, when this pill furnace was in his hands, because it was too old, its exterior was covered with a thick layer of black ash and the emblem was blurry. Now that it had been modified by Huang Yueli, this emblem was clearly visible and shining brightly, making him instantly recall the emblem he had seen in the ancient records. This was indeed the work of His Highness Prince Xiang. Moreover, it was once in his hands, but he had casually given it to someone else, without realizing it. That's right, that little lass who claimed to be junior sister Lu Bian. She must have recognized the origin of this alchemy furnace. Back then, Zhenyu was so proud of himself that he felt that he had gained a huge advantage by getting this upper-grade treasured weapon from Huang Yueli. Even after Huang Yueli threatened him and gave Lu Bian the antidote, he still felt that he had made a huge profit. A mere human spirit medicine master who was not tiny existence that he could control with one finger. In exchange for a priceless alchemy furnace, everyone knew how to do this business. But now that he thought about it, that little girl had clearly set him up. Realizing this, Zhenyu's blood boiled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He used up all his self-control and barely managed to hold it in as he swallowed the blood that had reached his mouth back, but the finger that was pointing at Lu Bian was trembling uncontrollably. You guys. This was simply a blow to the head. He had thought that he was extremely smart and had taken advantage of her. He did not expect that the truth was that he had been played by a little girl. All of you, don't think that you can escape unscathed after scheming against me. I won't let you off. Lu Bian shrugged his shoulders, totally not taking his words seriously. He and Zhenyu had long been in a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. It was not a big deal to have another grudge. As for his junior sister and brother-in-law, for Zhenyu to dare to provoke those two evildoers, he could only say that he was tired of living. He really couldn't take it anymore and insisted on sending himself to death. Zhenyu still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Divine Dr. Zhang had already walked up to the stage and announced to everyone that the afternoon pill refinement competition had officially begun. Zhenyu could only endure it. No matter how angry he was, he still remembered that the most important thing today was to win this competition. Although it seemed like his advantage in pill refining furnace had completely vanished and had even turned into a disadvantage, but one thing was certain, his pill refining standard was definitely much higher than Lu Bian's. Putting everything else aside, it could be seen just from the level of the two people's spirit medicine techniques. He was heaven grade while Lu Bian was only earth grade. The difference between the two was definitely not something that could be made up by just relying on an alchemy furnace. No matter how good the alchemy furnace was, it still depended on who was using it. And spirit medicine master, whose strength was not strong enough, could not unleash the effects of the alchemy furnace at all. So as long as he performed well, the probability of defeating Lu Bian was still very high. Zhenyu thought about it and calmed down a little. However, after Divine Dr. Zhang announced the exam questions for the afternoon, his mentality almost collapsed again. Because what Divine Dr. Zhang took out was actually the ancient pill formula that he had passed the theory examination in the morning. I'm sure everyone can see that this pill formula is the one that everyone thought about this morning. Now, I'll announce the pill formula that I've deduced. Your mission in the afternoon is to refine this pill according to the pill formula. At that time I will give you a score according to the number of pills you have formed and the medicinal effects. The scores in the afternoon will be added to the theory examination scores. Other than the person with the highest total score who will become my personal disciple, the top 10 young people, if they are willing to learn from me, can also come to my medicine hut to be an apprentice for 3 years. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the spirit medicine masters present lit up, and they instantly became excited. Initially, everyone knew that today's first place was either Zhenyu or Lu Bian, so the ordinary people definitely had no chance. But now that they heard that the top 10 could become apprentices, everyone's fighting spirit was reignited. After all, other than the first and second place, the remaining 98 people's scores were actually about the same. the difference was not big. After Divine Dr. Zhang finished speaking, he got the assistant to project the pill formula onto the stone pillar in the center. And Zhenyu looked up, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He clenched his fists tightly. Because this pill formula was actually 90% identical to Lu Baiyan's answer sheet in the morning. Not only were most of the medicinal ingredients the same, even the fire control and hand seals during the refinement were almost the same. This was a slap in the face. Since this pill formula was announced by Divine Dr. Zhang, it meant that not only was it correct, but Divine Dr. Zhang had also successfully refined it before. Perhaps many of the experts present had eaten it before. So even though Divine Dr. Zhang gave him a score which was only 1 point lower than Lu Baiyan's, but the moment this prescription was out, who couldn't tell that Lu Baiyan's answer was the correct one, and what a joke. This was even more embarrassing than directly announcing the correct answer. And Zhenyu felt extremely depressed. He could only repeatedly hypnotize himself to focus on the overall situation and force himself to focus all his attention on pill refinement. With Divine Dr. Zhang's start, all the spirit medicine masters were jolted. However, most of them did not act immediately. It wasn't that they didn't want to waste time, but, with their eyesight, it was not an easy task for them to understand the complete pill formula, understand and master every step of the operation. Even if they were all heaven-grade spirit medicine masters, as long as they had a success rate of more than 30% when refining heaven-grade medicinal pills, they could obtain this title. Even refining a familiar pill formula only had a 30% chance of success, let alone now that he was facing a brand new pill formula. Even though the invigilators had given everyone 3 sets of medicinal herbs, which was equivalent to 3 chances to try, no one could guarantee that they would succeed even once. Many spirit medicine masters raised their heads to look at the pill formula. Their brows were twisted so tightly that they were about to knot. They stood on the spot without moving. Only Lu Baiyan and Zhenyu started to operate at the first possible moment. Both of them knew what kind of strong opponents they were facing, so they were not willing to waste any time and used their fastest speed. Arrange the medicinal ingredients, clean the pill furnace, light the fire, warm it up, refine it. And Zhenyu and Lu Baiyan's techniques were extremely skilled, and furthermore, the two of them were handsome young men, so when they executed this set of moves like flowing water, it attracted the attention of the audience. From time to time, the audience would hear the exclamations of young girls. There were even people cheering for the two of them. Hearing these sounds, the two of them increased their speed. When they changed their hand seals, they could no longer be seen with the naked eye, leaving afterimages in the air. And Zhenyu had used his full strength this time and originally wanted to gain the upper hand by using an incomparably pure technique to stun Lu Baiyan so as to strike a blow to Lu Baiyan's confidence. But who knew that no matter how much he sped up, even to the point of exerting all his strength, Lu Baiyan actually caught up to him. Furthermore, because of the pill refining furnace's advantage, after the medicinal ingredients entered the refining step, Lu Baiyan's speed had obviously surpassed him. And Zhenyu's mood was getting more and more anxious, and in order to catch up to Lu Baiyan's progress, he could only increase his hand speed. However, the more impatient he was and the more he wanted to catch up as soon as possible, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. In fact, many of his actions which were originally extremely easy for him had deviated, and he even made a wrong hand seal, almost causing his chest to explode on the spot. Although he managed to salvage it in time, but the gap between his progress and Lu Baiyan's was getting further and further apart. And Zhenyu was extremely anxious, and at this moment he could no longer maintain the calm demeanor of a noble young master. His face was flushed red and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. As he gritted his teeth and increased his hand speed, he prayed in his heart, hoping that Lu Baiyan would make a mistake in his haste and make a mistake. Unfortunately, his prayers were useless. Lu Baiyan was calm and composed from the beginning to the end, and although his movements were swift, they were orderly. An hour later, his pill furnace began to emit green smoke. It was a sign that the pill in the furnace was about to take shape. Everyone present had realized this point as their gazes were all gathered on Lu Bian. Even divine Dr. Zhang couldn't help but stand up from his seat. However, Lu Bian's attention was fully concentrated at this moment, and he was totally unable to detect the changes in his surroundings as all his divine senses were focused on the pill-concocting furnace. Every slight rise and fall of the temperature in the furnace, every condensation and transformation of the medicinal herbs, and every minute change were displayed in his soul consciousness. This unique pill refining technique was inspired by Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli had once used this method to improve the spirit weapon technique of the God realm, causing the spirit weapons that she refined to be much stronger than other spirit weapons of the same grade. Under her suggestion, Lu Bian had been thinking about how to make use of his powerful divine sense to control the process of the pill forming. This method sounded easy, but it was very difficult to operate. It required the spirit herb master to have a strong spiritual sense and must not be disturbed by any external interference. To use it in a public place like the square, it required even more astonishing concentration. If he was distracted even a little, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Lu Bian's forehead was dripping with sweat, and because he was too focused, his body started to tremble. Everyone present was sweating for him. Xian Qingqing, who was sitting in the front row, was especially shocked. She was so stiff that she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, Lu Bian's right hand lifted up and struck out the final hand seal. With a loud bang, the strange fire at the bottom of the furnace suddenly rose and enveloped the entire pill furnace, emitting a blazing light. The blinding light quickly dissipated, and the flames were extinguished. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Bian took a few steps forward and opened the lid of the pill furnace. "How is it? Let me take a look." Lu Bian had just taken a glance when he heard divine Dr. Zhang's voice from behind. This God realm's top-notch divine doctor finally couldn't hold himself back and came over personally, wanting to see the finished product that Lu Bian had refined. Lu Bian took a few steps back and gave his seat to him. Divine Dr. Zhang looked into the furnace and immediately drew in a breath of cold air. You actually, he had really refined the medicinal pill in such a short period of time. Moreover, it's in such perfect condition. Divine Dr. Zhang said as he put on his silver gloves and carefully took out 8 pills from the pill furnace. These 8 pills were round and light purple in color. However, they were wrapped in a layer of faint golden pill marks. Anyone who knew a little about spirit pharmacists knew that the grade and efficacy of a medicinal pill could be judged from its appearance. Only high-quality medicinal pills could have pill marks. As for the golden pill marks, it meant that the medicinal effect of this medicinal pill was more than twice that of ordinary medicinal pills. Generally speaking, only a high-level alchemist refining a low-level pill could cause such a situation. But Lu Bian was only an earth-grade spirit medicine master, and what he refined today was a heaven-grade pill formula. Logically speaking, it was already a miracle that he could refine this medicinal pill, let alone refine pill marks. In addition, he had completed the refinement in such a short period of time and even formed 8 pills in one go. Not to mention the ordinary audience, even divine Dr. Zhang himself found it unbelievable. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was such a medical genius at the divine level. Although Lu Bian was able to raise the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills to such a degree, a part of the reason was because he had borrowed the help of a magic tool-grade pill refining furnace. But even so, he was able to complete the refinement of the heaven-grade medicinal pill in just an hour, which was already shocking enough. Even divine Dr. Zhang, when he was at Lu Bian's age, was far from being as outstanding as him. Originally, Lu Bian's performance was outstanding enough, and now with divine Dr. Zhang's personal praise, even if there was still over 4 hours before the competition ended, but the final result was already without any suspense. The live audience finally recovered from their initial shock and became excited. Heavens, this human spirit medicine master He actually really refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill, even faster than young Lorden. How is that possible? This must be a genius secretly nurtured by some large faction, right? Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that a human without any power can have such strength. This is really. I really didn't come here in vain today. Did everyone see the lines on the pill? With such perfect pill marks, the medicinal effects of this medicinal pill must be extremely shocking. I heard that this pill is specially used to repair the damaged meridians of heart-profound realm cultivators. I remember that my senior brother was injured some time ago. I wonder if I can buy a few pills back. This was evaluated by Divine Dr. Zhang. I wonder if there is any way to get to know this young Master Lu. His talent is so outstanding, and now he wants to become a disciple of Divine Dr. Zhang. His future is definitely boundless. Now that he has become famous in one battle, it's probably too late for you to go up again, right? The ordinary audience was still discussing animatedly, let alone the Black Tortoise clan. Thanks to Xianxia and Elder Qingguang, the news of Xian Qingling eloping with a human spirit medicine master before she married the young master of the Whitefin clan had spread throughout the Black Tortoise clan. There were many people who despised Xian Qingling, but there were even more who were watching the show. Of course, there were also those who felt that Xian Qingling shouldn't have sacrificed herself for the family. However, regardless of whether they supported her or opposed her, everyone agreed that Xian Qingling's taste wasn't that a little too bad? She was the daughter of an ancient god clan, the top genius of the younger generation in her family, but she had actually taken a fancy to a human. Moreover, it was a human who had no power behind him. The rank of a spirit medicine master was only earth grade. In the eyes of these proud sons of heaven, other than Lu Baiyan's handsome face, there wasn't anything else that he could bring out. Xian Qingling was not only famous for her talent and strength in the family, but her calm and calculated personality was also one of her strengths. She actually only looked at looks when looking for a man. Many people's jaws dropped. And today, Lu Baiyan had actually defeated Ingenue in one go during Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple selection competition. Furthermore, in both the theory examination and pill refinement competition, he had won with an absolute advantage and was about to become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple. The word shock was not enough to describe everyone's feelings. Even the patriarch, Xianxia, could not help but ask, this Qingling, this young Master Lu, was he really a human who had ascended a year ago? How can his medical skills be so amazing? Xian Qingling's expression was indifferent. Of course, young Master Lu's medical skills are excellent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the poison in my body for several months. I'm afraid that I've already been schemed against by someone and will never be able to recover. Of all the people present, only she and Xian Jiuling were not surprised. With a junior sister like Huang Yueli, how could Lu Baiyan be an ordinary person? Hearing this, the Black Tortoise clan members were stunned. Only then did they realize what they had overlooked. That's right, Lu Baiyan indeed didn't have any background, but this didn't mean that his medical skills were bad. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a little regretful. If he had known that this Lu brat was so capable, he would not have remained indifferent. At the very least, they would find a way to get him out of the Whitefin clan. Even if he couldn't marry Xian Qingling to him, there was no need to make things so awkward and offend a divine doctor who was destined to shine in the god realm in the future. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Everyone in the audience started discussing without any scruples, and their voices became louder and louder. How could Ingenue not notice? He tried his best to block out all these sounds. He wanted to concentrate and at least refine this cauldron of pills first. If his luck was good and he could refine a few more pills than Lu Baiyan, he could more or less regain some face. However, logically, he knew that he should do this. However, under such circumstances, it was too difficult to maintain his composure. Every word of praise from everyone was like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. Ever since he was young, he had always been praised as a genius by everyone. There were so many young people in the Whitefin clan, but no one could compare to him. As long as the spirit medicine technique was mentioned, he was undoubtedly the #1 genius. No one had ever dared to raise any objections. But today, Lu Baiyan's series of performance had completely crushed his pride. It turned out that there was really someone in the same generation who could surpass him in spirit medicine techniques. Especially since this person was a human who had ascended from the lower realm. In the God realm, the status of humans was already low enough. Ascendants from the lower realms were even treated as uncivilized country bumpkins. However, such a person he actually defeated him. The more Ingenu wanted to focus, the harder it was for him to calm down. The failure he had suffered today had already exceeded the limits of what he could bear. Even though he had used up all his self-control, he still couldn't help but be dazed. And at the critical moment when the pill was about to be formed, such a small negligence could already produce fatal results. While everyone was laughing, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! This sudden turn of events shocked everyone, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Waves of black smoke continued to spread out from the center of the square. Quite a number of spirit herb masters who were still refining pills ran out of the smoke in panic. What happened? Why did it suddenly explode? As the black smoke gradually dispersed, everyone could see clearly that an alchemy furnace in the middle of the square had completely exploded. Even the furnace cover had been blown away. The black smoke that had been suffocating just now had come from this furnace. Did it explode? Xianxia and the others present were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They could tell what had happened at a glance. What happened? I wonder which spirit medicine master is so careless. Everyone snapped out of their daze and quickly cast their gazes at the figure sitting dejectedly beside the destroyed alchemy furnace. Because of the black smoke from the explosion, this person's face and body were covered in burn marks, and he looked very miserable. However, this did not prevent everyone from recognizing his identity. It's actually Ingenu. Earlier when Lu Baiyan successfully formed the pill, and after Divine Dr. Zhang's golden-mouthed jade words personally praised him, everyone was stunned by his shocking performance as their attention and topic were all focused on him alone. As for the other spirit medicine masters present, even if they were still in the competition, no one would pay attention to them. Even Ingenu had been forgotten by everyone. It was only at this moment when they heard the loud explosion and saw the shattered pill furnace and the disheveled spirit herb master by the side that everyone suddenly remembered that Ingenu, who everyone had thought would definitely become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple, he was still refining pills at the side. Unfortunately, when everyone thought of him again, what they saw was Ingenu's complete defeat. The scene was silent for a while, but soon, everyone recovered from their shock and began discussing again. However, Ingenu could no longer hear any of this. He couldn't even feel the pain from the explosion caused by the shards of the pill furnace. The only thought in his mind was to lose face. It was too embarrassing. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. In such a public competition, he had made such a low-level mistake, which actually caused the pill furnace to explode on the spot. Compared to Lu Baiyan's earlier triumphant manner, he was no different from a joke now. Ingenu wished he could disappear on the spot. However, this was simply unrealistic. Therefore, he could only stand there stiffly, not even knowing how to deal with the aftermath. It was the elders of the Whitefin clan who reacted in time. They quickly sent people to get Divine Dr. Zhang's permission to clean up the mess in the square. At the same time, they carried Ingenu, who was already in a daze, to the side. The audience was already in an uproar. Even Huang Yueli couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. TSK TSK TSK, this and something, isn't his mental fortitude too poor? It was just a loss in the competition. It was not a big deal. He couldn't even control the temperature of the furnace properly and directly exploded. How could such an unstable person be a spirit herb master? You even blew up the pill refinement furnace that I went through so much trouble to get. It's simply a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. Li Moying didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he turned his head to look at his wife. And Jinyu was almost autistic today, but his wife was still making sarcastic remarks. Fortunately, they were sitting far away. Otherwise, if these words reached in Jinyu's ears, he would probably not only be autistic, but would also commit suicide. Huang Yueli saw that her husband didn't say anything and tugged at his sleeve. Oh right, husband, what do you think, if I take back the remains of Jinyu's pill furnace and refine it again before selling it to him? Next time, he would let his senior brother stimulate him again and make him explode before he retracted it. Wow, isn't this making money non-stop? The little money grubber suddenly had an idea and found a new opportunity to make money. I don't think Jinyu will agree. Li Moying shook his head helplessly. He has already been fooled by you once, so why would he fall for it a second time and give you the pill refining furnace that he didn't want? Besides, if he goes crazy because of you, he'll inevitably blame this on your senior brother. Huang Yueli thought about it and agreed, so she could only give up on this thought. As the two of them were whispering, the game on the field had already come to an end. Although 6 hours had yet to pass, with such a huge incident happening on the stage, most of the spirit medicine masters had already lost their minds. They were unable to continue refining pills calmly. After failing 3 times in a row, they were disqualified. In the end, only 3 spirit apothecaries managed to barely refine the finished product. This result was not surprising at all. Instead, it made the audience feel a little more realistic. It turned out that refining pills was indeed very difficult. Earlier, when she saw Lu Bian refining pills, she thought that spirit apothecaries refining pills was as simple as cooking. At this point, there was no longer any suspense about the outcome of the competition. The moment the pill refinement competition ended, Divine Dr. Zhang stood out and announced that after much consideration, he had decided to take in the human race's spirit medicine master Lu Bian as his disciple. Even though everyone knew that this would happen, it still caused a wave of envious sighs. This wasn't the same as an ordinary apprenticeship. Divine Dr. Zhang had been famous for hundreds of years, and he had only taken in a disciple like Lu Bian, so he would definitely be nurtured like his own son. After today, this originally unknown human spirit medicine master would reach the heavens in a single bound and become one of the top figures among the younger generation of the God realm. Of course, his performance on the stage today also proved that he had the peerless talent that was worthy of this identity. No matter how composed Lu Bian was, he could no longer hide the joy on his face. Without another word, he knelt in front of Divine Dr. Zhang and kowtowed. Divine Dr. Zhang smiled and bent down to help him up. Yenner, you don't have to be so anxious. I, Zhang, will only take in a disciple once in my life. How can I be so hasty? In a few days, I plan to hold a disciple acceptance ceremony. It won't be too late for you to kowtow to me then. The more he looked at Lu Bian, this disciple, the more satisfied he became. Not only was he extremely skilled in alchemy, but he could also refine near-perfect pills according to the pill formula. He could also think independently and was not restricted by the existing pill formula. He could deduce and perfect his own pill formula. Such talent had even surpassed his own. Divine Dr. Zhang had never thought that he would be able to find such an outstanding successor. What was even more commendable was that Lu Bian's character was so extraordinary and he could sympathize with the weak, saving the dying and healing the wounded. This was something that the vast majority of physicians in the God realm couldn't do. Such a suitable disciple was hard to find. Divine Dr. Zhang's heart was filled with joy as he pulled on Lu Bian's hand and smiled. Oh right, Yenner Master had originally prepared a high-grade treasured weapon pill refining furnace as a meeting gift for this disciple. But now, you already have such a good pill furnace, so I won't take it out and embarrass myself. However, this greeting gift is indispensable. Tell me, what else do you lack? Lu Bian's first reaction was to reject. Master, I appreciate your kind intentions, but this disciple really doesn't lack anything. This was the good thing about having a super-rich junior sister. Although he did not seek refuge with any faction, whether it was the alchemy furnace, the various types of deviant flames, or the medicinal herbs needed for refining, he had never lacked them. However, Divine Dr. Zhang felt that his disciple was treating him as an outsider and was very unhappy. Yenner, what do you mean? Are you not treating yourself as my disciple? How could there be no reason to give a greeting gift when acknowledging a master? I can't afford to lose face. Think quickly. No matter what you want or who you want me to save, you can say it. Lu Bian originally wanted to say that there was no need, but when he heard Divine Dr. Zhang say the word save, he suddenly thought of something as he subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Black Tortoise clan. In the front row of the VIP seats, everyone from the Black Tortoise clan looked in this direction. Among them, Xianxia's gaze was especially fervent. She covered her mouth with her right hand, and there was even a trace of tears in her eyes. Lu Bian's lips couldn't help but curl up as his tone turned gentle. I would like to trouble Master to help me save a person, but this person's injuries are more serious, and it has dragged on for quite some time, so I'm afraid the difficulty of treatment will be very high. Divine Dr. Zhang was unhappy. Disciple, what are you saying? Are you looking down on your master or something? No matter how difficult the injury is to treat, can it still stump me? Besides, if I can't cure my injuries, no one else can either. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Whitefin clan turned ugly, but they could not refute. In terms of medical skills, Divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills were indeed the best in the God realm, surpassing the two divine doctors of the Whitefin clan. However, Divine Dr. Zhang had always been elusive and often traveled outside to practice medicine. If one wanted to find him to treat a disease, it would depend on luck. Tell me quickly, what kind of difficult and miscellaneous disease is there? Let me show you my skills and let you see it. Divine Dr. Zhang urged. Lu Bian paused for a moment as he raised his voice and slowly said, then this disciple will be straightforward. I want to ask Master to help treat the Patriarch Xian's injuries. As far as I know, the Patriarch Xian was seriously injured by an enemy's sneak attack a year ago. His Dantian was injured and has yet to recover. Divine Dr. Zhang was stunned. What did you say? Who do you want me to treat? Patriarch Xian? Lu Bian nodded his head seriously as he bowed towards Divine Dr. Zhang. Yes, sorry to trouble Master. Divine Dr. Zhang stared at him. He was still unable to react for a while. It wasn't that he had a grudge against Xianxia or that he wasn't confident in curing him, but he could not figure out how his new disciple was related to the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch. He was clearly a human and claimed that he had not joined any faction. Wasn't the difference between the two too great? Lu Bian smiled and explained, this disciple is a good friend of a disciple of the Black Tortoise clan. I want to help her. That's why I have this presumptuous request. Divine Dr. Zhang stared at him for a while, then turned back to look at the row of Black Tortoise clansmen who had shocked expressions. He seemed to understand something and nodded. All right, then bring me over first and take a look at the Patriarch Xian's injuries. Lu Bian hurriedly thanked him and led him towards the audience seats. Seeing this scene, Huang Yueli hurriedly stretched out her hand and tugged at her husband's sleeve. Husband, quick, let's go down quickly. Li Moying stretched out his hand to support the pregnant and impetuous lass. Where are you going? Huang Yueli said, this is bad. I didn't expect senior brother to be enlightened this time. He actually knows to snatch the bride. How can we not take a closer look? This kind of thing is rare. Then you don't have to be so anxious. Li Moying still wanted to say something, but Huang Yueli had already run down impatiently. Helpless, he could only follow. On the black tortoise race's seats, everyone was stunned when they saw Lu Bian and his disciple walking over one after another. No one had expected that Lu Bian would bring divine Dr. Zhang over just to give Patriarch a consultation. The reason why he did this was obvious. It was for Xianxia. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xianxia with complicated feelings. Before today's competition started, everyone thought that Xianxingli's brain had gone into water. That was why she was entangled with someone like Lu Bian and even took a huge risk to protect him. There were plenty of such human spirit apothecaries in the god realm. Compared to Ingenue, who had a prominent family background and was a talented young man, they were worlds apart. But now, in just a few hours, the situation had completely reversed. Lu Bian had displayed an astonishing innate talent in spirit medicine techniques in the competition and defeated Ingenue without a doubt. Because of this, he was able to enter divine Dr. Zhang's tutelage, and his status also soared to the heavens in a single step. Now, no one could say that Lu Bian couldn't compare to Ingenue. Furthermore, after Lu Bian acknowledged him as his master, the first request he made was actually to help Xianxia diagnose his illness. This was something that no one had expected. Xian Jiaoling's hand gripped the armrest tightly. Because she used too much strength, she had left a deep mark on the armrest. She felt extremely aggrieved and unwilling. He didn't understand why Xianxia was so lucky. Why was she taking advantage of everything? Not only was her talent and strength so good, but the young master of the White Fin clan also insisted on marrying her. In fact, even the human man she hooked up with after being poisoned by the spring fragrance powder was actually such a stunning genius. Was there any justice in this? Elder Qingguang's face was ashen, and he could not even say a word. Lu Bian led divine Dr. Zhang over and cupped his hands towards Xianxia. Patriarch Xian, I am Lu Bian, and I believe you have heard of my name. I've taken the liberty to come today. I wonder if Patriarch Xian has the time to let my master treat you. Young Master Lu, don't be so formal. You are Qingling's friend, so you are a friend of the Black Tortoise clan. I'm already very honored that divine Dr. Zhang could take the time to come over, said Xianxia hurriedly. These words were not exaggerated at all. In the god realm, who did not know the names of the three great divine doctors? One did not know how difficult it was to invite them to treat a patient. In order to heal his injuries, he had even decided to marry the most outstanding genius of the Black Tortoise clan to the White Fin clan. Now, divine Dr. Zhang actually took the initiative to come over. This was no different from winning the lottery. Xianxia hurriedly greeted divine Dr. Zhang and politely invited him to sit down before getting someone to bring him tea. I'm sorry, divine Dr. Zhang. I'm out now. I'll definitely invite you to visit another day and treat you well. It's fine. Let me take your pulse first. Divine Dr. Zhang didn't intend to exchange too many pleasantries and went straight to the point. Xianxia nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and extended his hand. Divine Dr. Zhang stretched out 3 fingers and placed them on Xianxia's pulse. His eyes were slightly closed, and after a short while, he retracted his hand. Divine Dr. Zhang, what do you think of my injury? Xianxia asked anxiously. And is there still hope? Divine Dr. Zhang muttered, from your pulse, the injuries in your body should be caused by a wind-attributed cultivator injuring your meridians, causing your inner breath to be in chaos. Under such an injury, you should not have fought with others. However, you forcefully urged the mystic qi in your body, causing your inner breath to rush back to your dantian, which eventually led to your dantian being torn apart. To be honest, you are really lucky. If you were a little unlucky, you would have died on the spot. When Xianxia heard this, his face turned pale, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, at the same time, he felt extremely fortunate. This was because Divine Dr. Zhang's speculation was exactly the same as his experience. This also meant that Divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills were as amazing as the rumors said. Since he could deduce his specific injuries in such a short period of time, the probability of being able to cure him was naturally extremely high. Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Divine Dr. Zhang, you're right. At that time I was chased by my enemies. I had no choice but to forcefully circulate my cultivation technique, causing my cultivation to go berserk, and I fainted on the spot. At that time I thought I was going to die here. I didn't expect that there was a 10,000-year-old ginseng in the clan that saved me. However, my cultivation has greatly decreased because of this, and my internal organs have been aching." Recalling the tragic situation at that time, Xianxua's expression darkened a little. He was seriously injured and his cultivation had regressed. It was not just his own matter. As one of the top experts in the clan, his serious injury would shake the status of the entire Black Tortoise clan in the God Realm. This was also why the Whitefin clan dared to take advantage of the situation. He gritted his teeth and asked carefully, "Divine Dr. Zhang, then, can I still be saved?" Divine Dr. Zhang said, "I won't say any empty words either. It's probably not easy for Patriarch to want to recover to his peak. But if the treatment is effective, recovering to late-stage Dao Profound Realm within half a year is still assured." When Xianxia heard that, he was so excited that he almost stood up. "Divine Dr. Zhang, this, really? Can I really recover to late-stage Dao Profound Realm?" Back then, when the Whitefin clan's divine physician took his pulse, he only said that he could recover to middle-stage Dao Profound Realm in the end too. Furthermore, he could not promise a time limit. Now, Divine Dr. Zhang actually said that he could make him return to late-stage Dao Profound Realm, and it was even within half a year. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Divine Dr. Zhang nodded slightly. "Everyone in the God Realm should know that I never say empty words without confidence." With Divine Dr. Zhang's status, he naturally wouldn't joke around with his own reputation. He wouldn't easily make promises if he couldn't cure him. Not to mention him, even the two divine doctors of the Whitefin clan would not treat treatment as a child's play, even though they were very shameless when asking for money. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but he heard Divine Dr. Zhang say, "However, the treatment process is not easy." Xianxia was naturally a smart person to be able to sit on the position of the Patriarch. When he heard this, he immediately understood. "Divine Dr. Zhang, don't worry. As long as you can think of a way to cure me and let me recover as much as possible, if there's anything you need or anything you want to do, just let me know. The Black Tortoise clan will definitely do their best." When Divine Dr. Zhang heard this, he slowly nodded his head and a smile appeared on his face. But he didn't act as Xianxia expected and directly raised his conditions. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Bian. "Oh right, disciple, you said earlier, who is your friend in the Black Tortoise clan? To be able to make you come out and ask me to treat you, I'm afraid your friendship is not shallow, right? Why aren't you coming out to greet me?" Lu Bian didn't expect Divine Dr. Zhang to change the topic to him and couldn't help but be stunned. "Divine Dr. Zhang, you're talking about Qingqing, right?" Xianxia answered before he could answer. "Qingqing is the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of our Black Tortoise clan. I only found out a few days ago that she knows young Master Liu. Qingqing, come and greet Divine Dr. Zhang." Qingqing stood up when she heard that. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding clansmen, she walked to Divine Dr. Zhang and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Zhang." Divine Dr. Zhang sized her up and the smile on his face deepened. "Not bad, Qingqing, it was a good name, and the person lived up to his name. Hearing this, the Black Tortoise clansmen were stunned and instantly understood something. As expected, Divine Dr. Zhang's next sentence was, "I see that Miss Qingqing is quite compatible with my disciple. As her master, I will be thick-skinned and propose a marriage for my disciple. I wonder if the patriarch is willing to marry Miss Qingqing." Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Bian himself was shocked. He had thought about it over and over again before mustering up the courage to make a request to Divine Dr. Zhang. He had originally been prepared for Divine Dr. Zhang to refuse. After all, everyone in the God realm knew that Divine Dr. Zhang hated dealing with the gods race the most. However, who knew that not only did Divine Dr. Zhang agree to it, he even saw through his motive at a glance. Without waiting for him to beg, he took the initiative to put the matter on the table. In a corner behind the Black Tortoise clan, Huang Yueli and her husband who had rushed over had heard the entire conversation. Huang Yueli couldn't help but sigh, "Senior brother's master is really worth it. I originally thought that Divine Dr. Zhang was good in everything except that he didn't understand the ways of the world. I didn't expect that the older, the wiser." Divine Dr. Zhang wasn't just being protective. Lu Bian had said a few vague words and Divine Dr. Zhang had figured out the whole story. This was absolutely not something an ordinary person could do. No wonder he was able to dominate the God realm for so many years. Li Moying couldn't help but nod his head. "Not bad, you should be relieved now, right? Can we go back and rest now?" "Aya, what's the hurry? Let's take a look again. I have a feeling that things won't go so smoothly," Huang Yueli said. On the Black Tortoise clan's side, Xianxia was the first to recover. He was also a sensible person, and earlier when Lu Bian brought Divine Dr. Zhang over, he had guessed that the other party would most likely raise this request. It was just that Divine Dr. Zhang did not even beat around the bush and directly spoke, making him somewhat surprised. He looked troubled. "Divine Dr. Zhang, your request, logically speaking, it was reasonable. However, it's indeed a little difficult at the moment." "What?" Divine Dr. Zhang's expression didn't change. "Is the patriarch worried that my disciple is a good-for-nothing and will humiliate Miss Qingqing? You can rest assured that I only have this one disciple, so I will naturally teach him my medical skills. Moreover, Yenner's talent is even above mine. In the future, he will most likely surpass his master." Upon hearing this, Xianxu's face twitched. He swallowed back the excuses that he was about to say. He didn't want to offend the White Fin clan by breaking off the engagement, and he wanted to promise other resources to convince Divine Dr. Zhang. After all, although healing was important, he still had to consider the future of the entire family. But Divine Dr. Zhang's earlier words made the scales in his heart lean towards Lu Bian. That's right, if Xian Qingqing were to marry Lu Bian, not only would he be able to let Divine Dr. Zhang treat his injuries, but he would also become in-laws with this top-notch doctor of the gods race. Even if this was nothing, there was still Lu Bian. The innate talent that Lu Bian displayed today was enough to shock the world, and as long as one's eyes weren't blind, they could tell that as long as Lu Bian grew up, he would definitely become a divine doctor of his generation and his future achievements would be far above ingenuous. If he could befriend such a doctor. Moreover, Lu Bian didn't have any powers backing him up and this was a weakness when his strength was low, but after he displayed his shocking innate talent, it instantly turned into an advantage. Without power, it would be easy to win over the Black Tortoise clan. Unlike Ingenue, who was only using Xian Qingqing, he definitely wouldn't help the Black Tortoise clan in the future. After weighing the two, anyone could easily make a choice. Xianxia pondered for a long while, before slowly nodding. Divine Dr. Zhang is right. If I can become in-laws with a highly respected divine doctor like you, it would be the fortune of our Black Tortoise clan. This was equivalent to agreeing to this marriage. No matter how calm Lu Bian was, he couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression as he anxiously turned his gaze towards Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but she lowered her head shyly instead, not daring to look at Lu Bian. Everything that had happened today was something that she did not even dare to dream of. She had originally thought that she was destined to marry into the Whitefin clan, and she had already decided that after today, she would never see Lu Bian again. In the future, even if she met him during training, she would pretend that she didn't know him. Only in this way could she ensure Lu Bian's safety. As for being together with Lu Bian, she had never considered this matter from the beginning to the end. She had been nurtured by her family since she was young, and the idea of taking the big picture into account had already penetrated into her bone marrow. She would definitely not be able to abandon her family and selfishly live with the man she liked. But she had never expected that she had already implicated Lu Bian into such a miserable state, and Lu Bian could actually do this for her. With his astonishing talent, he won the competition and became Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple. The first thing he did was to ask Divine Dr. Zhang to treat Xianxia. Lu Bian didn't know Xianxia, so the only explanation for him doing this was because of her. Xianqing had left her parents when she was young and came to the main family from a small remote city. Under the encirclement of so many competitors, she stood out and fought for resources. She was used to the cold and warm emotions of the world, but it was her first time experiencing such a sincere and passionate relationship like Lu Bian's. The first thought in her heart was actually feeling ashamed of her inferiority, feeling that such a selfish self wasn't worthy of Lu Bian at all. However, she was reluctant to reject him. While Xianqing was struggling, Xianxia and Divine Dr. Zhang had already finalized their marriage. Xianxia said, "Divine Dr. Zhang, you should have heard that Qingling is the top genius among the younger generation of our Black Tortoise clan. Her marriage is a major event in our clan. We must not be hasty." "Don't worry, Patriarch Xian," said Divine Dr. Zhang with a smile. "My disciple will definitely not let Miss Qingling suffer." The two sides chatted happily, and the scene was harmonious. However, at this moment, a shocked and angry reprimand came from not far away. Your Black Tortoise clan actually dared to betray us like this, actually. How dare you break off the engagement?" Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked and turned around at the same time. Below the audience seats, and Zhenyu was currently raising his head to glare at Lu Bian and Xianxia, and behind him, there were several Whitefin clan elders who were similarly filled with rage. And Zhenyu's chest heaved up and down violently as his face turned green. "Lu Bian, do you think that you can snatch my woman just because you won against this young lord once? No matter what, you can't change your lowly birth. Patriarch Xian, are you really thinking of breaking off the engagement and marrying Qingling to this human? Have you forgotten how you begged the White Marsh race for help when you were seriously injured?" And Zhenyu had lost so much face today that he didn't have the face to stay any longer. He planned to sneak away when no one was paying attention. Who knew that before they even stepped out of the main doors, they saw Lu Bian and Divine Dr. Zhang walking towards the Black Tortoise clan's location. He suddenly felt that something was wrong and turned back. In the end, he heard such news. And Zhenyu was so angry that his entire body trembled, and his heart felt as if it was being burned by a raging fire. He had never expected that the Black Tortoise clan would really want to break off the engagement. They even wanted to marry Xianqing off to Lu Bian, that bastard. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Not to mention how much Xianqing's talent would help him, even if she was an ordinary woman, he couldn't afford to lose face. Today, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had lost completely to Lu Bian and even gave up the chance to acknowledge Divine Dr. Zhang as his master. This was already embarrassing enough, and when he returned to the Whitefin continent, he didn't know how to explain to his clansmen. Now, if even his fiancée that he had already decided on was snatched away by someone else. In the future, he could forget about raising his head in front of others. If things went wrong, he might even be stripped of his position as the young master. Therefore, Zhenyu couldn't care less about anything else and immediately jumped out. The elders of the Whitefin clan also came over to help, and they all accused the Black Tortoise clan of betraying their trust. Xianxia didn't look embarrassed at all. He said calmly, "Elders, you don't make sense. It's the Black Tortoise clan's honor that young master and of the Whitefin clan has taken a fancy to our Qingling. However, you can't talk about the engagement casually. It will ruin Qingling's reputation." Patriarch Xian, what do you mean? He asked sternly. You actually want to deny the engagement? Which of the great god clans do not know about the engagement between the Whitefin clan and the Black Tortoise clan? Even if you want to lie through your teeth, you still need someone who will believe you. Young Masterin, your words are wrong. Xianxia shook his head and said slowly, getting engaged or not, this isn't something that can be decided by our mouths. We have to take out the marriage contract. You mentioned that the Whitefin clan said that I betrothed Xian Qingling to you, so can you show me proof? When did you give us the betrothal gift? What kind of joke are you talking about? And Zhenyu was originally aggressive, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly thought of something and stopped talking. The elders behind him also looked at each other with ugly expressions. That was because they had never officially given the Black Tortoise clan any betrothal gifts. The Whitefin clan had always been arrogant. Although they were going to marry a wife for their young master, the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch was still begging the Whitefin clan's divine doctor to treat his injuries. The Whitefin clan was fearless. They had never considered the betrothal gifts. On the contrary, they had even issued a long list, asking Xianxia to pay a huge amount of consultation fees. Regarding this, the entire Black Tortoise clan had long been furious. There were so few heaven-grade female geniuses in the god realm. Most of them would stay in the clan and marry the person selected by the clan in order to have even more outstanding descendants. Even if some of them were to get married, they would receive a large amount of betrothal gifts. They would even have to collect 8 to 10 holy armaments to be considered a decent amount. Their Black Tortoise clan was actually on the losing end. If it was a few hundred years ago, when the Black Tortoise clan was at its peak, they would definitely not be able to take it. But now, the Black Tortoise clan had not produced a profound life realm expert for hundreds of years. Xianxia, who was originally the most likely to break through to the profound life realm, was seriously injured and his cultivation fell. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to be blackmailed by the Whitefin clan. But now, with Divine Dr. Zhang's promise, the situation was different. When Xianxia said this, other than Elder Qingguang and the other clansmen were secretly pleased and felt proud. However, no matter how happy the Black Tortoise clan was, the Whitefin clan was feeling extremely aggrieved. The Black Tortoise clan, which was originally suppressed by them and could not even protect the geniuses in their clan, actually did not take them seriously anymore. They even publicly broke off the engagement under the gazes of so many people. Moreover, they actually couldn't find a way to refute it. The Whitefin clan indeed did not follow the rules of the god realm and give the Black Tortoise clan enough betrothal gifts. No one could find fault with the Black Tortoise clan for not accepting such an engagement. Even if the other clans knew about it, they would only laugh at the Whitefin clan for being stingy, which would backfire on them. And Zhenyu and his clansmen faces turned green and white. They couldn't win against Xianxia, but they were really unwilling to leave just like that. If they could even let go of something as big as the young master's breaking off of his engagement, then what reputation would the Whitefin clan have in front of the world in the future? At the thought of this, Zhenyu took a step forward and became even more unyielding than before. I don't care what you say. Since this marriage has been decided, it cannot be changed. So what if a mere human had a divine doctor as his master? Xian Qingling, I'm definitely going to marry her. The elders of the Whitefin clan also stood up and supported their young master. They demanded that the Black Tortoise clan immediately chase away Divine Dr. Zhang and his disciples and hand over Xianxia. Patriarch Xian, our two clans are both from the ancient god clans. No matter what, it's better for Miss Qingling to marry into the Whitefin clan than to marry into the humans. As for what you just said, the first elder of the Whitefin clan continued on, the Black Tortoise clan did not give enough betrothal gifts. This is indeed our responsibility. After we return today, I will immediately send a letter to ask the patriarch to make it up to you. You have to think carefully. If you break off the engagement for this little bit of money, the consequences. It might not be worth it. The first elder's words sounded like he was trying to smooth things over, but there was a hint of threat in his words. Xianyu's attitude was very firm. This is not about the amount of betrothal gifts. I admire both young Master Lu and young Master An. However, Qingling likes young Master Lu more. I have to respect the wishes of young people. Moreover, Divine Dr. Zhang had personally proposed for his disciple. In terms of sincerity, naturally, it's better. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ingenu and the elders stiffened again. Speaking of the Divine Doctor, the Whitefin clan was in the wrong again. In fact, up until today, the Divine Doctors of the Whitefin clan had not come to treat Xianyuza in person. They had only roughly understood his injuries. This was naturally a method used by the Whitefin clan to raise their status. They were just waiting to take advantage of the Black Tortoise clan. They had never expected that Xianyuza was not stupid at all. He had remembered everything in his heart and was now using it to rebuke them. Young Master and elders, if there's nothing else, we'll be going back. Seeing that Ingenu and the others were speechless, Xianyuza slowly stood up. Ever since I was seriously injured, I've been sitting for too long and it's easy for me to run out of energy. I've been watching the competition for the entire day and I can't take it anymore. Let's part ways here. Wait a minute. Seeing that they were about to leave, Ingenu's expression changed. He rushed forward and blocked Xianyu's path. I haven't even made myself clear. Who dares to take a step away? Xianyuza stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. Then what does young Master and plan to do? Leave Xianqing behind and hand over Lu Bian. Ingenu's expression gradually turned ferocious. Otherwise, none of you Black Tortoise clansmen will be able to leave today. The faces of the Black Tortoise clan members darkened. Xianyuza tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He said coldly, young Master An, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you mean to say that you intend to start a war with the entire Black Tortoise clan? This is not something a mere young master like you can decide. Young man, it's best to be cautious. Hee, you old man, you're just taking advantage of your seniority. Do you really think you can scare me with a few words? Ingenu's face had on a cold smile. That's right. I'm going to fight the Black Tortoise clan today. What can you do? Don't think that I don't know the true situation of your Black Tortoise clan. Although the 12 god clans of the god realm sounded similar, the difference in strength between different families was very large. For example, the voracious Wyvern clan was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. As for the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan, even though the elders in their clans were very strong, they suffered from a lack of talent over the past few years. There were no outstanding geniuses in the younger generation, so their abilities were slightly inferior. Now, with peerless geniuses like Huang Yueli and Li Moying appearing out of nowhere, the overall strength and status of the two families soared rapidly. In comparison, whether it was the strength of the elders or the number of geniuses in the Black Tortoise clan, they were at the middle or lower levels of the ancient god clan. Originally, there was still Xianyuza, a a great expert who was about to break through to the profound life realm, to hold the fort and make people fear him. Now that Xianxia was seriously injured, the only true expert left in the clan was Xianxia. Although Xianxia was powerful, he was a member of the military. He had to listen to the military's orders and could not stay in the family for long. In this way, the Black Tortoise clan became a soft persimmon. Of course, the various great god clans all wanted face. Although they knew that the Black Tortoise clan could not do it anymore, it was still too ugly to attack them directly. At most, they would be like the Whitefin clan and think of ways to threaten and bribe them to get some benefits from the Black Tortoise clan. Now, in his rage, Ingenue had even removed the last layer of cover and declared war on the Black Tortoise clan. This was simply slapping the faces of the members of the Black Tortoise clan. The expressions of the Black Tortoise clansmen were abnormally ugly, and they were extremely furious. A young genius in the back row could no longer hold back. He jumped out and pointed at Ingenue's nose as he scolded, and, "Don't go too far. Do you really think our Black Tortoise clan is afraid of you? You've extorted us time and time again, and you even want to forcefully marry senior sister Qingling. I can't stand it anymore. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. I'll fight it out with you." As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist and was about to charge forward. However, he was only at the early stage heart-profound realm, which was far inferior to Ingenue. When Ingenue saw him rushing over, he only sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, a stream of mystic energy with a white light shot straight towards the young cultivator's chest. The young cultivator hurriedly brandished his sword to block, but it was too late. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Xianxia's figure flashed and blocked in front of him, easily resolving this attack. "Young masterin, you have to think carefully. Enemies should be resolved rather than formed. The marriage of two families is about mutual consent. For such a small matter, it caused the two families to go to war and stir up the entire god realm. Why bother?" Xianxia frowned and said slowly. Naturally, he was also very angry. However, he also knew that he could not stay in the family forever. He could only suppress his anger and try to calm things down. However, how could Ingenue be the kind of person to stop while he was ahead? Xianxia taking the initiative to show weakness made him even more fearless. He felt that the Black Tortoise clan was really vulnerable. He sneered at Xianxia. "Divine General Xian, you've made great contributions to the military. You're indeed a character. I'm willing to give you face." "That's good. If there's anything, we can still discuss it." Xianxia's expression relaxed slightly. N/O/vel/b/c//and/c//om. However, he immediately heard Ingenue continue. "If you want us to let you go, just talking won't do. You have to show some sincerity, right?" Xianxia felt that there was something wrong with his words and frowned again. "What sincerity do you want, young masterin? I've already made myself clear. I want to take Xianqing away and get married tonight. Additionally, hand over Lu Bian and let this young lord deal with him. As long as we can do these two things, our Whitefin clan won't be unreasonable." Xianxia's expression darkened. "Young masterin, are you playing with me?" He obviously knew that they would never agree to these two conditions. In the beginning, the marriage between the two families was fine. Even if the Black Tortoise clan suffered a loss, at least they still maintained a basic relationship. If Ingenue was forced to take Xianqing away by the Whitefin clan, the Black Tortoise clan would become the joke of the entire god realm. As for Lu Bian, that was even more unrealistic. Lu Bian wasn't a member of the Black Tortoise clan, but Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple, so their Black Tortoise clan had no right to decide his life and death. Ingenue laughed out loud. "Not bad. As expected of your excellency divine general. You can even tell that I'm joking. Stop talking nonsense and hand her over quickly, otherwise. We want to see if your excellency divine general is really as brave as the rumors say. As Ingenue spoke, the few white swamp clan elders behind him stepped forward. Xian Jiuling's brows were tightly knitted together, almost squeezing a mosquito to death. To be honest, the elder of the Whitefin clan was not very strong. With the strength he had honed in the army, even if the other party had the advantage in numbers, he could still protect the patriarch and Xian Qingqing. However, the Whitefin clan was not to be trifled with. As a family of miracle doctors, most of the top experts in the God realm were on good terms with the Whitefin clan. Once the war started, these experts would definitely stand on the side of the Whitefin clan. How could a mere Black Tortoise clan resist them? Xian Jiuling gritted his teeth. Such a big matter, shouldn't we discuss it for a while? Alright, then you guys can discuss it. Ingenue nodded calmly with a mocking smile on his face. He was like a big cat toying with its prey that was about to die. He was not afraid that his prey would escape. Xian Jiuling took a deep breath and turned around to discuss with Xianxia in a low voice. However, things had developed to this point, and the Black Tortoise clan was already in a dilemma. They could not think of a solution no matter what. Young Masterin, said a voice from the crowd, Elder Rong, please say something. Young Master, you don't know this, but Xian Qingqing had an affair with this Lu a few months ago and has long lost her reputation. Even if you marry her, it won't do you any good. It's better to get married to someone else. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Elder Qingguang walked out and smiled. Young Masterin, my granddaughter, Jialing, is also a heaven-ranked genius in the clan. Her strength is not inferior to Xian Qingqing. Moreover, she has admired you for a long time. As soon as Elder Qingguang said this, the surroundings immediately fell silent. Anyone with a brain could understand the meaning behind her words. She actually wanted her granddaughter, Xian Jialing, to replace Xian Qingqing and marry into the Whitefin clan. Xianxua's expression changed as he recalled that Elder Qingguang had also mentioned this matter a few days ago. Xian Qingqing had even hinted that the matter of her being poisoned by the spring fragrance powder might have something to do with Elder Qingguang, because Xian Jialing had a crush on Ingenue and wanted to replace her. N/O/vel/b//and C//om. At that time, Xianxia thought that this was nonsense, but now, Elder Qingguang still stood up and said such words. The motive was really suspicious. Lord Patriarch. Seeing Xianxia remain silent, Elder Qingguang continued, in this situation, letting Jialing marry over is the best solution. Do you really want to put the safety of the entire clan at risk for the sake of your reputation? Jialing is a righteous person who is sacrificed for the clan. Why don't you let her be? When he heard this, Lu Baiyan's brows furrowed as he almost couldn't hold back the urge to scold. No one knew better than him about Xian Qingqing's poisoning. This Xian Jialing was clearly the mastermind behind Xian Qingqing's scheme, yet they could still jump out so shamelessly. Now, it seemed that Xian Jialing had gone to the Whitefin clan for the sake of her family, regardless of her personal safety. It was simply reversing black and white. Xianxia also understood this, but he had another consideration in his heart. Elder Qingguang was right about one thing. He couldn't let all his clansmen take the risk just for the sake of his reputation. It would be best if he could keep the peace. At the thought of this, he nodded slightly and turned to Ingenue. Young Masterin, our two families have been on good terms for many years. Why do we have to make things difficult for each other over such a small matter? My niece, Jialing, is also a heaven-grade talent. Her looks are not inferior to Qingling's. Moreover, the Black Tortoise clan bloodline in her body is even purer. Bullshit. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, and Jinyu interrupted him with an angry shout. Do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I'd just marry any kind of trash? Please don't jest. Even if you gave her to me for free to be my concubine, I'd be in a dilemma, and here you are, telling me that you actually want to marry me and be my wife? Your Black Tortoise clan is too good at scheming. Elder Qingguang's face instantly turned pale as if she had been slapped in the face. Xian Jiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, her legs were sore, and she almost fainted on the spot. When she saw Xian Qingling break off the engagement, she was secretly delighted. She felt that her chance had finally come. With this, not only would she be able to marry the person she fancied, she could even become the hero who saved the Black Tortoise clan. In order to thank her for her sacrifice, the family had to take out a large amount of resources to give her a dowry. At that time, she would get married in a grand manner. Xian Qingling had almost put the entire family in danger for her own selfish reasons. Their positions in the family were immediately reversed. Xian Jiaoling and Elder Qingguang had planned it very well, but what the two of them never expected was that even after Xian Qingling had cuckolded Jinyu in front of him, he was still so persistent about her. He even told Xian Jiaoling that he didn't want her even if she was given to him. There was nothing more shocking than this. What kind of charm did that Xian Qingling have? Why did Jinyu and Lu Bian, such heaven's favored sons, all prostrate themselves under her skirt? In what way was she inferior to that little slut? Jinyu waited for a while and gradually lost his patience. Are you going to hand her over or not? I'm sorry, young master. Xian Yuze took a deep breath and made his final decision. I can only apologize to you. The Black Tortoise clan has no intention of becoming enemies with the Whitefin clan, but we really can't agree to your request. Please change your conditions. Good, very good. The viciousness in Jinyu's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He had always been a proud and arrogant person, and everything had been smooth sailing for him since he was young. However, he had encountered major setbacks one after another today, and he had lost all his face. His mentality had completely lost balance. In that case, you're so stubborn. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, he said sinisterly. Then I'll teach you a lesson first. Before Jinyu could finish his sentence, he had already raised his right hand. A greenwood-attributed profound energy shot out from his fingertips. This green light instantly turned into a lightning bolt as it pounced towards Lu Bian's face, with a speed that was too fast to cover one's ears. This was really too unexpected. Although Xian Jiaoling was standing in front of Jinyu and was on guard against him at all times, he was only on guard against Jinyu hurting the Black Tortoise clansman. Who would have thought that Jinyu would actually act so unreasonably, directly pointing his target at Lu Bian? That was Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple. Did the Whitefin clan want to kill Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple directly after failing to acknowledge him as their master? Everything happened in a flash. By the time Xian Jiaoling reacted and rushed over to save him, he was already a step too late. Jinyu's profound energy was already like a sharp sword as it pierced towards Lu Bian's throat. Many people at the scene cried out in horror. There were even some young ladies who couldn't help but cover their eyes, not daring to look at Lu Bian's miserable state where blood splattered 5 steps away. However, at this instant, Lu Bian's face revealed a cold smile as he turned his head to the side calmly. The wood attribute energy almost brushed past his neck and passed by him, but it did not hurt him at all. This situation stunned everyone. But before they could react, Lu Bian had already said coldly, Jinyu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you didn't have the Whitefin clan backing you up, who do you think you are? Following this cold laugh, Lu Bian waved his sleeves. Green light spread out as he moved, instantly turning into a whirlwind that swept toward Jinyu. The speed of this whirlwind was even several times faster than Jinyu's sword of light. Only then did Jinyu realize that something was wrong. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed by the whirlwind, he was either dead or injured. Fortunately, there was an elder of the Whitefin clan standing behind him. He quickly grabbed his shoulder and took him back a few meters, barely avoiding this move. Ingenue staggered from the pull and took more than 10 steps back before barely stopping. His face had already turned as red as a pig's liver as he looked in Lu Bian's direction in disbelief. Although the elder had acted in time and he was not injured, the scene just now was simply too unexpected, causing him to still be in shock. You. How is that possible? How could Lu Bian's cultivation be above his? It wasn't just Ingenue who was shocked, as everyone present was as silent as cicadas in winter as they looked at Lu Bian in shock. Even divine Dr. Zhang was surprised. No one had expected that Lu Bian's martial cultivation was actually so high. Generally speaking, medical geniuses had good talent in martial arts. Without extremely high wood attribute talent, it was impossible to become a top spirit medicine master. If one wanted to become a heaven rank spirit medicine master, the minimum requirement was to have a heaven rank or higher wood attribute talent. However, although they were talented, the martial arts cultivation of spirit medicine masters was generally much lower than cultivators of the same rank. After all, a person's energy was limited. Spending a lot of time and resources on spiritual medicine would naturally slack off in martial arts cultivation. Only a powerful force like the Whitefin clan had the ability to use pills and secret techniques to raise the cultivation of their geniuses so that they could take martial arts into account. To a solo spirit medicine master like Lu Bian, this was simply impossible to accomplish. What was even more inconceivable was that Lu Bian was a human. The human race's martial arts talent was slightly inferior to the god race's. At his age, he was able to cultivate to the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. He was already a first-class genius among the human race's cultivators. Even if he was not a spirit medicine master and had always focused on cultivating martial arts, it would still be very difficult to achieve. Everyone's gaze towards Lu Bian changed at once. If it could be said that the main reason everyone valued him was because he was divine Dr. Zhang's disciple, then now, everyone was more shocked by his own strength. Such a spirit medicine master genius who could also take into account martial arts. There were not many of them in the entire god realm. He was already a first-class genius figure in the god realm. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he quickly smiled. He was extremely happy. It seemed like his choice to protect Lu Bian earlier was correct. The Black Tortoise clan had profited greatly by picking up such a son-in-law for free. Even if they had a dispute with the Whitefin clan because of this, it would not be a loss. Only Xianxia gritted her teeth. Her face was pale and her heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. She wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. She didn't even want Ingenue, but Xianqing. What she found was a genius who was 100 times more outstanding than Ingenue. This was simply too unfair. Ingenue's face turned green and then white as everyone's praises towards Lu Bian kept ringing out in his ears as his heart felt extremely stifled. Especially when he saw Xianqing walking towards Lu Bian, pulling out a handkerchief with a concerned expression to wipe off Lu Bian's sweat. At that moment, his final string of rationality snapped. Kill him. Kill him. Ingenue's sharp voice pierced through the sky. I want this damned bastard to die. If I can't get it, he can't get it either. Before he could finish his sentence, the elder behind him had already made his move. Actually, Ingenue didn't need to say anything more as the Whitefin clan's elders had already decided to kill Lu Bian at all costs. Today, Lu Bian had trampled the Whitefin clan's face under his feet again and again. As long as he was still alive, Ingenue would never be able to raise his head again. Even the entire Whitefin clan would become a complete joke. When others mentioned the Whitefin clan, they would not be able to recall their medical skills. They would only think that the number one genius of the Whitefin clan was inferior to a human spirit medicine master, and that everyone in the Whitefin clan was useless. Streaks of green light lit up at the same time in an extremely short period of time. It instantly formed a tidal wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Although he was only dealing with a young profound heart realm cultivator, the Whitefin clan elder had used his full strength. He wanted to kill Lu Bian in the shortest amount of time, not giving him any chance to escape. And this move was indeed effective. Although Xian Jiuling had been secretly on guard for a long time, when he reacted and wanted to save them, another elder of the Whitefin clan attacked him fiercely. The strength of the elders of the Whitefin clan were naturally not comparable to his. However, it was enough to stop him for a few breaths. Just by delaying for such a short while, the green light had already enveloped Lu Bian's entire body in the middle. This time even Xianqingling's expression changed. She was very clear about Lu Bian's ability, and she wasn't worried about him fighting in Zhenyu, but this was an elder from the Whitefin clan who specialized in cultivating martial arts. That was a genuine late-stage Dao Profound Realm expert. No matter how talented Lu Bian was, how could he possibly deal with such a strong exponent? On the square, all the cultivators who witnessed this all held their breaths. And Zhenyu had a well-thought-out plan as a smile appeared on his face, waiting to see Lu Bian's miserable state of being crushed into meat paste by the green light. However, at this moment, a deafening sound resounded throughout the entire square. Following this sound, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning emitted a dazzling light and instantly passed through the green light. The green light, which was so powerful that it seemed impossible to break through, was now like a piece of tofu, easily split into two by the lightning. The cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation in the audience could not even look directly at this lightning bolt. Their eyes instantly went blind, and tears flowed down on the spot. After a while, the lightning dissipated and everyone gradually regained their vision as they looked towards Lu Bian's direction. The greenwood attribute energy had completely dissipated. Beside Lu Bian's feet, there was a deep charred black pit which was obviously caused by that bolt of lightning. However, he was completely unharmed. Not even a strand of his hair was messed up, and the long robe on his body was still as clean as new. On the other hand, the elder of the Whitefin clan, who had attacked just now, was pale. He clutched his chest and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. In fact, not to mention the onlookers, even the Black Tortoise clan and the Whitefin clan did not know what was going on. And Zhenyu looked at this scene in a daze. After a long while, he finally reacted. He immediately turned his head and shouted into the air, "Who? Who is it? Playing tricks? Hurry up. Come out now. You dare to go against the Whitefin clan, but you don't dare to show your face?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sneer came from behind the audience. "A mere Whitefin clan isn't worth my husband and I to deal with. And Zhenyu, you think too highly of yourself." It was a female voice. Moreover, she sounded very young. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, they were completely stunned. A young man and woman were walking side by side from behind. The man was handsome and cold, while the woman was beautiful and pleasant. It was really pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the girl was holding the man's arm, making them look like a perfect match. The scene fell into silence. No one had expected that Ingenue's provocation would turn out to be such a golden couple. Although they did look extraordinary, but, weren't they too young? That expert who made a move just now split apart a late-stage Dao Profound Realm powerhouse's full-powered attack with one bolt of lightning. What kind of strength was that? How could it be such a young couple? Many people in the stands felt that they were just a pretense. There must be an elder supporting them behind the scenes. Therefore, they all turned around to look for the trace of the senior who had really attacked. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find a third person. Compared to the confused audience, the members of the Whitefin clan and the Black Tortoise clan who were closer were not only surprised, but shocked from the bottom of their hearts. How could they not recognize the identity of the two people in front of him? Wasn't this the legendary Sacred Phoenix clan's matriarch Huang Yueli and Cloudy Qilin clan's young master Li Moying who had eloped and disappeared for over a year? How could these two world-shocking divine geniuses, appearing in such a place? Only the heavens knew that in order to find them, the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan had already turned the entire God Realm's 12 continents upside down. They even found a reason to fight every 2 or 3 days, causing the entire God Realm to be in chaos. And Zhenyu looked at the two people in front of him with his mouth agape. He could not even speak clearly. You too. Huang Yueli walked between Zhenyu and Lu Bian before stopping and giving a cold smile. Young master, we haven't met for more than 10 days, and you've become even more awe-inspiring. You've actually tried to kill my senior brother time and time again and even didn't hesitate to mobilize the elders in the clan to bully the weak. Are the Whitefin clansmen also shameless? The moment these words were said, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were a little unable to react. What was going on? What was Huang Yueli saying? Why didn't he understand at all? And Zhenyu was stunned for a long time before he barely came back to his senses. What senior brother? When did he treat her senior brother? Wait, when did we meet? Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he thought of a possibility. In an instant, the blood in his entire body seemed to have frozen, and he could not help but tremble. You. Could it be, more than 10 days ago? And Zhenyu couldn't continue. Huang Yueli's lips curled up as she spoke in a neither slow nor fast manner. Looks like young master and has remembered? Like I said, a heaven-rank spirit medicine master can't have such a bad memory. More than 10 days ago, I just paid you a visit and gave you an alchemy furnace, didn't I? The cold sweat on Zhenyu's back had already soaked his clothes. At this moment he finally understood that the ones who had brought a top-grade treasure to the Whitefin clan's encampment to redeem Lu Bian, and even tricked him into taking away the antidote, were Huang Yueli and Li Moying who had disguised themselves. This pair of freaks would actually appear here for a human like Lu Bian. Not only did they disguise themselves to redeem him, they even personally revealed their true identities to support Lu Bian. This was simply unbelievable. Was he really not dreaming? No. This isn't impossible. How could it have been you that day? You're the Sacred Phoenix clan's matriarch, so how would you know a lowly person like Lu Bian? Before Zhenyu could finish his words, he heard a paw sound and Huang Yueli had already slapped him hard. His brain buzzed and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. And Zhenyu was stunned. He covered his face and stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Huang Yueli's icy cold voice rang out, "Who gave you the guts to slander my senior brother? Just based on your weak martial cultivation and appalling spirit medicine techniques, how can you compare to my senior brother? You still have the face to create a din here. If I were you, I would have no face to live in this world." And Zhenyu's face instantly turned red from her merciless scolding. He was so angry that he almost fainted, but he was powerless to refute her. Because every word that Huang Yueli said was stepping on his sore spot. He was indeed inferior to Lu Bian in terms of spirit medicine skills, and his cultivation was also inferior to Lu Bian. Furthermore, he had never dreamt that his background was actually inferior to Lu Bian. If it was someone else who scolded him like this, he would definitely have flown into a rage out of humiliation and would spare no expense to kill that person. But unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was Huang Yueli. It was Huang Yueli who appeared at the same time as Li Moying. That lightning earlier was obviously Li Moying's doing, and their Whitefin clan's elder couldn't even withstand a single move from Li Moying. Who would dare to act rashly in front of such a monster? Just from the fact that he was slapped by Huang Yueli in front of so many people and all the elders didn't dare to make a sound, one could see the prestige of this little lass. And Zhenyu covered his face in anger and his entire body trembled. No, that's impossible. How could Lu Bian possibly, how could he be your senior brother? He's not even a god, in fact, he only ascended to the god realm a year ago. According to common sense, Lu Bian didn't even have the chance to know Huang Yueli, right? So what if he's ascended? Huang Yueli scoffed coldly. I thought that everyone in the god realm knew that my husband and I ascended from the lower realm. Upon hearing this, Zhenyu was stunned. Only then did he suddenly realize what a huge mistake he had made. That's right, a few years ago there were indeed rumors that Li Moying and Huang Yueli ascended from the lower realm, and moreover, they had decided to marry each other in the lower realm, so they didn't hesitate to betray their family and secretly eloped. Could it be that Lu Bian was also senior brother, ascended from the same continent as us? When we were in the lower realm, I also learned the spirit medicine technique for a few days. At that time, I acknowledged the same master as senior brother. Although I wasn't proficient in it and gave up not long after, the status of senior brother and sister is not fake at all. Oh right, when my senior brother was in the lower realm, he was still good friends with my husband. He saved my senior brother's life a few times, and the two of them even became sworn brothers. Huang Yueli said slowly. Rather than saying that she was explaining to Zhenyu, it was more accurate to say that she was saying it to everyone present. It was enough for a situation like today to happen once. She was basically telling everyone present that if anyone dared to be disrespectful to Lu Bian in the future, that would be provoking Li Moying and her. The audience was already dumbstruck. Shock was frozen on their faces. Even if they didn't recognize Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who were the top existences in the god realm, but hearing the conversation between Zhenyu and Huang Yueli earlier, those who were smarter had already guessed the identity of this young couple. Such a peerless genius had actually appeared in Snowflake City. And Huang Yueli's following words were even more surprising. Lu Bian, this seemingly ordinary human spirit medicine master, actually had such a deep background. Not only was he Huang Yueli's senior brother, he was even sworn brothers with Li Moying. And Zhenyu was filled with deep regret. If he had known that Lu Bian had these two freaks backing him, he would definitely have thought it over carefully. Ever since the last God Realm's grand meet, everyone knew that these two had heaven-defying talent and would definitely step into the profound life realm in the future. In fact, they might even attempt to break through to an even higher realm. Their future achievements were hard to predict. The various great god clans were unwilling to offend them. However, it was too late to say anything now. His actions today had already offended Huang Yueli and the rest terribly. Just as Zhenyu was feeling vexed and didn't know how to resolve the situation, the elder who was heavily injured by Li Moying had already staggered up from the ground. Matriarch Huang, young Master Li. Elder didn't even have the time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth as he staggered over to Huang Yueli and the rest, cupping his hands in greeting. The two of you actually attended today's competition. Why didn't you say so earlier? Our Whitefin clan has always had a good relationship with the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan. If we had known about your relationship with young Master Lu, we would not have caused such a ruckus. Elder An's words were not false. Although the Whitefin clan liked to extort the various great god clans, they also liked to take advantage of others. A soft persimmon like the Black Tortoise clan was naturally pinched ruthlessly. But the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan had always produced powerful practitioners in large numbers. Usually, the Whitefin clan did not dare to offend them too much. After the two clans produced an ancient god clan genius, they especially befriended them. Unfortunately, all his hard work had been wiped out today. If he really offended the other party, there would be endless trouble in the future. If it was before the God Realm's grand meet, he could still say that he had struck first to gain the upper hand, taking advantage of the fact that the two of them had not matured to kill them, to prevent any future troubles. But after seeing Li Moying's attack today, Eldarin had already realized that these two monstrous geniuses had already reached a certain level, and most likely for a long period of time in the future, the God Realm would have to live under their shadows. Thinking of this, Eldarin hurriedly said, "This is really a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. Everything is a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." They were all on the same side, so there was nothing to fight about. Miss Qingqing was extremely talented and charming. She was a perfect match for a genius like young Master Liu. Our young master only admires Miss Qingqing. He would never dare to snatch her away from young Master Liu. "If I offended you just now, please forgive me." After saying that, he even raised his leg and kicked Ingenue beside him. At the same time, he used his eyes to desperately hint at him. How could Ingenue not understand what he meant? Eldarin clearly wanted him to take the initiative, to apologize to Liu Bian and beg for his forgiveness. As long as Liu Bian was satisfied and was willing to let off the Whitefin clan, then no matter how angry Huang Yueli and Li Moying were, they couldn't overstep their boundaries and grab onto their little braids and not let go, the matter would be resolved. However, no matter how clear he was in his heart, Ingenue couldn't bring himself to say this. His face was flushed red and he almost ground his teeth to pieces as he glared at Liu Bian, feeling extremely aggrieved in his heart. He actually, to the point of apologizing to Liu Bian? Only the heavens knew that 10 days ago, this human was just an ant that he could casually pinch to death. He did not even look at this inferior human. But now, looks like young master and doesn't have the sincerity to resolve this matter at all. Huang Yueli spat out coldly, word for word. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the few elders of the Whitefin clan's hearts sank. In the God Realm, these two were not only famous for their strength. Everyone knew how domineering the two of them were. The past facts had already proven that if they really angered Huang Yueli and Li Moying, the two of them would do anything. This was an outcome that the Whitefin clan did not want to see. At this moment, the few elders who were originally silent could not hold it in any longer and spoke up to persuade him. "Young master, just bow your head and apologize. What's the matter? Now that things have come to this, if we drag the entire Whitefin clan down with us, how are we going to explain this to the patriarch? The situation has already gone awry. Young master, please take into account the overall situation." When Ingenue heard these words of persuasion, he realized that even the elders who had always held him in high regard were no longer on his side. This made him even angrier and almost vomited blood. However, the situation was stronger than the person. It was impossible for him not to bow his head. Ingenue clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth fiercely. He bowed towards Liu Bian's direction and cupped his hands in greeting. "Young Master Liu, I didn't know your identity earlier and I've offended you. I apologize to you, please forgive me and be magnanimous." When Liu Bian heard this, the corners of his lips curled up, but the temperature in his eyes was extremely cold. "Between us, it was probably not just an insult, right? If I remember correctly, young Masterin has tried to take my life time and time again." "You? Then what do you want?" Ingenue didn't expect that he had already apologized, but Liu Bian was still unwilling to let him off. Was he crazy? It was already this kid's fortune for a few lifetimes for a dignified young master of the God clan to bow to him, yet he still dared to act arrogantly? Liu Bian really dared. "You're right." He laughed coldly and said slowly, "When I fell into young Master An's hands, young Master An once told me that as long as I kneel down and kowtow 3 times, you'll let me go. Now, I'll return this sentence to you. Back then Zhenyu had forced Lu Bian like this, but Lu Bian refused to be humiliated and in the end he almost lost his life in the water prison. And Zhenyu could not believe his ears. He suddenly looked up and stared at him in shock. What did you say? Do you know what you are saying? You want me to kowtow to you? Lu Bian replied calmly, of course you can choose to do it or not. I didn't force you. This was what Zhenyu had once said. Now, it was retorted back to him, word for word. Zhenyu's face alternated between green and white as he froze on the spot. He could hypnotize himself with a verbal apology. He would just treat it as a fart and forget about it after today. However, to make him kneel and kowtow, that would have completely stripped away his last shred of dignity. Moreover, if he really lowered his head, how would he face the other clansmen in the future? The clan would not want a young master who kowtowed to the human race. Even the Whitefin clan's elders were shocked as they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Huang Yueli and Li Moying, fantasizing that they would step out to interfere. However, the two of them just stood there quietly without even giving them a glance. They had no intention of stopping them at all. Eldarin gritted his teeth and kicked Zhenyu's leg. Zhenyu was completely caught off guard. He only felt a pain in his leg and fell to his knees with a thud. Because he had thrown himself forward too much, his head hit the hard stone pavement with a loud bang. By the time Zhenyu reacted, he had already finished kowtowing. Moreover, because he had used too much strength, his head was still dizzy. Zhenyu was stunned for a while, before he realized what had happened. Instantly, his mind buzzed. He was angry and embarrassed, and his blood surged. His face was redder than a pig's liver. Because it was too embarrassing, he did not even dare to raise his head to face the gazes of the people around him. He prostrated on the ground and did not move for a long time. After Eldarin finished kicking him, he immediately turned towards Lu Bian and bowed deeply towards him. Young Master Lu, this matter is indeed the responsibility of our Whitefin clan. Our young master has already recognized his mistake and after a while, we will send the compensation to your residence, you see, if this is all right? Lu Bian was shocked when he saw this scene. After all, he didn't expect the elder of the Whitefin clan to force his young master to kneel. From the looks of it, Zhenyu had probably become an abandoned child of the Whitefin clan. This time, it was not as simple as losing the competition and losing his fiancée. When he returned, there would probably be an even bigger lesson waiting for him. Thinking up to here, the depression in Lu Bian's heart dissipated completely. Killing people is just a nod of the head. The Whitefin clan was already so flexible, and if he continued to be unforgiving, it would be unreasonable. Lu Bian nodded his head as he stretched out his hand to support Eldarin. Eldarin, since you put it this way, then I naturally have to give you this face. There's no need to apologize. It's just that my engagement with Miss Qingqing. Eldarin understood and immediately said, young Master Lu is the disciple of Divine Dr. Zhang and the senior brother of Matriarch Huang. His status is noble and his medical skills are outstanding. He and Miss Xianqing are a match made in heaven. The two of you being able to conclude an engagement is a great joyous event for the God realm. Congratulations. I wish the two of you 100 years of happiness and longevity. Lu Bian's lips curled up as he nodded his head in satisfaction. Then I'll have to thank you for your kind words. When Zhenyu heard this, he was so angry that his entire body was trembling and he really wished he could jump up on the spot and fight it out with Lu Bian. Even if she couldn't beat him, it was better than being humiliated like this. However, Eldarin had long been prepared for this. He released his mystic force pressure and firmly suppressed Zhenyu. Zhenyu was usually focused on cultivating spirit medicine techniques, and his cultivation was built up through the accumulation of medicinal pills. His actual combat ability was completely on a different level compared to these elders who specialized in martial arts. He had no way to resist and could only watch helplessly as Lu Bian walked into the crowd of Black Tortoise clan people with satisfaction, holding Xianqingling's hand. Xianqinling had already secretly approved of Lu Bian, and today, when she saw Lu Bian's shocking performance in medicine and martial path, she was even more delighted. The two of them looked at each other lovingly for a while, and they both had a feeling of happiness after suffering. Pa. Divine Dr. Zhang, who had been silent at the side, suddenly clapped. I didn't expect my disciple to not only have amazing medical talent, but her martial cultivation is also extraordinary. She also has good friends like Matriarch Huang and young Master Li. This is really beyond my expectations. Patriarch Xian, look. Our marriage, isn't it time to settle down? Xianxia was still in shock, but when he heard Divine Dr. Zhang's words, he finally regained his senses and immediately nodded. Of course. From today onwards, we are in-laws. Our Qingling family is happy for her to find a son-in-law like young Master Liu. Originally Xianxia was thinking that even if he agreed to this marriage, he would put on airs and make things difficult for Divine Dr. Zhang and Lu Bian. After all, Xianqinling was the daughter of the god race. No matter how talented she would only be considered as marrying a human. The other party took out a large amount of betrothal gifts and tried to curry favor with the Black Tortoise clan. That was all due courtesy. However, now that Huang Yueli and Li Moying had appeared and supported Lu Bian in such a domineering manner, even Ingenu had been tamed by them, so Xianxu's attitude had also changed. In the past, Lu Bian could only be said to be a decent choice and was more suitable for the Black Tortoise clan than Ingenu. And now, with the addition of senior brother Huang Yueli's identity, he had become the best candidate that one couldn't find even if one were to carry lanterns. Even if Lu Bian was a human, but based on his innate talent, strength, teacher's inheritance, and background, if the Black Tortoise clan did not seize this opportunity to take him down, other families might rush over to snatch him tomorrow. This time, Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Without another word, he settled the matter with Divine Dr. Zhang. Both parties even started discussing the date and details of the wedding on the spot. After all, Xianqinling was a young unmarried woman. No matter how calm she was usually, she couldn't help but blush when she heard this topic. She couldn't stay here any longer, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Lu Bian had been in love with Xianqinling for a long time, but due to his status and other obstacles, he could only hide it in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to stand together with Xianqinling openly today, so how could he bear to let her leave just like that? He immediately chased after her. As for the Whitefin clan, they had completely lost face today. They had no face to stay at all. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, they immediately dragged Ingenu away and left dejectedly. Huang Yueli saw that everything was settled and the corners of her mouth curled up. I've finally settled Shixiang's marriage. Senior brother has finally acknowledged a master. After the marriage with the Black Tortoise clan and the resources of the Black Tortoise clan, after the powerful alliance, your future achievements will definitely be limitless. The stone in her heart could finally be lifted. Li Moying didn't care about all these, and when he saw Huang Yueli finally reveal a smile, he heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Bian, this brat is considered to have made a name for himself, and there's no need for you to worry. So, wifey, can you go back with your husband to rest? I heard the baby in your stomach complaining that it's too sleepy and wants to go back to sleep. Huang Yueli was stunned as she stretched out her hand to hammer Li Moying's shoulder. Listen to your nonsense, how could the baby speak in the stomach? Li Moying didn't dodge as he took her punch and took advantage of the situation to pull her petite body into his embrace. Alright, even if I said it, is that wife willing to go back with me? Huang Yueli turned around to take a look, and Xianxia and Divine Dr. Zhang had already started discussing the guest list for the wedding day. This kind of matter, she and Li Moying couldn't interrupt. After all, no matter how strong they were still of the same generation as Liu Bian, and this was a matter that only the elders could decide. All right then. Huang Yueli's voice had just fallen when she felt her body lighten. Li Moying carried her up horizontally. Husband, you. Huang Yueli subconsciously grabbed onto the clothes on Li Moying's shoulders, wanting to get down. Li Moying tightened his arm, not allowing her to move around. Be obedient, I'll carry you back. You're a double body now. She was only pregnant, not a baby herself. Why couldn't she walk? Huang Yueli cursed in her heart. It was reasonable to suspect that Li Moying couldn't bear to see other people showing off their affection in front of him, so he had to make a bigger commotion to show it back. Man, how childish. Although she said that, Huang Yueli's lips still curled up secretly as she hugged Li Moying's neck and sat steadily on her husband's firm and strong arms, her two legs even swaying a little. She could also reluctantly cooperate with him to show off their affection. Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple recruitment competition ended with such a dramatic development. It was something that no one had expected. For a time, everyone in the streets and alleys was discussing the situation of the competition that day. Whether it was the audience who was present at the time or those who were not present at all, they could all tell a vivid story. In fact, this news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread out of Snowflake City to every corner of the God realm. No matter what, everything was settled. Liu Bian went from an ordinary human race's spirit medicine master to become Divine Dr. Zhang's only beloved disciple, Sacred Phoenix Clan's patriarch and Cloudy Qilin Clan's young master's good friend, as well as the son-in-law of the Black Tortoise clan. This speed of soaring worth, even Huang Yueli and Li Moying were ashamed of themselves. The marriage was quickly settled after Divine Dr. Zhang and Xianyu's discussion. According to Xianyu's original plan, he hoped that the wedding could be held in Black Tortoise Continent. It would be best if Liu Bian and Divine Dr. Zhang could stay permanently in Black Turtle Continent. However, Divine Dr. Zhang's health condition had not been good in recent years. It was not easy for him to pick a satisfactory disciple. He was eager to teach him all his medical skills and even wanted to bring him to the various places in the God realm to make rounds. In Divine Dr. Zhang's opinion, if a doctor only treated those rich and powerful dignitaries, it would be impossible for him to become a true divine doctor. Only by traveling and gaining experience could he come into contact with more patients and better hone his medical skills. Because of this reason, Xianyuza finally chose to give in and agreed to let Liu Bian and Xian Qingling hold an engagement ceremony in Snowflake City to officially set the marriage. As for the wedding, it would have to wait for Liu Bian to pass Divine Dr. Zhang's preliminary test and have some minor accomplishments in his medical skills. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were very satisfied with this result and planned to stay behind to attend Liu Bian's engagement ceremony before continuing their travels. And Divine Dr. Zhang even personally took Huang Yueli's pulse and told the two of them an unexpected surprise. That was, Huang Yueli wasn't carrying one baby, but two. Two treasures. In the God realm, where it was difficult for top-notch experts to have children, twins were even rarer than life-bound holy armaments. Moreover, these were twins born from a god-grade genius. If word got out, the entire God realm would probably be in an uproar. Although Huang Yueli's heart was filled with joy, she didn't want to stir up too much trouble, so she specially instructed Divine Dr. Zhang not to spread the news. Everything was developing in a beautiful direction. However, not everyone could feel the joy. To Ingenu of the Whitefin clan, every day during this period of time felt like he was living in hell. Every time he heard the good news from the Black Tortoise clan, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. All of this originally belonged to him and Ingenu. He was the most outstanding medical genius in the God realm. He was the best candidate to be Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple. He should be the one who married the daughter of the Black Tortoise clan's prodigy in glory. And now, everything was ruined. He could not even keep his position as the young master of the Whitefin clan, let alone become a disciple and marry. In the past few days, the few elders who had come to Snowflake City with him had changed their usual docile attitude towards him and began to treat him coldly. And Jinyu could already imagine what he would face once he returned to the family. He had been the #1 genius of the Whitefin clan since he was young and had been spoiled by the clan since he was young. He had always been arrogant and despotic, and had offended many people in the clan. Once he was abandoned by the family and no longer held the title of young master, he was afraid. There would be many people hitting him when he was down. How could he endure such humiliation? It would be great if this Lu brat died. As long as Lu Bian dies, then everything that he has will return to me. And Jinyu was thinking about how to kill Lu Bian at almost every moment. However, this was not something he could do just by thinking about it. In the past, Lu Bian didn't have any powers to protect him, so if he wanted to kill him, it was no different from squashing an ant. But now, Lu Bian's identity was already different. Forget about Divine Dr. Zhang and the Black Tortoise clan. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's identity, ability, and wealth were not something he could shake. As long as the two of them were around, there was absolutely no possibility of him taking revenge. And Jinyu racked his brains for several days, but he couldn't think of a solution. 10 days later, the elders discussed and decided to return to the Whitefin continent. They had come here this time with an important task, to bring back Divine Dr. Zhang's inheritance and Xianxia. Now, they could only leave empty-handed. They didn't know how to explain to the patriarch when they returned. However, he had no choice but to leave. Because Xianxia and Lu Bian's engagement ceremony would be held in a few days. The marriage alliance between the two major powers, coupled with the financial support of the wealthy Huang Yueli couple, the entire Shuihua city was immersed in a festive atmosphere. As the losers, it was too awkward for the Whitefin clan to stay in the city. Therefore, regardless of whether Jinyu was willing or not, he could only leave with his family. However, what Jinyu did not expect was that they had just left Snowflake City and had only been on the road for 2 days when they encountered a powerful but hurried team. When the other party bumped into them, they immediately stopped and sent someone over to pass on the message. Looking at the emblem on the outside of your carriage, you should be a friend of the Whitefin clan, right? My master is Cloudy Qilin clan's elder, Li Yiming. The moment the elders heard that it was Cloudy Qilin clan's people, they all stopped the horse carriages to greet them. Cloudy Qilin clan's strong practitioners were as common as the clouds, and their reputation was illustrious. The Whitefin clan also did not dare to provoke them. Li Yiming was a man in his 40s on the outside. Peak Dao, profound realm cultivation. After he got off the car, his expression was very solemn, cupping his hands in salute to the few people. I'm sorry to delay a little of your time. Looking at the direction you are heading, you should be coming from Snowflake City? Upon hearing this, Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. He guessed a little. That's right. Li Yiming said, I'm currently handling some matters in the nearby Snowleaf City, and I accidentally heard someone mention that our clan's young master Li Moying has appeared in Snowflake City. I wonder if this news is true or false. When Jinyu heard this, he instantly understood. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were top-notch celebrities in the God realm. A few days ago during Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple selection competition, the two of them directly removed their disguise and revealed their identities in order to support Lu Bian, causing everyone to be shocked. Everyone knew that because the two of them eloped, the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan were searching for their whereabouts everywhere. Someone must have deliberately sent this news back. However, it had only been a few days, and someone had come looking for him. It was quite unexpected. And Jinyu hurriedly replied, this is indeed the truth. I personally met young Master Li a few days ago. He is together with Sacred Phoenix clan's matriarch Huang Yueli. They should still be in Snowflake City. If Elder were to rush over now, he would definitely be able to meet him. Do you need me to lead the way? Li Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. However, he shook his head and rejected Ingenue's suggestion. Thank you for your good intentions, young masterin, but there was no need to go through the trouble. I don't intend to go see our young master now. There are still a few elders from Cloudy Qilin clan who are on their way here and will arrive in these 2 days. I'd better wait for them to come together. When Ingenu heard this, he almost laughed out loud. What he said just now was actually just to test Li Yiming. If he were to really lead the way to find Huang Yueli, he wouldn't dare to go. Now, Li Yiming's words had verified his guess. It seemed that Cloudy Qilin clan's people had not given up on their attempt to separate Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Otherwise, why would Li Yiming wait for the other elders in the clan to act together? Wasn't it because she was afraid that when she saw Li Moying later, there would be a dispute because of Huang Yueli's matter? He did not expect that the grudge between the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan was actually so deep to this extent. It seemed that this was indeed an angle that could be used. Ingenu rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He said, since Elderly is not in a hurry, why don't you come with us? We just set up camp and plan to spend the night here. With so many elders of the Whitefin clan present, Li Yiming didn't want to miss the opportunity to build a good relationship with the Whitefin clan, so he immediately agreed. At night, Ingenu took the opportunity to sneak into Li Yiming's tent while there was no one around. Elderly, I have come to visit you. When Li Yiming saw Ingenu, he was shocked and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Young masterin, you're here late at night. What can I do for you? Ingenu smiled and said, I can't say that I'm advising you. However, from your tone this afternoon, it seems that you don't approve of the marriage between young Master Li and Matriarch Huang. The two of them have eloped for many days, so they must have already become husband and wife. Does Cloudy Qilin clan really not intend to marry Sacred Phoenix clan? Li Yiming was slightly taken aback. He then frowned and looked at Ingenu warily. Young masterin, what do you mean? Ingenu's smile did not change. He explained calmly, Elderly, please don't misunderstand. In fact, I'm on your side. It just so happens that I don't wish to see Huang Yueli and young Master Li together. Therefore, we might be able to work together. Li Yiming revealed a surprised expression. You have a grudge with Huang Yueli? Ingenu nodded. To be precise, I have a grudge against her senior brother. Elderly should have heard that I came to Snowflake City this time to acknowledge Divine Dr. Zhang as my master, right? But this matter, it was completely messed up by Huang Yueli and her senior brother. Oh? Is that so? Li Yiming raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He was suddenly interested. He had indeed received the news in other cities. He knew that Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple selection meet had been a huge upset. The young master of the Whitefin clan, who had thought that he would win for sure, had actually lost to a human spirit alchemist and returned in defeat. Furthermore, the Whitefin clan had a conflict with the human race's spirit medicine master, and Huang Yueli and Li Moying appeared at this critical juncture. However, the square where the incident happened was very large. There were not many Black Tortoise clansmen and they only occupied a small area of the grandstand. The person who leaked the news to Li Yiming was far away. He could only see the conflict between the two parties, but he couldn't hear their conversation clearly. He couldn't judge the ins and outs of the matter. He could only guess that it was related to the Black Tortoise clan's marriage. Now, after hearing Ingenu's words, Li Yiming thought that he had understood the truth. So, young master and is unwilling to be replaced by someone else and plans to take revenge? What does young master and plan to do? Do you already have a plan? Ingenu saw that he did not doubt his words and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression remained unchanged. To be honest, that human spirit alchemist is easy to deal with. He doesn't have any power behind him, and it's only because he ascended from the same lower realm as Huang Yueli that they acknowledged each other as senior brother and junior sister. As long as we can get rid of Huang Yueli, I have hundreds of ways to deal with that brat. Li Yiming's face revealed a look of understanding. So young master, and so-called cooperation is to borrow our Cloudy Qilin clan's hands to get rid of Huang Yueli? But... He paused, and his tone carried a hint of mockery. But, how does young master know that we will definitely cooperate with you? Isn't this something that everyone in the God realm knows? And Jinyu lifted his lips, disapprovingly. Could it be that the entire Cloudy Qilin clan is willing to let your young master, who is a genius to dominate, be abducted by a sacred Phoenix clan's demoness and sever all ties with the Cloudy Qilin clan from now on? When Li Yiming heard this, his face darkened. That doesn't mean that our young master was kidnapped. Maybe, did young master marry that woman? He, and Jinyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Elderly, you're only lying to yourself, right? As long as one opened their eyes, they could tell that young Master Li had already been completely smitten by Huang Yueli. When I was in Snowflake City, I saw young Master Li carrying that little girl. He was even reluctant to let her walk by herself. The more Li Yiming listened, the uglier his expression became. From his point of view, a peerless genius like Li Moying should put his mind on cultivation. Whatever woman, they were merely his playthings. With young master's innate talent and ability, wouldn't he have as many as he wanted? But Li Moying had fallen in love with Huang Yueli and was so obedient to her. He really didn't know what spell that demoness had cast on young master. Enough. Li Yiming suddenly interrupted ingenue. Even if you're right, there are indeed many people in our clan who oppose this marriage. But so what? How could Huang Yueli be easy to deal with? If we had any way to deal with her, we wouldn't have ended up in this state. Regardless of her innate talent or the power behind her, Huang Yueli wasn't inferior to Li Moying in the slightest. When ingenue heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Elderly, you don't need to worry. I've already thought of an idea for you. Oh? I wonder if young master and has any brilliant ideas? Li Yiming was surprised. The Cloudy Qilin clan had naturally thought of ways to deal with Huang Yueli. It could even be said that no one wanted to get rid of Huang Yueli more than them. However, thinking about it was one thing. Whether or not he could think of a way was another matter. Huang Yueli was a person who had no weaknesses, and if one had to say it, her only weakness was Li Moying. But Li Moying was their Cloudy Qilin clan's most important person, so they couldn't possibly harm their own young master, right? In this way, the problem became unsolvable. It was precisely because of this that Li Yiming was surprised to see ingenue so confident. Ingenue smiled. Actually, this matter isn't that simple. It's not that difficult either. It's just that you didn't expect it. As he spoke, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his interspatial ring and handed it to Li Yiming. Li Yiming was stunned and reached out to take it. What is this? This is the latest knockout powder that the Whitefin clan has developed, ingenue said. Not only is it colorless and odorless, but it can also fuse perfectly with any liquid. Even the most powerful cultivator won't be able to see through it. Is that so? Is it really that effective? Li Yiming said in surprise. Although knockout drugs were very common, even among the mortals of the lower realm, they were everywhere. However, it was not easy to charm a true expert. After all, the knockout powder was a foreign substance. When it fused with the liquid, there would be a trace of abnormality. It was different from ordinary wine and water. If the cultivation of the cultivator who was drugged was high enough, it was easy to detect it with divine sense. And God-grade geniuses like Huang Yueli and Li Moying were even more famous for their powerful spiritual awareness, so to charm a genius of their level was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. Ingenue nodded confidently. Elderly, feel free to rest assured. This knockout drug, we've already tested it on peak Dao Profound Realm powerhouses. The other party's cultivation was higher than Huang Yueli's, and he was already prepared, but he still couldn't differentiate. Hearing these words, Li Yiming finally revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. A knockout drug that can knock out peak Dao Profound Realm, the value of this thing was probably shocking, right? Young master and is actually willing to give this away? And Jinyu scoffed coldly, Huang Yueli ruined my marriage. Then don't blame me for taking revenge. As long as we can separate her from young Master Li, a bottle of knockout powder is nothing. Alright, since young Master and is so generous, then this favor, our Cloudy Qilin clan will accept it. Li Yiming smiled in satisfaction. In the future, if young Master and has any requests, Cloudy Qilin clan will naturally repay you. When the other elders arrive, I'll try the effects of this knockout powder first, and then let's go find that sacred phoenix clan lass. However, when Jinyu heard this, his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Elderly, there was no need for this experiment. Although the knockout powder was extremely effective, one had to use one bottle at a time to take effect. He could not waste it. It's extremely difficult to refine this thing. I only have this bottle in my hand. Li Yiming was stunned for a moment before nodding. I see. Thank you for your reminder, young Masterin. Otherwise, we almost ruined the big deal. Upon hearing this, Jinyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, if Li Yiming really tried it, he would probably find out that the drug was not a knockout drug, but... After handing the porcelain bottle to Li Yiming, Jinyu left with the White Lake tribe the next day. Li Yiming headed in the opposite direction and entered Snowflake City. His purpose for coming here was naturally to bring Li Moying back. However, he knew that his young master had a strong personality. No one could persuade him to do something that he was determined to do. Therefore, he did not act rashly. Instead, he settled down in a small inn and waited for the other clansmen to arrive. 3 days later, Cloudy Qilin clan's elders arrived one after another. A total of 5 arrived, all with peak Dao Profound Realm cultivation. They had come here this time under the orders of the Patriarch to use both carrot and stick methods. No matter what methods they used, they had to bring Li Moying back. It was easy for the Patriarch to give orders, but it was difficult for the people below to carry them out. What a joke, if Li Moying was here, then Huang Yueli would definitely be here as well. Those were 2 god-grade geniuses. Back then at the God Realm's Grand Meet, just Heart Profound Realm cultivation already displayed strength equivalent to middle stage Dao Profound Realm. Now, the 2 people's cultivation most likely increased again. Their combat strength was naturally different from the past 2. Even if he could not defeat them 5 peak Dao Profound Realm powerhouses, wanting to escape was still very easy. Moreover, forget about Huang Yueli, but Li Moying was Cloudy Qilin clan's precious baby, so if he was injured during the battle, it would be hard to explain when they went back. On the way here, the few elders were extremely worried. At this moment, Li Yiming was exceptionally calm. He took out the medicine bottle Jinyu had given him and briefly explained the effects of the knockout powder and Jinyu's explanation. The elders were stunned for a moment before they revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This is really, someone would give her a pillow when she was sleepy. This knockout powder, you came just in time. The Whitefin clan indeed has quite a number of ancient secret recipes. I've also heard people talk about this kind of knockout drug that can knock Dao Profound Realm powerhouses out in the past. If it was in any of the major auction houses, this small bottle would be enough to sell for the price of a high-grade artifact. Young Master and is indeed generous. TSK, I knew it. That little girl surnamed Huang is too arrogant. Sooner or later, she will offend others and scam herself. Look, this is what happened, right? You even dare to offend the young master of the Whitefin clan. Is this a joke? Let's not talk about this. Let's think about how to use this knockout powder first. The knockout powder alone was not enough. The key problem was how to get the target to take the drug. Furthermore, whether it was for Huang Yueli to eat or for Li Moying to eat, these were two different plans. The few elders could not argue anymore, because it was too difficult to drug any of them. The two of them were almost inseparable and were together wherever they went. And Jinyu had also said earlier that this knockout powder was only enough for one person and could only knock one person out. If he couldn't take down both of them at the same time, then it was useless to knock one out. The Cloudy Qilin clan's elders discussed for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. They could only continue to hide and wait for the right opportunity. In the end, they finally found an opportunity. One afternoon, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were originally in their rented little courtyard, not coming out. These days, the elders had already learned of the two's daily routine. Unless someone invited them, they would always cultivate or refine weapons at home and rarely go out. But this afternoon, just after lunchtime, Li Moying's face turned dark as he suddenly pushed open the courtyard door and walked out in big strides. Cloudy Qilin clan's elders had long arranged for people to monitor Huang Yueli and the rest's courtyard. The moment she saw Li Moying going out alone, she immediately reported to the elders. For a moment, the elders were all excited. After watching for more than 10 days, this is the first time I've seen the young master leave alone. I wonder what happened between the two of them. Looking at the young master's ugly expression, could it be? You quarreled with the Sacred Phoenix clan's little lass? It's very possible. No matter how loving a couple is, there will be times when they quarrel. Pooey, 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 they're eloping. They're having an affair without a matchmaker. Who admitted that the one with the surname Huang is the young master's wife? All right, can you stop arguing? Li Yiming couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed heavily and interrupted them. No matter what young master is going out for, this is a rare opportunity for us. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll meet the two of them and separate. This was indeed the truth. Everyone quieted down. Soon, the elders confirmed that they had to seize the opportunity to take action immediately. However, they had a problem with the person in charge of the operation. In the end, Li Yiming was chosen. Elder Ming, in the past, when the Sacred Phoenix clan little lass concealed her identity and lodged in Cloudy Qilin continent, you had the most contact with her and she would definitely be the least guarded against you. It would still be most suitable for you to go. When Li Yiming heard this, he knew that he couldn't deny it, so he didn't reject it. He took the porcelain bottle which contained the knockout powder and held it in his palm. There's no problem for me to go and drug her. But after Huang Yueli has fallen, how should we do things? We need to have a plan beforehand. Everyone discussed again. Although everyone wanted to kill this demoness directly from the bottom of their hearts and eliminate any future troubles, they were not fools to be able to cultivate to their current level. They also knew that it would not work if they were to use force. If he really hurt Huang Yueli, the moment Li Moying flew into a rage, he would do anything. At that time, let alone letting Li Moying return to the clan, he might even start a fight with the elders. So the safer method was to take advantage of Huang Yueli's unconsciousness and bring her onto Cloudy Qilin clan's flying ship, then use it to threaten Li Moying that if he wanted to see his wife, he had to obediently follow them back. As for how to deal with Huang Yueli after returning to Cloudy Qilin continent, that would be left to the patriarch to worry about. Their mission was completed. After the discussion, Li Yiming walked to the entrance of the small courtyard and knocked on the door under everyone's gaze. Very soon, a young servant girl came over to open the door and asked Li Yiming's name and identity. Li Yiming chose to tell the truth. He was very clear that instead of trying to fabricate a lie, it was better to directly reveal his identity and express that he wanted to meet Huang Yueli. With Huang Yueli's identity and pride, she definitely wouldn't not dare to meet him. Sure enough, after waiting at the door for a while, the little servant girl returned and brought him into the small courtyard. After passing through a very beautiful garden, they arrived at a pavilion. He looked over from afar and saw Huang Yueli sitting on a soft couch, enjoying the scenery in the courtyard while sipping tea. However, compared to Li Moying's dark expression when he left earlier, Huang Yueli looked much more relaxed as there was even a trace of a smile on her face. "Elder Ming, how have you been?" She smiled and greeted Li Yiming. When Li Yiming saw Huang Yueli, he couldn't help but be stunned. He originally thought that Li Moying had left in a hurry because he had quarreled with Huang Yueli. However, looking at Huang Yueli's elegant smile, it didn't seem to be the case at all. Then she didn't know why Li Moying was so anxious. However, he had no time to think about it now. Although Li Yiming had come with a motive, but he didn't dare to neglect Huang Yueli on the surface as he cupped his hands in greeting. "Elder Li, please take a seat." "Someone, serve tea for Elder Li." Li Yiming hurriedly said that he didn't dare to accept it as he sat down on the guest seat opposite Huang Yueli. "Matriarch Huang, ever since the God Realm's grand meet, we haven't seen each other for a year, right? Your complexion is much better than before. Looks like your cultivation has improved greatly." His words came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know why, but when he saw Huang Yueli today, he felt that she was different from before. He couldn't tell exactly what was different. He only felt that her skin color seemed to be more delicate than before, and the aura on her body was also much calmer than before. She seemed even more calm and generous, making him unable to see her depth at all. Li Yiming could only speculate that Huang Yueli's cultivation had broken through again, and he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but rejoice. Huang Yueli's abilities had improved greatly, so Li Moying was definitely the same. Luckily he had picked a time when Li Moying was out to come over, otherwise, the trouble would be huge. Huang Yueli looked at Li Yiming with a smile that was not a smile. "Elder Li, you're too polite. May I know why you're here today?" Li Yiming saw that she was in no mood for small talk and could only cut straight to the point. He took out an exquisite wooden box from his bosom and placed it on the short table in front of Huang Yueli. "It's like this. I happened to pass by Snowflake City and heard someone say that your senior brother, young Master Lu, has become a disciple of Divine Dr. Zhang. He has even made an engagement with Miss Qingqing of the Black Tortoise clan. I recalled that young Master Lu had once saved our young master and even stayed in Cloudy Lin Continent for a period of time. We are all old acquaintances, so with such a joyous occasion, I naturally have to express my gratitude. This is a congratulatory gift that I have prepared. I hope that Matriarch Huang can help me pass it to young Master Lu." The reason that Li Yiming gave was confirmed after several discussions with the other elders in the clan. After all, Lu Bian had indeed treated Li Moying's injuries, so it wasn't too ridiculous to say it. However, just as his voice fell, he heard Huang Yueli let out a cold laugh. "All right, Elder Li, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. If there's anything, just say it. Aren't you afraid that my husband will come back if you drag this on for too long?" The word husband caused Li Yiming's heart to feel stifled. However, he couldn't care less about this at this time. He hurriedly said, "What are you saying, Matriarch Huang? Our Cloudy Qilin clan has indeed always been grateful to young Master Lu. Even if you're really grateful, you don't have to send gifts to me, right?" Huang Yueli's face had a hint of mockery. "No matter if it's Divine Dr. Zhang's residence or the Black Tortoise clan's encampment, it's more suitable than sending it to me. Besides, if there's no motive, I think the Cloudy Qilin clan's people should not be willing to come and see my expression." Li Yiming's body stiffened and he choked. He had meticulously crafted a set of words to make Huang Yueli let down her guard and think of a way to drug her. But he had not expected that he had only said a few words when he was exposed by Huang Yueli on the spot. How was he going to continue acting? Li Yiming looked embarrassed. Although Huang Yueli's expression was indifferent and she spoke softly, but he still felt an immense pressure as cold sweat broke out on his back. Huang Yueli didn't rush him as she picked up the cup and took a sip. The cup was filled with milk mixed with roses, because ever since he found out about her pregnancy, Li Moying had not allowed her to drink tea. Li Yiming stiffened for a long time before he reacted. He coughed lightly. Cough cough, Matriarch Huang, I've made a fool of myself. He was not here for young Master Liu. However, I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that, I just want to persuade our young master to go back. Oh? Huang Yueli raised her brows lightly, that's even more interesting. If you want to persuade my husband, why didn't you wait for him to come back and choose such a time when he wasn't around? Li Yiming had already thrown caution to the wind, and in the face of Huang Yueli's ridicule, he still braced himself and opened his mouth. This? Matriarch Huang, you must be joking. Who in the entire God realm doesn't know that the most important person in our young master's heart is you? If you don't agree, even if I say it out loud, young master won't care about me, right? Huang Yueli smiled, then what makes elderly think that I would bother with you? Li Yiming laughed dryly and said, I'm not, he was just thinking that there was no need for them to be so stiff. Anything was fine, can we discuss it? Not to mention anything else, when you were in the sacred Phoenix tribe, our entire tribe treated you and young Master Liu with courtesy. We even gave you quite a number of cultivation resources. Hee, don't give me that. After Huang Yueli got pregnant, her patience was even less than before. Hearing Li Yiming's irrelevant words, her expression suddenly sank. I only want to ask elderly one thing. Could it be that your Cloudy Qilin clan has already reached an agreement and is prepared to turn enemies into friends with the Sacred Phoenix clan and carry out a marriage alliance? Cough cough, this. Li Yiming choked again. Huang Yueli continued, but our Sacred Phoenix clan's elders don't like to see my husband. He wondered how Cloudy Qilin clan was planning to deal with it. Are you going to cede territory and pay compensation? Li Yiming's face instantly turned green. Huang Yueli's question could be said to hit the nail on the head. If the entire Cloudy Qilin clan was willing to let the young master marry the Sacred Phoenix clan's god-grade genius and was even willing to cede land and pay compensation to beg for the Sacred Phoenix clan's agreement, then what was he still running here for? And even drugged Huang Yueli? Huang Yueli swept a glance at Li Yiming. If there isn't any, then I don't know why Sir has come here. Cough cough. Li Yiming was speechless. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a servant girl, carrying a tray, walked over from the other end of the garden. Madam, it's time for you to take your medicine. Huang Yueli turned her head and stared at the black bowl of medicinal soup in the porcelain bowl as her nose wrinkled. Can't you see that I'm receiving guests? Take it down first. We'll talk about it later. After the competition that day, Divine Dr. Zhang personally took Huang Yueli's pulse, saying that because she was pregnant with twins, she needed to pay more attention than ordinary pregnant women. Not only did he list out a bunch of things to take note of, he even gave her a prescription. This caused Huang Yueli to suffer. She hated drinking medicine the most, but Li Moying took it very seriously as he would stare at his wife drinking medicine every day. Initially, she thought that Li Moying would be out today and she would be able to muddle through, but she didn't expect that Li Moying had arranged for a servant girl to wait for her here. Madam, before Master left, he instructed that you must finish drinking it. Otherwise, he will punish this servant. Looking at the little servant girl's trembling appearance, Huang Yueli had no other choice but to pinch her nose, lift up the porcelain bowl and pour it into her mouth. Li Yiming was already prepared to return empty-handed, but he didn't expect such a change to happen halfway. Huang Yueli was actually drinking medicine. Moreover, from the tone of the servant girl, it was Li Moying who had instructed her to drink it every day. Could it be that he had contracted some kind of illness? Or, something went wrong with his cultivation? Li Yiming was confused, but he didn't have time to think about it. Because this was a rare opportunity, and it was fleeting. He took the opportunity and took advantage of the moment when Huang Yueli raised her head to drink the medicine. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the porcelain bottle Jinyu had given him and poured it into the cup of milk on the table. Li Yiming's movements were abnormally fast. Lightning attribute cultivators were originally known for their speed. This time, he used his full strength again. In practically the blink of an eye, he finished applying the medicine. The little servant girl at the side had been staring at her mistress, completely unaware. And after Huang Yueli drank the medicinal soup, her entire face wrinkled up and she had no time to care about him. Li Yiming sat back down and waited nervously with his eyes wide open. Huang Yueli put down the bowl of medicine and her next action was to reach out to pick up the cup of milk. It seemed that she wanted to use the taste of milk to suppress the taste of medicine in her mouth. This was truly the blessing of the heavens on the cloudy Qilin clan. Li Yiming almost burst out laughing. But after Huang Yueli raised the cup to her mouth, her movements suddenly paused and she didn't drink it immediately. After a few breaths, she put the cup back on the table. When Li Yiming saw this, he almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to rush up to her to drink. Fortunately, he remembered his identity and situation in time and held back. At this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly opened her mouth. "Elderly, why are you staring at my cup? Do you want to taste milk too?" Li Yiming was stunned for a moment. He finally realized that his reaction just now was a little too explicit. He hurriedly coughed and covered it up. "Matriarch Huang, you misunderstood. I didn't expect you to like milk." Huang Yueli gave a slight smile. "To be honest, this isn't some ordinary milk, but the colostrum of the blood-striped pearl cow on the snow mountain in the south. My husband personally went to the auction house some time ago and spent tens of millions of crystal jades to bid for a few pearl cows for me. Sigh, I have no choice. It's all my husband's kind intentions. I can only drink it." Li Yiming was secretly shocked when he heard this. Tens of millions of crystal jades were enough to buy a high-grade bejeweled weapon. In the end, he just patted a few cows just to let Huang Yueli drink some milk. Their young master was. No way, if this demoness continued to be together with the young master would probably be able to deliver the entire cloudy Qilin clan into her hands. Li Yiming was still in a daze when he suddenly heard Huang Yueli say, "Unfortunately, those cows have a limited daily production. This is the last cup. If Elderly is interested, I can share a bit for you to try." "Quick, go get another cup for Elderly," she said to the servant girl beside her without waiting for Li Yiming's reply. Li Yiming was shocked and quickly waved his hand. No need, this is really inappropriate. Matriarch Huang, you really don't have to be so polite. What a joke." And Jinyu said that this knockout drug was effective even on Dao Profound Realm cultivators. Moreover, it took effect immediately. If he drank it himself, he would definitely fall down immediately. That would be revealing himself on the spot. "Matriarch Huang, this is milk that our young master specially prepared for you. How can a subordinate like me drink it? If young master blames me later, I won't be able to explain it to him. Thank you for your kindness." Li Yiming racked his brains, thinking of how to reject her. However, Huang Yueli had already lost her patience as her face suddenly sank as she scoffed coldly, "Elderly, do you think it's inappropriate, or you don't dare to drink?" Hearing this, Li Yiming's body trembled and his expression changed. "You. Matriarch Huang, why do you say that? why wouldn't I dare? Before he could finish his words, he saw Huang Yueli wave her sleeves, and the cup was immediately blown over by the wind. The milk in the cup splashed out and spilled onto the ground. Coincidentally, there were a few birds pecking at the bugs on the ground nearby. They happened to be standing under the table. The milk splashed on the birds' feathers, making them wet. The little bird chirped and subconsciously flapped its wings, wanting to fly away. However, none of them succeeded in flying. In just a few breaths, these birds fell to the ground with a thud and stopped moving. A few servant girls at the side were so shocked by this scene that their faces turned pale and they almost screamed. The pressure from Huang Yueli's body suddenly burst out and the smile on her face had completely disappeared. She said sternly, "Elderly, I thought that you were thinking about my husband. On account that you are his clansman, I treated you with courtesy. In the end, you actually came here to take my life?" Li Yiming was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. His face was pale. He was even more shocked than Huang Yueli. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the porcelain bottle Jinyu had left him was not filled with knockout powder but such a vicious poison. It was simply death upon contact. Didn't Jinyu say that this was just a knockout powder? Why did he lie to them? However, he really didn't have the time to think about it carefully. Seeing Huang Yueli's furious expression, Li Yiming panicked and hurriedly explained. "Matriarch Huang, this was really a misunderstanding. I absolutely have no intention of poisoning you or the young master. I can swear to the heavenly Tao. I swear on my life's cultivation." Huang Yueli gave him a mocking glance as her voice turned icy cold. "Elderly, the evidence is right in front of you and now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Swear to the heavenly Tao. So the heavenly Tao is so worthless now? No, that's not it. Matriarch Huang, you. Let me finish first. I can really explain." Li Yiming was about to cry. "I was also schemed against and used by someone. Think about it, what benefits can our Cloudy Qilin clan gain by killing you? Wouldn't young master fight us to the death? We really don't have to do such a thing." Just not long ago, Li Yiming was still feeling vexed, feeling that he wasn't cautious enough, which was why Huang Yueli saw that the cup had been drugged. Now that the operation had failed, he had become the sinner of the Cloudy Qilin clan. But now, he could only rejoice. Luckily, Huang Yueli's divine sense was strong and her 5 senses were sharp as she saw through his little action earlier. If Huang Yueli had already drunk this cup of poisoned milk, she might have already. Then when Li Moying returned, even if he had 10,000 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. It would be strange if Li Moying believed his words. Even if he believed it, Huang Yueli had died because of Cloudy Qilin clan and based on the degree of Li Moying's concern towards Huang Yueli, it would probably be a calamity of extermination in the future. Thinking of this, Li Yiming's back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Huang Yueli looked at him coldly but didn't have any intention of taking him down immediately. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. If there's another word of lies, don't blame me for being rude. Since things had already reached this point, Li Yiming naturally did not dare to hide anymore. He quickly put on a serious face and told her everything from when he heard the news and rushed to Snowflake City, to when he met Jinyu on the way, to when he met up with the other elders to discuss the plan. Looking at Huang Yueli's increasingly gloomy expression, he couldn't sit still. Matriarch Huang, what I said is absolutely the truth. If you don't believe me, I can find other elders to testify for me. I really didn't expect that little thief Jinyu. How dare you lie to me? He's clearly using me to kill you through the Cloudy Qilin clan. This kid is really too vicious. Recalling Jinyu's seemingly sincere face, Li Yiming gritted his teeth in anger. Jinyu's plan was really too vicious. If they had done it through someone else, as long as the Sacred Phoenix clan pursued the matter, they would contact Jinyu sooner or later. But the person he was looking for was someone from Cloudy Qilin clan. Everyone knew that Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan had a great enmity. Cloudy Qilin clan's elder had gone crazy and poisoned Huang Yueli. Although it felt a little strange, no one would suspect that there was another story behind this matter. At that time, Cloudy Qilin clan would be the scapegoat. As for him, Li Yiming, he would be the first to bear the brunt and die without a burial place. At the thought of this, Li Yiming felt a lingering fear. Matriarch Huang and Jinyu actually used such a vicious trick. He clearly hates you to the bone. Don't worry, our Cloudy Qilin clan won't let this matter rest just like that. We will definitely send people to the Whitefin clan to seek justice. I will definitely give you an explanation. However, his anxious explanation only received a cold glare from Huang Yueli. Do I need you to seek justice for me? What a joke. As she spoke, she lifted her chin towards the direction of the door. Since this matter has nothing to do with Cloudy Qilin clan, I will not implicate the innocent. Elderly, it's getting late and I should rest for the afternoon. I won't send you off. Li Yiming couldn't help but stare blankly, and after 2 breaths, he finally reacted that Huang Yueli was asking him to leave. An awkward expression appeared on his face. He laughed dryly, but did not get up. Matriarch Huang, this matter has become like this. It's indeed us, we were thoughtless. I wonder when our young master will return. I want to explain and apologize to him face to face. When Huang Yueli heard that, she sneered, Elder Li's words are really interesting. Don't tell me you think that since the poison in the porcelain bottle wasn't prepared by you, this matter has nothing to do with your Cloudy Qilin clan? I'm afraid you've forgotten who put the medicine in my cup just now. How could I let someone like you stay at home? Li Yiming choked. His face quickly turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier when Huang Yueli believed his words, he thought that the matter had already passed. Now, he realized that he was being naive. If Huang Yueli was such an easy-to-talk-to person, why would they have to suffer the loss of both young master and soldier, to fall into such a sullen situation now? Huang Yueli put down the cup heavily. Men, send Elder Li out. From now on, no Cloudy Qilin clan member is allowed to step within a 5-mile radius. As soon as she finished speaking, a few guards came over and asked Li Yiming to leave. Li Yiming took a few steps back and suddenly gritted his teeth. He shook off the guards and rushed towards the backyard. The guards in the courtyard were temporarily arranged by the city lord for Huang Yueli and the rest to use. His cultivation was also ordinary, and he only helped to deal with some chores. In front of a Dao Profound Realm expert like Li Yiming, he could not withstand a single blow at all. Li Yiming had only released a little bit of profound energy pressure and it had forced them all back. Immediately after, he flashed and ran into the courtyard. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he had to meet Li Moying face to face today and explain to him personally. Otherwise, with Huang Yueli's pillow talk, they probably wouldn't be able to get close to Li Moying anymore. This Cloudy Qilin clan's peerless genius that was rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of years was really going to be abducted by the Sacred Phoenix clan's demoness. Li Yiming's movement technique was very fast. But he didn't expect that Huang Yueli's speed was even faster. The young girl who was sitting leisurely in the pavilion a moment ago suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him at lightning speed. Elder Li, where are you going? Isn't it too rude to barge into someone else's house? Huang Yueli's tone became colder. Li Yiming's face stiffened as he was shocked. Huang Yueli's speed, how could it be so fast? Fire attribute cultivators were not known for their speed. Could it be that her cultivation had improved again? He forced down the shock in his heart and laughed dryly. Patriarch Huang, I've already explained the misunderstanding to you. Why do you have to hold on to this little mistake? No matter what, I'm still a clansman of young Master Li. Please let me see him. Let you meet him once, then make up stories about me in front of him, trying to drive a wedge between us? Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile that was not a smile as her voice suddenly sank. Do you think I'm stupid? Although she trusted her husband very much and knew that Li Moying's feelings towards her were something that no one or anything could shake, but this didn't mean that she would condone these clowns jumping around in front of her husband. Seeing these annoying people, Li Moying would only be angrier than her. If she was angry and hurt her body, wouldn't her heart ache? Huang Yueli replied coldly, Elderly, why aren't you leaving? Do you need me to personally invite you out? Li Yiming was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Patriarch Huang, although your talent is very high, you are still young. It is impossible for you to chase me away. Why do you have to waste so much effort? Why don't you? Before he could finish his words, Li Yiming suddenly felt a huge wave of flames rising from the ground in front of him and sweeping towards him. This surge of profound energy was extremely ferocious and powerful. Li Yiming's expression changed, and he was dumbfounded. This time, he was really caught off guard. Even though Li Yiming used the instinct that he had cultivated after many years of fighting to dodge with all his strength, the lower hem of his robe was still burned by the flames, and a deep mark was scratched on his face. You, Li Yiming covered the wound on his face, unable to speak. He really had not expected that Huang Yueli's ability had already reached such a level. Huang Yueli replied coldly, What? Are you still not leaving? Li Yiming gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Huang Yueli's ability was so strong, and if he didn't use 100% of his strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with her. Could it be that he really had to go all out? But how was he going to explain this to the young master after this? Just as he was hesitating, the young girl in front of him suddenly swayed. Before Li Yiming could react, Huang Yueli fainted onto the ground. Everything happened too suddenly. Li Yiming was stunned. He didn't understand what had happened. After a long while, he realized that Huang Yueli seemed to have really fainted and not thought of some underhanded methods. Li Yiming hesitated for a moment before carefully walking towards Huang Yueli as he probed. Phoenix, Matriarch Huang? Are you still awake? Huang Yueli's face was slightly pale as her eyes were tightly shut. She laid on the ground motionlessly without any response. Li Yiming raised his voice again, Matriarch Huang? Matriarch Huang? Wake up. Huang Yueli still didn't react. This time, Li Yiming really panicked. What was going on? If it was really him who had injured Huang Yueli, then it would be fine. But unfortunately, when the two of them exchanged blows earlier, he was clearly at a disadvantage. It was Huang Yueli who had forced him to retreat in one move. He wasn't injured, but Huang Yueli suddenly fainted. If he didn't know that Huang Yueli didn't need to play such a trick, he would have thought that she was trying to trick him. However, it was precisely because this was not a trap that it made him even more terrified. Could it be that there was something else in the poison and Jinyu had left behind that he hadn't discovered? He didn't need to swallow it to poison someone to death? The more Li Yiming thought about it, the more uneasy he became. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He looked left and right and realized that there wasn't anyone in the courtyard. Those guards and servant girls from before had already been affected by the powerful pressure from the two of them when he and Huan Yu left the battle, and some of them had even fainted. Li Yiming gritted his teeth and took out a talisman. He lit it up and threw it into the sky. This was the secret code he had agreed upon with the other elders of the clan. According to the original plan, after he had knocked Huan Yueli unconscious, the other elders would rush over to cover him to get her out of the city. Sure enough, not long after, 5 figures jumped down from the wall of the small courtyard. The moment they saw Huan Yueli lying on the ground, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Elder Ming, you're really a meritorious person of our Cloudy Qilin clan to be able to accomplish this matter. As expected, it was right to invite you to carry out the plan. Now, the most difficult step has been completed. If Lord Patriarch knew, he would probably be very happy. It seems that the return of the young master to the family is just around the corner. Everyone surrounded Li Yiming and praised him. Li Yiming's expression was uglier than crying. You guys, sigh. Things are not what you think. Huang Yueli wasn't drugged by me. What Ingen you gave me that day was not knockout powder, but poison. And it was a deadly poison. I almost made a big mistake. What? Everyone's face turned pale in fear. Could it be that Huang Yueli has already? Li Yiming hurriedly replied, that's not it. I wasn't careful enough when I drugged her and was discovered by Huang Yueli. She didn't drink it. Everyone let out a long breath in unison. They all had a lingering fear in their hearts, and at the same time, they were extremely angry. That damned ingenue. I knew it. How could the Whitefin clan be so kind as to give us knockout powder for free? This little thief is clearly trying to use us. Damn it. Sooner or later, I'll go to the Whitefin clan and get back at them. Some people felt that something was wrong. Wait, that's not right. Since Huang Yueli didn't drink the knockout powder, then she is now. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Li Yiming in confusion. If you ask me, who should I ask? Li Yiming forced a smile. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. Li Yiming's brows were tightly knitted together. Originally, Huang Yueli had exposed me and wanted to chase me away. I knew that the operation had failed and there was no other way but to stay as much as possible, hoping to see young master. After that, we started fighting. Huang Yueli's ability has exceeded my imagination. I was careless and was injured by her. At this point, someone understood. So, you fought back with all your might. In the end, you used too much force and, she fainted? Li Yiming's face darkened. If that's the case, then it's fine. But I didn't even touch a single hair on Huang Yueli's head. She suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. What? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, speechless. There was actually such a strange thing in the world? Things are going to be troublesome now. If young master finds out, Li Yiming said. Wait. An elder suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh, interrupting him. I say, Elder Ming, what exactly are you conflicted about? In this situation, regardless of how it happened, it's the most beneficial outcome for us, isn't it? Li Yiming was startled and turned around. Elder Kong, what do you mean? Elder Kong pointed at Huang Yueli, who was on the ground and said, anyway, we had originally drugged Huang Yueli so that she would faint and then secretly bring her away. If she's already unconscious now, wouldn't we be able to save ourselves the trouble of drugging her? Wouldn't we just take her away? Who cares why she fainted? Li Yiming was stunned. The other elders were also shocked. But soon, everyone reacted and instantly felt that Elder Kang's suggestion, it seemed to make sense. Anyway, he was already unconscious here. Could they just pretend that they did not see anything? But, because she fainted in front of him, Li Yiming was still worried. If we take her away like this, what if something really happened to Huang Yueli, young master, if you pursue this matter? It's fine. It's not like we don't care if she lives or dies. After we leave Snowflake City and the Heaven Fox continent, we'll go find a doctor to treat her. Moreover, although her face is a little pale, her breathing is stable. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with her. Elder Kong said as he squatted down to check. This time everyone was relieved and convinced. Li Yiming made a prompt decision. Then let's hurry up and do it. Young master had left for quite a long time. Who knew when he would suddenly return? We don't have much time left. That's right. Everyone, speed up. Everyone quickly took action. Li Yiming took out a stretcher that he had prepared earlier from his interspatial ring. The few of them divided their work and cooperated well. Some of them were responsible for carrying the stretcher, while others jumped onto the wall to support them. However, just as Li Yiming was about to lift the stretcher and leave, Elder Kong, who was on the wall, looked behind him and his expression suddenly changed. No, no, no. Not good, everyone, run away. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the sky and struck down. With Elder Kang's cultivation, he could not dodge at all. He fell from the wall and crashed heavily onto the ground. Before the other elders could react to what was going on, they heard a familiar voice that contained anger coming from behind them. All of you, what do you want to do to my wife? Li Moying's appearance was too sudden. From Elder Kang's warning to Li Moying's appearance at the door, it was practically in the blink of an eye. The few elders were still a little stunned. They did not have time to dodge and were all caught red-handed. By the time they regained their senses, Li Moying had already rushed into the courtyard like a whirlwind. What are you guys trying to do? Quickly put Lier down. Following his words, a powerful profound energy pressure suddenly erupted from his body. A violent energy wave swept out in all directions, surging towards Li Yiming and the others. The violent impact instantly approached in front of him. Even if the few elders were all Dao Profound Realm top powerhouses, they could not withstand it at this time either. Blood essence churned in their chests, and they hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Li Yiming stumbled back 30 to 40 steps, but he still couldn't stand steadily. In the end, he hit the wall and barely stopped. At this moment, his heart was filled with horror. Li Moying, he was actually so powerful that he alone forced so many elders to retreat at the same time. Even though their reactions were much slower than usual due to being too surprised, it was still shocking that they could do this. He originally thought that Huang Yueli's ability was already terrifying enough, but he didn't expect that their young master's advancement was even above Huang Yueli's. At least he was no longer Li Moying's match. Was this a god-grade talent? The speed of advancement was actually so abnormal. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. All the elders had the same thoughts as Li Yiming. Everyone finally managed to stand firm. For a moment, they looked at each other and did not dare to go forward. And Li Moying didn't have the mood to pay attention to them. After he forced the elders to retreat, he immediately rushed to the side of the stretcher and half knelt down to check on Huang Yueli's condition. Lier. You. How are you? Wake up. Li Moying had just entered the door, and when he saw his wife lying on the stretcher without moving, he was so frightened that his heart almost stopped beating. He stretched out his hand and felt under Huang Yueli's nose. Luckily, she was still breathing. He then felt her pulse. It seemed, it was still considered normal. Li Moying's tensed-up nerves finally relaxed a little, but his heart was still restless. Fortunately, at this moment, a calm male voice came from outside the courtyard. Young Master Li, you don't have to be too alarmed. Let me take a look first. Li Moying's movements paused as he immediately stood up and moved to the side. Divine Dr. Zhang, then I'll have to trouble you. Quickly come and take a look, my Lier. What happened? Divine Dr. Zhang nodded and walked forward quickly. Behind him was a frowning Lu Bian. Earlier when Li Moying left the mansion in a hurry, he was actually heading towards Divine Dr. Zhang's residence to look for the person who invited him over for a consultation. Ever since he found out that Huang Yueli was pregnant with twins, Li Moying had been extremely nervous, and whenever Huang Yueli had a slight headache or fever, he would be extremely worried. And this afternoon, when Huang Yueli woke up from her afternoon nap, she suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down on the spot. Although Li Moying supported her in time, but he was still worried, and after much thought, he still went to Divine Dr. Zhang's residence. This round trip actually only took about an hour. He did not expect to see so many Cloudy Qilin clan elders in his house the moment he returned, and his wife was still lying on the ground without moving. Thinking up to this point, Li Moying's heart was filled with a vicious aura as his cold gaze swept past Li Yiming and the rest's faces. 4969 affected the fetuses. Meeting Li Moying's sinister and cold gaze, the few elders shuddered. No one had expected that Li Moying would not come back earlier or later, but just at the moment they made their move, he appeared and personally witnessed the scene of them making their move on Huang Yueli. If they were to explain now, how could they not have any ill intentions towards Huang Yueli? Li Moying definitely wouldn't listen to them. The few of them looked at each other, not even daring to breathe loudly. Li Moying laughed coldly, "You guys. Very good. My wife had originally advised me that after I arrived at the God Realm, Cloudy Qilin clan had taken good care of me and told me not to fall out too badly with the clan, but I didn't expect that you would actually take advantage of my absence to lay such a vicious hand on my wife. As expected of the ancient God clan's elders, they are all good methods. If anything happens to my wife, just wait. Even if I have to risk being cursed by the entire God Realm, I will definitely seek justice for my wife and make the entire Cloudy Qilin clan pay the price." The cold sweat on the foreheads of the elders fell, and they were filled with regret. If the clan's only god-grade genius in tens of thousands of years were to turn against the clan because of their impulsive plan, then they would become the sinners of the Cloudy Qilin clan. "Young master, please listen to my explanation." Li Yiming was so anxious that he couldn't care about anything else. It was really a misunderstanding. We absolutely have no intention of harming Patriarch Huang, we only wish to invite her to Cloudy Qilin clan as a guest. It was only an accident that she fainted. Accident? Did Elder Ming think that I'm an idiot? Li Moying's voice suddenly turned cold as he gave a stern shout. N/O/vel/b/c//and/c//om. Li Yiming followed Li Moying's line of sight and saw the puddle of milk on the stone table as well as the corpses of the few birds that had fallen beside the milk. Li Yiming's heart turned even colder. It was a fact that he had drugged Huang Yueli earlier, and the medicine that he didn't drink had now become the evidence that they had plotted against Huang Yueli. This was really something that could not be cleared even if one jumped into the Yellow River. "Young master, he really didn't mean to harm Matriarch Huang. I was also deceived. And Jinyu of the Whitefin clan lied to me that this was a knockout powder, so I used it. I almost made a big mistake. However, Matriarch Huang could tell that there was something wrong with the milk at a glance, so she didn't drink it. Her coma definitely had nothing to do with this medicine." Li Yiming was just short of swearing to the heavens and the sun. He had already cursed in Jinyu's 18 generations of ancestors who had deceived and framed him, but looking at Li Moying's extremely cold expression, he knew that his explanation seemed so pale in front of the fact that Huang Yueli was unconscious. Who could believe that things were so coincidental? Was he that unlucky? For a moment, Li Yiming even thought that Li Moying was going to fly into a rage and start a massacre on them. Fortunately, at this moment, Divine Dr. Zhang suddenly spoke. "Young Master Li, please calm down. This elder is speaking the truth. Matriarch Huang did not consume any poison or knockout powder." When Li Yiming heard this, he almost cried tears of joy. "Divine Dr. Zhang, thank you for speaking up for me. Young master, this matter really has nothing to do with us." Elder Li's words are inappropriate. Divine Dr. Zhang interrupted him and said unhurriedly, "The reason why Patriarch Huang suddenly fainted was mainly because the internal energy in her body was unstable. Then, she suddenly attacked someone. These two factors affected each other and affected the fetuses." 4970, don't force me to make a move. What? What? What fetuses? Hearing Divine Dr. Zhang's words, Li Yiming and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They froze on the spot and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. What was Divine Dr. Zhang talking about? Why did he understand every word yet didn't know what he was talking about? Li Moying frowned slightly as he ignored these statue-like elders as he walked towards Huang Yueli and squatted down. His long and strong fingers gently brushed across her pale face. What happened? How is Lier? Divine Dr. Zhang saw that he was anxious and hurriedly said, Young Master Li, don't worry. Not only is Matriarch Huang's cultivation high, but her foundation is also very solid. Although the fetus has the advantages of its parents and is too talented, it does consume too much of the mother's strength. However, overall, there won't be any major problems. I'll immediately prescribe a medicine to recuperate the meridians and let Bayan brew the medicine for Matriarch Huang to consume. It won't be long before she wakes up. Thank you for your help. I just don't know. Lier was like this, feeling nauseous every 2 or 3 days, fainting from time to time. When would she recover? Will there be any problems in the future? Li Moying's expression eased up a little, but he was still on tenterhooks. NOV/L/JNN. Divine Dr. Zhang muttered, this. Young Master Li, you should know that the higher the talent of the fetus, the greater the burden on the mother. Your and Matriarch Huang's talents are right here. This Zhang has never seen such a talented fetus before. I can't guarantee it. Seeing Li Moying's expression sink again, he hurriedly comforted him, even if it's the worst-case scenario, it wouldn't harm his life. It's just that his cultivation has been damaged and it can be made up for in the future. Young Master Li, you don't have to worry too much. When he heard this, Li Moying felt slightly relieved. He bent down and carried Huang Yueli up horizontally, letting her lean against his chest. Looking at the usually crafty and scheming little lass who now appeared pale and fragile, Li Moying's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. Honestly speaking, he was already regretting letting Huang Yueli get pregnant. If he had known earlier that giving birth to an heir would cause such a huge damage to Lier, and even possibly damage her cultivation, then he definitely would not have agreed. However, this child had come too suddenly. In fact, they did not have any room to reject him. Now, he could only hope that this little fellow would be obedient and filial to his mother after it was born. Otherwise, just wait to be dealt with by her father. Li Moying lowered his head and kissed Huang Yueli on the top of her head before turning around to look at Li Yiming and the rest. The moment he came in earlier, the instant he saw Lier unconscious on the ground, his rage rushed straight to his head, and at that moment, he had completely lost all reason. If it wasn't for Divine Dr. Zhang's timely voice, he would have already attacked with all his might and killed Li Yiming and the others. Now that he knew that Huang Yueli was fine and the poisoning incident had nothing to do with Li Yiming and the rest, he calmed down a little. But thinking about how Lier's pregnancy was affected and it was caused by these people for no reason, his expression was still extremely cold. What are you still doing here? This seat, letting you all off this time, is already on account of Cloudy Qilin-clan's face. Why aren't you scram? Don't force me to kill you. When Li Yiming and the rest heard those words, they felt the shocking chill and overwhelming pressure from Li Moying's body as they shuddered. But at the same time, he recovered from his shock. Divine Dr. Zhang just said, fetal qi? What fetal qi? Could it be that Matriarch Huang was pregnant? Thinking of this, Li Yiming and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They simply couldn't believe their ears. If these words had come out of someone else's mouth, the elders would definitely scoff and laugh out loud on the spot. Huang Yueli, pregnant? What kind of joke was this? He really did not have any common sense at all. The higher a cultivator's cultivation and talent, the lower the possibility of pregnancy. Forget about divine rank geniuses, even for elders with Tao profound realm cultivation like them, wanting to have an heir was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were many people who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years and still had no children. This was one of the ways the heavenly Tao maintained the balance of the God realm. With Huang Yueli and Li Moying's cultivation and ability, it wasn't easy for them to give birth to a child together. Even if they could have one in the future, it would definitely be a few hundred years later. Now, at such a young age, how was this possible? Even in the lower realm, among ordinary people without mystic energy, they were considered to be getting married and having children at this age. These principles, Cloudy Qilin clan's elders, were all clear about it. But it just so happened that the one who had revealed the news of Huang Yueli's pregnancy wasn't anyone else, but the famous divine Dr. Zhang. How could divine Dr. Zhang make such a joke? It was even more impossible for him to make a wrong diagnosis on such a critical issue. So, could it be? He actually. Everyone's gaze fell onto Huang Yueli's stomach as their eyes widened, their eyeballs almost falling onto the ground. It was only until Li Moying shouted out to chase them away that they woke up from their daze. At this moment, everyone became excited. Young master, this is. Was this true? Matriarch Huang, was she pregnant? It was you, cough. Li Yiming subconsciously wanted to ask out the biggest question in his heart, but halfway through his sentence, he met Li Moying's gloomy gaze which was filled with killing intent and he suddenly reacted as he hurriedly shut his mouth. Li Moying's voice seemed to come from hell. Elder Ming, are you slandering my wife or slandering this seat? No, young master, you. Please calm down. I was just. It was a slip of the tongue. Li Yiming felt his legs go weak and he was filled with regret. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. Two god-tier geniuses combined and were pregnant so early. This had never happened in the history of the god realm. Everyone was so shocked by this news that they couldn't tell if they were dreaming or not. The other elders also revealed extremely excited expressions. Although they didn't dare to get close due to Li Moying's cold attitude, but they couldn't help but make a sound. Young master, Patriarch Huang is. When did she get pregnant? Why did you keep it from the family? This was great news. Oh my God, if the patriarch and the few grand elders knew about this, I wonder how happy they would be. This is definitely the greatest joyous occasion for our Cloudy Qilin clan in 10,000 years. Two god-level bone and blood inheritances, I wonder what kind of shocking talent he will have. Young master, you and Matriarch Huang have been traveling outside. It's fine usually, but at this time, can Matriarch Huang's body take it? She would faint if she made a move now. It's better to return to the clan as soon as possible to recuperate and stabilize your pregnancy. Exactly. Wasn't it a little too shabby to let Matriarch Huang stay in such a small courtyard? It's not a small matter for a celestial woman to be pregnant. The Cloudy Qilin clan's elders were still a little reserved at the beginning, but after thoroughly digesting this news, each and every one of them was beaming with joy. There were even people who started to discuss that after the little young master was born, he would send out invitations to the various large clans in the god realm, inviting them to participate in the full moon banquet. How glorious would Cloudy Qilin clan be? That was the baby of two god-grade geniuses. The remaining 11 great god clans would probably be so envious that they would cry, right? In the next few thousand years, Cloudy Qilin clan would definitely dominate the top among all the god clans, and no other clan would be able to compete with them. The elders discussed happily, their voices getting louder and louder. Shut up. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Enough. All of you shut up. Who told you? Me and Lear will go to Cloudy Qilin clan. My wife is pregnant. What does it have to do with Cloudy Qilin clan? Stop thinking too much and disturbing my wife's rest. Get lost. Li Moying lowered his voice, and when he spoke, the profound energy pressure within his body was released. The elders' breathing instantly stopped, and they almost couldn't breathe. They subconsciously took a few steps back before they recovered. When they stood firm, the smiles on the elders' faces instantly froze. Li Moying's meaning, could it be that he didn't intend to bring Huang Yueli back to Cloudy Qilin clan? How could this be? The young master himself was powerful. It was fine if he went out to train, but the little young master was still a baby. With his parents outside, who in the entire clan could be at ease? Everyone became anxious and scrambled to persuade him. Young master, you can't do this. Cloudy Qilin clan's clansmen had to stay in the clan when they were young and undergo the clan's nurturing from a young age, before they could unleash their best innate talent. Especially the young master. His talent must be very shocking. The family had a large number of resources and pills that could help him build a good foundation step by step. If he's wandering outside, it'll delay him. That's right, young master. Even if you can't bear for little young master to cultivate too early, you can't let him suffer outside with you, right? Can young master get used to living in such a small courtyard? Let's not talk about the future. When the young madam gives birth, it will definitely cause a phenomenon. It's safer to stay in the family. Yeah, that's right. Young madam's pregnancy was tough. Someone had to take care of her, right? In this aspect, young master doesn't know as much as the elders in the clan. Young master, please think twice. Everyone tried their best to persuade him, but Li Moying's face still didn't have any expression as the coldness in his eyes intensified. Feeling the profound energy pressure in the air, gradually becoming stronger, the elders finally realized that they had provoked Li Moying again as they gradually shut their mouths. When everyone quieted down, Li Moying sneered coldly, "Now you want my Lear's baby? Now you want me to bring Lear back? Could it be that you have lost your memories? Do you want me to help you recall what you were trying to do today by sneaking into the small courtyard to see my wife behind my back?" Hearing this, the elders froze, and their expressions instantly changed. When they heard the news that their young master had an heir, they were all too excited. It was only now that they remembered their purpose for coming here. Didn't they already plan to take advantage of Li Moying's absence to knock Huang Yueli unconscious and bring her away to force the two of them to separate? But now, thinking of what he had said just now, it was simply slapping his own face. Is this the time to be shameless? The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The elders lowered their heads, one after another, their faces flushed red, unable to speak for a long time. Li Moying swept his cold gaze across everyone and didn't say another word as he carried Huang Yueli and stood up, preparing to return to his room. Seeing Li Moying stand up, the elders who were in a daze suddenly woke up and didn't care about the awkwardness as they hurriedly chased after him. Young master, please calm down. It was true that we failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended young madam. Young master, you can punish us however you want, but you and young madam have to go back. That's right, young master. Little young master is your heir and the hope of the family's future. You can't delay him just because you're angry. Young master, young madam, we already know our mistakes. Please forgive us. We were blind. You and the young madam are a match made in heaven. It's better for the two of you to get married as soon as possible. Matriarch Huang is from a prestigious family with outstanding talent and outstanding looks. She is a match made in heaven with our young master. No wonder she was able to get pregnant with the young master so quickly. This is called fate. That's right, that's right. How can our little young master be born without a clear background? Please return with us as soon as possible, young master. When the patriarch learns of this good news, he will definitely hold a wedding for you with the highest standards. yes, 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 get married immediately. For our cloudy Qilin clan to be able to marry a proud daughter of heaven like matriarch Huang as the young madam, that is a great blessing for the clan. The elders chased after Li Moying as they spoke one after another, pleading pitifully, wanting Li Moying to bring Huang Yueli back to cloudy Qilin province. The few of them were at least a few hundred years old, and all of them were shrewd people. They knew that the person Li Moying cared about the most was Huang Yueli, so they fought to be the first to flatter Huang Yueli. In the courtyard, divine Dr. Zhang and his disciples, as well as the maids who were gradually waking up, were all dumbstruck when they heard this. It was hard to imagine that these people were the elders of the ancient gods' race, the top figures of the god realm. To think that they could say such shameless words of flattery, as though they had long forgotten how they had threatened Huang Yueli previously. It was not that the elders did not notice these strange gazes, nor did they not know how shameless the words that came out of their mouths were. However, there were priorities. Is this the time to be shameless? Compared to letting the young master bring the little young master back to the cloudy Qilin clan, what did their faces count for? If Huang Yueli was still awake, they would not hesitate to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. However, even though the elders had already thrown caution to the wind, Li Moying still acted as though he didn't hear anything as he hugged the young lady in his embrace and hurriedly walked back into the house. Divine Dr. Zhang did not even turn his head and followed. Lu Bian walked at the back, pulling a distance away from the two people in front. When Divine Dr. Zhang also entered the room, Li Yiming hurriedly went up and said, "Divine Dr. Lu, you should know that back then when you and Matriarch Huang were in our cloudy Qilin clan, our patriarch treated the two of you quite well. Please put in a good word for us in front of the Huang patriarch." Lu Bian laughed coldly, "Elders, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but it's really. I can't make the decision for junior sister. You should leave quickly. If you disturb my junior sister's rest, then things will be difficult." Li Yiming and the rest had not expected that even Lu Bian wouldn't give them any face, and their expressions turned ugly. If it was in the past, he would inevitably give him a show of strength. But at this moment, as long as he thought of Lu Bian being Huang Yueli's senior brother, they did not even dare to fart. Right now, the most important thing was to let Huang Yueli follow Li Moying back to cloudy Qilin continent. Other than that, whatever face or dignity was no longer within their considerations. However, even if the elders wanted to shamelessly stay, they did not even have the chance to do so. Lu Bian saw that they didn't want to leave, so he brought his guards over to chase them away. The strength of these guards was not worth mentioning at all, compared to the elders. But just based on the fact that they were Li Moying's subordinates, the elders didn't dare to resist at all. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only leave in embarrassment. When they returned to their residence, the few elders did not even bother to eat. They gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. That last Huang Yueli is actually pregnant. This was simply a miracle. I've never heard of a god-grade genius getting an heir before the age of 1,000. Was this real or fake? Could it be that young master intentionally made it up in order to make the clan accept that sacred phoenix clan little lass? How can this be fake? Li Yiming was very clear-headed. If she wasn't pregnant, how could Huang Yueli suddenly faint? Moreover, Divine Dr. Zhang is such a straightforward person. How could he possibly cover up the young master and the rest's lies? That was true, but I still find it unbelievable. Is there really such a thing in the world? Actually, this isn't anything strange. I guess this might be related to the fact that young master and the others ascended from the lower realm. A female elder pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "After all, their bloodline is not as pure as that of ordinary gods. They are mixed with many human bloodlines." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Not bad, Elder Silver is insightful. From the looks of it now, that should be the case. It is indeed easier for human cultivators to conceive than the god race, let alone the lower realm. In that case, that little girl from the sacred Phoenix tribe, she's really the most suitable woman for our young master? As soon as he said this, the elders froze, and their expressions became a little ugly. Although no one was willing to admit this, but this was indeed an indisputable fact. Regardless of background, innate talent, ability, status, Huang Yueli was the most compatible person with Li Moying. If she was not from the sacred Phoenix clan and was born from any other god race, or even a human race, most likely, Cloudy Qilin clan would have happily run to her maiden home to beg her to marry down. Alright, there's no point in saying all this now. Li Yiming broke the silence. The most important thing now is to immediately inform the Patriarch about the little young master and ask the Patriarch to come to Shuihua City personally. Everyone knows the young master's character. With just the few of us, even if we give up our old faces, we won't be able to make him change his mind. Only the face of the Patriarch might be of some use. No one had any objections to this. Everyone did not dare to be negligent. That night, they sent an elder to personally take a flying boat back to Cloudy Qilin continent overnight. The other elders stayed in the city, trying their best to please the two in the small courtyard while waiting for the Patriarch to take charge of the situation. However, no one had expected that someone would arrive earlier than Cloudy Qilin clan's Patriarch. From the day they found out that Huang Yueli was pregnant, the elders had started a cycle of paying their respects every day and being chased out of the house. Every morning, the elders would dress neatly and bring all kinds of gifts and supplements. They would wait at the entrance of the small courtyard early in the morning, waiting for the young master and young madam to receive them. But because Huang Yueli was extremely sleepy after her pregnancy, she would only wake up at noon every day. Therefore, before this, they did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would disturb the young madam's rest and the young master would take it out on them. And even though Huang Yueli had gotten up, she still had to freshen up, eat and drink tea. It was only in the afternoon, when Li Moying accompanied Huang Yueli out for a walk, that they had the chance to meet the two of them. However, even if he did, it would be useless. Li Moying obviously didn't have any good impression towards these old men who had almost caused Huang Yueli's death, and he couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Every single time he would directly get the guards to chase them away. On the contrary, Huang Yueli's attitude towards them was slightly better. At least, she accepted all the gifts they sent over. But other than that, he didn't say anything else. The small courtyard that Huang Yueli and Li Moying bought was originally located on an ordinary street in the outskirts of the city, but they took a fancy to the surrounding environment, which was quiet and peaceful, which was beneficial for nurturing the fetus. Recently, many Dao Profound Realm powerhouses gathered near the courtyard and even stood from morning to night every day. As time passed, many residents began to panic. They did not dare to walk near this area. Some people were so scared that they wanted to move. When the news reached the ears of the city lord of Snowflake City, the city lord did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he was also very terrified. Only the heavens knew why the Cloudy Qilin clan's young master and Sacred Phoenix clan's patriarch, who had been missing for a long time, would appear in Shuihua City. Furthermore, they had stayed there for several months. Didn't they elope? Weren't they traveling outside to avoid their families, and the two families couldn't find their whereabouts even after racking their brains? Why did she have to come to him? Moreover, it even attracted so many late-stage, Dao Profound Realm elders from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Any one of them had a higher cultivation than him, the city lord. If something big really happened, he would not be able to control it at all. The city lord was so anxious that his head was covered in cold sweat. In the end, he still mustered up his courage and came to the small courtyard to look for this couple, who was the most eye-catching couple in the entire god realm. When they reached the entrance of the small courtyard, the city lord was still quite nervous. After all, so many Dao Profound Realm experts were all blocking the door and could not enter. This puny little city lord, would most likely be rejected outside the door. However, he did not expect that not long after the guard went in to inform him, he would come over and invite him in. Under the watchful eyes of the experts behind him, the city lord entered the small courtyard in fear and trepidation and saw the two legendary divine-tier geniuses. Unexpectedly, the two of them looked very relaxed. Huang Yueli was reclining on the chaise lounge as she held a book in her hands while Li Moying sat beside her, peeling a bunch of grapes and feeding them into her mouth one by one. This scene made the city lord's jaw almost fall to the ground. He had met Li Moying a few times, but every time he met him, this cloudy Qilin clan's peerless genius would always have a cold and indifferent expression. He had not expected that in front of Huang Yueli. He became like this? City Lord Liang, I already know why you came today. The city lord was still in a daze when Huang Yueli's voice suddenly rang out. Only then did he react and hurriedly said, Patriarch Huang, I took the liberty to visit just to ask, did you and young Master Li run into some trouble? Do you need the city lord's estate to mediate? Huang Yueli took a glance at City Lord Liang and smiled. City Lord is worried that we will bring trouble to Shuihua City? Upon hearing this, City Lord Liang immediately revealed an awkward expression. I can't hide anything from you. I'm indeed a little worried. After all, Snowflake City was a small border city. For so many years, other than when the fiend race pressed on the border and the military department sent people over, at other times, it's very hard to even encounter a Dao Profound Realm cultivator. Haha, City Lord Liang, don't be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. My husband and I understand your worries. Huang Yueli was rather relaxed as she instructed the maidservants beside her to serve tea to City Lord Liang. City Lord Liang didn't expect the legendary god-grade genius to be so approachable. He felt a little relieved. He thanked Huang Yueli and drank a mouthful of hot tea before asking, then, I wonder when those cloudy Qilin clan elders will leave. It's hard to say, Huang Yueli shook her head. As for how long they want to stay, we can't make the decision. Upon hearing this, City Lord Liang panicked again. What was going on? Could it be that even young Master Li can't make the decision? Huang Yueli shook her head slowly. If it was any other matter, my husband would give the order and the elders would naturally give him face, but this time it's really difficult. The elders came here hoping that my husband and I can return to the cloudy Qilin continent with them. How can we agree to this? And as long as we don't agree, they won't leave. We can't do anything about it. No matter what was said, these elders were considered Li Moying's elders. Even if he couldn't chase them away now, he couldn't just kill them and cripple them like how he dealt with those rascals, right? Therefore, although it was annoying, he could only let them wait outside the door. Luckily, the elders were quite tactful and didn't attempt to barge into the small courtyard, otherwise Huang Yueli would have long lost her temper. Cough cough, this. When City Lord Liang heard this, his expression changed even more. What was going on? Wasn't there a rumor in the God realm that Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan were unwilling to acknowledge this pair of lovers, forcing the two of them to elope and leave? But looking at the current situation, didn't Cloudy Qilin clan acknowledge their marriage? No, not only did they admit it, so many elders gathered outside the door, just to beg the two of them to go back. What kind of extravagance was this? It was simply unheard of. The most ridiculous thing was that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were facing so many top experts of the God realm who were begging pitifully, but they didn't seem to be moved at all, not even opening a door for them. City Lord Liang felt like he was in a bad state. Thinking about how so many Dao Profound Realm experts were still standing outside, this small city's city lord, actually sat inside peacefully and drank tea. City Lord Liang felt as if there was a fire burning under his butt, making him unable to sit still. He chatted with Huang Yueli for a while more, and after confirming that Cloudy Qilin clan's elders would absolutely not disrupt the order of Shuihua City, and also not fight in Shuihua City, the huge rock in City Lord Liang's heart finally fell to the ground. He didn't dare to sit down anymore. He quickly got up and wanted to leave. I understand. Thank you, Matriarch Huang, for your explanation. Thank you for your hospitality. I still have some official business to attend to, so I'll sue. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from outside the courtyard. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, carrying an astonishing aura as it instantly exploded. The powerful lightning attribute energy suddenly exploded, and a violent shock wave spread out. City Lord Liang's cultivation was not high enough, so he was forced to take a few steps back, his face pale. He was stunned for quite a while before realizing that Cloudy Qilin clan's elder had started fighting with someone outside. A casual strike from a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, the power was formidable to this extent. City Lord Liang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly turned to look at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli's expression wasn't too good either. However, the aftermath of this impact was not much to her. She was mainly angry. Earlier, she had even patted her chest in front of City Lord Liang to guarantee that Cloudy Qilin clan's elders would absolutely not act recklessly and would absolutely not disrupt Shuehua City's order. Her words were still ringing in her ears, and this group of elders had already done this to her. Her face hurt. When Li Moying saw this, he immediately guessed Huang Yueli's thoughts as his expression sank. Lear, don't worry, I'll go. Before he could finish, he heard another deafening roar outside the courtyard wall. However, this time, what erupted was not lightning attribute energy. Instead, a fire dragon rose from the ground. The burning flame soared in the wind, instantly forming a vortex that swept out in all directions. Not good. Li Moying's expression changed slightly as he immediately took a step forward, blocking in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli poked her head out from behind him. Husband, don't worry, I'm not that weak. However, she looked at the fire dragon outside the courtyard wall and gradually became serious. Such powerful fire attribute energy, could it be? As the two of them spoke, the courtyard wall finally could not withstand the bombardment of two different types of energy. With a boom, it collapsed. Immediately after, a few figures flashed in through the hole in the wall. The person in the lead had a cold figure and fast footsteps. The burning flames on his body had not completely faded. His face was filled with surprise and joy as he shot towards Huang Yueli. Lord Patriarch, this subordinate has finally found you. Where have you been all this time? It was so easy for us to find him. This subordinate is really worried to death. Although Huang Yueli had already guessed it, but when she saw the face of the person who had come, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Elder Li Kai, how did you know I was here? The person who had come was none other than the Sacred Phoenix clan's first elder, Huang Li Kai, who was currently taking over the clan's affairs on behalf of the Patriarch. Back then, the previous Patriarch Huang Tianhao was plotted against by Huang Sanbai during the God Realm's martial competition, so he passed the position of Patriarch to Huang Yueli. The Sacred Phoenix clan's clansmen were all extremely dissatisfied with Huang Yueli and Li Moying's marriage, and there was even a small number of people who had joined forces, wanting to take advantage of Huang Yueli's blood core immersion ceremony to deal a fatal blow to Li Moying. At that time, it was Huang Li Kai who surrendered to Huang Yueli and exposed the other party's scheme. So when Huang Yueli eloped, she handed over all the clan affairs to Huang Li Kai. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Huang Li Kai to lead the Sacred Phoenix continent so easily. When Huang Li Kai heard this, he immediately took a step forward and said excitedly, Matriarch Huang, this subordinate, I heard that you appeared in Snowflake City and are pregnant. Was this true? You already have a young master in your stomach? Huang Yueli's eyes widened. You even know about this? Why did she just find out that she had two little fellows? In just a few days, the entire God realm knew? Although Huang Yueli's words were a question, but it indirectly admitted the fact that she was pregnant. Huang Likai's entire body trembled, and he was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Lord Patriarch, this was actually true? You actually, oh my God. I have to quickly tell my clansmen this great news. When the clansmen hear about this, I wonder how happy they will be. Hey, wait. Huang Yueli frowned as she interrupted him. The matter of my pregnancy, you can just keep it to yourself. You're not allowed to spout nonsense outside. Only God knew why the news of the baby had spread so quickly. Now that Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan knew and sent people over, she was already annoyed enough. If Huang Likai still went to promote it, wouldn't she be annoyed to death by all kinds of people? Huang Likai obviously didn't expect that Huang Yueli would stop him. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Lord Patriarch, this is a joyous occasion. Why can't I tell you? According to the rules of the lower realm, we can't tell outsiders about the first few months of pregnancy. Huang Yueli spouted nonsense. Soaring Heaven's continent indeed had a rule of not telling anyone about the first 3 months of pregnancy. However, her belly was already more than 3 months old, so it was obviously not suitable. However, this did not stop her from using this as an excuse. As expected, when he heard this, Huang Likai was stunned again. Really? However, this was the God realm. Moreover, the clansmen were not outsiders. All right. I'll listen to you. Huang Likai's words were halfway through when he saw Huang Yueli's expression turning dark and his heart turned cold as he could only change his words quickly. These are all small matters. Lord Patriarch, there is another matter. The carriage that came to welcome you is already waiting outside. Please prepare yourself and return with your subordinate. The bitter cold land at the border of Snowflake City is really not conducive to your pregnancy. Huang Likai didn't say a word and Huang Yueli's expression turned uglier. The words that this first elder said were actually exactly the same as what Cloudy Qilin clan's elder said. They were all urging her to return to the family. However, she was so young and didn't have amnesia, so how could she not remember how they had plotted against Li Moying? Although those people who had tried to kill Li Moying when she was undergoing the blood nucleus immersion had all been dealt with, but there were definitely still people who hated Li Moying within the Sacred Phoenix clan, and it wasn't a small number. She wasn't crazy. She couldn't let her husband fall into such a dangerous situation. Huang Likai saw that Huang Yueli didn't say anything and observing her expression, he more or less guessed her thoughts. Lord Patriarch, are you worried that the clansmen will have an opinion of young Master Li? Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Just based on the fact that he's the young master's father, the clan won't make things difficult for him. Before this subordinate came, I had already sought the opinions of the other elders. Everyone has already agreed on young Master Li marrying into the family. Before Huang Likai finished his sentence, a commotion came from outside the courtyard. Cloudy Qilin clan's elders couldn't hold it in any longer and didn't hesitate to disobey Li Moying's orders as they directly drilled in from the huge hole in the wall. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they couldn't wait to start cursing. Bah! Huang, you're really too shameless. You're dreaming. You want our young master to marry into your family? In my next life. That's right, regardless of Miss Huang or little young master, they all belong to our Cloudy Qilin clan. Your Sacred Phoenix clan wants to snatch them away? Go away. That's right. Miss Huang and our young master were already married in the lower realm, so she's our young master's wife, so naturally she's a member of our Cloudy Qilin clan. What is the Sacred Phoenix clan doing here? Get lost. You're not welcome here. Cloudy Qilin clan's people all rushed over and relied on their numbers to forcefully drag Huang Likai out. However, What they did not expect was that Huang Likai took a step back and released a fire dragon into the sky. After the fire dragon ascended to the sky, very quickly, a large group of people surged over here. Shockingly, they were all the Sacred Phoenix clan's powerhouses. Not only were there Tao Profound Realm elders, there were also quite a number of stewards and young disciples of all levels. In the blink of an eye, it was them who had the advantage in numbers. After entering the door, the moment these people saw Cloudy Qilin clan's people, they didn't bother to bow to Huang Yueli, and without another word, they rolled up their sleeves and started cursing. Isn't your Cloudy Qilin clan's skin too thick? Didn't you all say that you absolutely wouldn't allow Sacred Phoenix clan's women to enter the house? Now that you see that our patriarch is pregnant, you want to snatch her away? Little young master is in our patriarch's stomach. That means he belongs to our Sacred Phoenix clan. Right, that's right. Our patriarch can only return to the Sacred Phoenix continent. That is her home. Who does Cloudy Qilin clan think they are to dare to snatch her away? I remember that during the God Realm's grand meet, your patriarch said that if young Master Li left with our patriarch, there was no need to return. Why are you so thick-skinned now? The Cloudy Qilin clan's people naturally did not want to be outdone and immediately scolded back. These two great god clans were archenemies, to begin with. On normal days, even if it was a trivial matter, they could fight to the death. And now, which clan the little young master and the two divine-level geniuses belonged to was a major matter that truly concerned the future development of the clan. Who would be willing to take a step back so easily? Originally, both parties were worried that this was in front of their patriarch, young master, and did not dare to show too much. However, as they argued, everyone's anger rose, and the smell of gunpowder at the scene became stronger and stronger. No one knew which side started it, but by the time Huang Yueli reacted, they had already started fighting. The elders of the two great god clans threw a fire dragon at each other, and I struck a bolt of heavenly lightning at each other. With a few rumbling sounds, the exquisitely decorated pavilions in the small courtyard instantly turned into ruins. Huang Yueli's expression sank instantly. Li Moying's brows creased up as he shouted out sternly, "Enough! All of you stop!" The Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's elders had already unleashed their true flames as each and every one of them mobilized the profound energy within their meridians to raise their cultivation to their peak state. It was precisely when the energy within their bodies was the most abundant and their imposing manner was the most unstoppable. However, Li Moying's neither light nor heavy shout was like a bolt of lightning, exploding above everyone's heads. The moment he spoke, everyone at the scene seemed to have their acupuncture points pressed, and they were stunned on the spot. Only after a few breaths did he gradually wake up. This. After the Sacred Phoenix clan's elders reacted, they all had shocked expressions. They had never expected that after Li Moying disappeared for a few months, his ability had actually improved to such an extent. These elders, were Tao Profound Realm at any rate too. They actually could not even withstand the profound energy pressure that he erupted with. Cloudy Qilin clan's elders were much calmer. After all, they had been in Snowflake City for a long time and had been abused many times during this period of time. They had gotten used to it. Li Moying saw that everyone had quieted down and took a deep breath. "All of you scram." Li Moying was truly enraged this time as with a furious bellow, the profound energy around his body burst out. The Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's elders were shaken until they retreated backwards. Everyone retreated a dozen steps before they could barely stand firm. Their expressions changed. They looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and ran in the direction of the courtyard door. With their cultivation, Li Moying could only rely on his profound energy to suppress them, so naturally he couldn't force them to leave at the same time. At most, it could only be regarded as deterrence. But the two great god clans recalled the temper of their respective clan heads, young masters, and knew that they were really enraged. They were afraid that if they continued to linger on, it would make the two of them even more disgusted. If Huang Yueli were to be affected by the pregnancy, then it would be the family offending someone. Thinking of this, both sides chose to retreat at the same time. They wouldn't be able to get anything out of this argument. It was better to return to the encampment first and gather the members to discuss a plan. The noisy crowd finally left, and the small courtyard finally quieted down. But Huang Yueli looked around and saw the fake mountain pavilion, which had been turned into ruins by the profound energy of the two great celestial races' elders, and her expression was as ugly as it could get. She had bought this small courtyard because she liked the scenery and decorations in the courtyard. Now, it was all ruined by those old fellows. He really couldn't do anything but mess with the first place. Li Moying saw that her expression wasn't too good, so he walked over and gently hugged her waist. "Lier, how are you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "I'm fine," Huang Yueli shook her head. "I'm not an ordinary lady, and with my cultivation level, I'm not that weak even if I'm pregnant." Li Moying stretched out his hand and lightly brushed her slightly pale little face as his brows were still tightly furrowed. "It's all my fault for not managing them well. I've already said countless times that they are not allowed to step into the courtyard, but these fools are still. Damn it." A gloomy look flashed past Li Moying's eyes. Originally, although he did not want to return to cloudy Qilin continent, but on account of the fact that they were of the same clan, he did not forcefully chase the elders away. But who would have thought that not only had they disturbed Huang Yueli's pregnancy, they had even destroyed Lier's favorite courtyard. He was simply courting death. Huang Yueli saw that his expression was gradually turning gloomy, and she sighed to herself as her small hand tugged at his shirt. "We can't blame Cloudy Qilin clan's people entirely. Our Sacred Phoenix clan's number of idiots isn't any less than yours. If it wasn't for Huang Likai destroying the courtyard wall and rushing in first, Cloudy Qilin clan's elders wouldn't dare to go against Li Moying's words and forcefully enter. As for the conflict between the two parties and the fight over the kidnapping, wasn't this the conventional operation of the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan? If the two sides did not fight, the sun would definitely rise from the west today. It is time to deal with this bunch of fellows from the Sacred Phoenix clan." Huang Yueli secretly gritted her teeth as she got the butler to bring some people to clean up the courtyard before bringing Li Moying back to the study room. Fortunately, her and Li Moying's residence was in the backyard and wasn't affected by the earlier battle, so there weren't any signs of damage. Huang Yueli took the brush, ink, paper and inkstone and swiftly wrote a bill. After thinking for a while, she wrote another similar one. After that, she waved her hand and called the maidservant over. "Go, send these 2 bills to Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan's encampment and let them pay for it themselves." Huang Yueli intentionally only wrote down the damaged items and didn't write down the value. This was much more cost-effective than listing the bill directly. Now that the 2 great god clans were fighting over her and Li Moying, when they saw this list, wouldn't they try their best to offer a high price to please them? At that time, it was possible to pay however much money he wanted. Li Moying saw through his miserly wife's plan with a single glance and couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. His subtle movements were seen by Huang Yueli, and she grabbed onto his collar as her face turned stiff. "What are you laughing at?" Cough. Li Moying hurriedly replied seriously, "Did I laugh? I'm not laughing. My wife has already started to plan for the baby and save money so early. I'm deeply gratified. At least you know how to talk." Huang Yueli lifted her chin and stretched out her hand to touch her stomach. Now, she could already feel the fetal movements of the 2 little fellows. Although the babies would absorb her profound energy in her body, but this kind of profound energy exchange also made her and the 2 little fellows become more and more intimate. When she first got pregnant, she was still not used to it. She felt that the baby came too suddenly, and she was not ready yet. but now, she could not wait to meet the two little fellows. Usually, she could not help but wonder if the little fellow was a boy or a girl. Would she be more like her father or mother? Just as Huang Yueli was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warmth in her stomach. Li Moying had unknowingly walked behind her and hugged her from behind as his warm large palm was placed on her lower abdomen. "Wife," the man's deep voice rang in her ear. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. "What's wrong?" Li Moying said, "Lear, have you ever thought about what should we do next?" The Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's people had all arrived. They won't go back so easily. We still have to give them an explanation. Huang Yueli was slightly startled and immediately her expression turned solemn. I have naturally considered it, but I don't know what to do." To her and Li Moying, this was a huge life choice. Just as the elders of the two great families had said, the baby was born in the God clan. It was best for the baby's growth to be able to obtain all kinds of resources from the family since he was young. However, if he decided to go back, he would have to shoulder the responsibility of the family. Moreover, after the baby was born, as parents, they could not be as willful as before and elope whenever they wanted. In other words, such a free life would not appear in the short term. Huang Yueli was in a difficult position when she suddenly noticed Li Moying's brows slightly raised up as he hesitated to speak. "Husband, what do you think?" she asked immediately. Do you want to return to Cloudy Qilin clan?" Li Moying first shook his head, but after a moment of silence, he said, "I don't have any opinion on whether I'm going back to the clan or not. It's just that, I still hope that before the baby is born, we can hold a wedding in the God realm and officially announce it to the world." Although the two of them had already held an incomparably grand wedding in the lower realm, and there was probably no one in the God realm who did not know about their relationship, this was after all different from a formal marriage. Li Moying had always felt that he was unable to settle the family, and marrying Huang Yueli openly was a debt towards his wife. Now, she even had a baby. It was a small matter whether he returned to the family or not. At least he had to hold the wedding first, right? If there was no wedding. He didn't know what Huang Yueli was thinking, but Li Moying felt that he was like an underground lover who couldn't be exposed to the light. When Huang Yueli heard this, she turned her head to look at him in surprise, "But we've already held a wedding in Soaring Heaven's continent?" She really had not expected that Li Moying placed so much importance on the wedding. Li Moying pulled her into his embrace as he shook his head slightly. "That's different. I want everyone in the God realm to know that you and the baby belong to me." "You're too overbearing." Huang Yueli couldn't help but spit. However, the corners of his mouth still curled up into a smile. She naturally did not reject announcing it to the world. Which young girl did not want to hold a grand wedding that was the focus of everyone's attention? Under everyone's envious gazes, she would hold her husband's hand and fly away together. Moreover, as long as the wedding was held, the marriage between the two great god clans would become a fait accompli. In the future, Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan would have no choice but to acknowledge the relationship between the two of them. No matter how unconvinced they were in the clan, they could only hold it in. As long as she was with Li Moying, the two families would at least maintain peace on the surface. In this way, with time, he might be able to gradually forget the past grudges. Now that she was pregnant, it was the best time to make this happen. In that case, Huang Yueli leaned into Li Moying's embrace as she leaned her head back and leaned on his shoulder. "Then let's go back to the clan. For baby, my sacrifice is too great." Li Moying lowered his head and looked at the young lady in his embrace, who was pouting her lips as his heart softened. "It's okay. When the babies are older and can take charge of their own affairs, I'll bring you to travel around and train." With their age, they were still underage in the god grade. Cultivators who broke through to Tao Profound Realm had a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Therefore, delaying a few years for babies was also nothing more than just a very short period of time in their lives. Huang Yueli naturally understood this logic as she immediately became happy. But she still grabbed Li Moying's front lapel and threatened, "Remember your words. If you dare to lie to me, just wait to kneel on the washboard. Alright, if I disappoint wife, then I will let wife punish me. How about that?" Li Moying laughed softly. Huang Yueli lifted her chin and gave it sunder a snort. However, she quickly thought of another problem. Should we return to Cloudy Qilin clan for the wedding or return to Sacred Phoenix clan? With her and Li Moying's status, both families would definitely want to take their own family as the leader. After all, whichever family the two of them would live in the future, it would mean that the family had obtained two god-grade geniuses for no reason, and there was also a high probability of having a god-grade baby in Huang Yueli's stomach. Li Moying immediately replied, "I'll follow you back to the Sacred Phoenix clan." Huang Yueli raised her brows. "In this way, you will be the son-in-law of the Sacred Phoenix clan. If the baby has to bear my surname, wouldn't the Cloudy Qilin clan's elders be angered to death?" Li Moying gave a nonchalant smile. "If you marry into Cloudy Qilin clan, the Sacred Phoenix clan's elders would be angered to death too? It seems that this bowl of water can't be settled. Why don't you let me be the bad guy so that you won't be scolded by the clan members?" "But I can't bear to see you get scolded. I'm the only one who can scold you." Huang Yueli puffed up her cheeks. The two of them struggled for a long time but could not make a decision. They simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, there were still a few months before the baby was born. They were not in a hurry. They just had to see which of the two families could show enough sincerity to move them. Dozens of elders from the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan gathered in Snowflake City. This was a rare grand occasion in the God realm, and it quickly spread throughout the 12 continents. And because of this, everyone knew the purpose of so many elders coming to Snowflake City, the two god-grade geniuses that were hard to come by in the God realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Sacred Phoenix clan's patriarch Huang Yueli and Cloudy Qilin clan's young master Li Moying had appeared in Snowflake City after eloping for close to a year. Furthermore, Huang Yueli was already pregnant. This was simply explosive news. For a time, everyone in the God realm, be it the major cities or the border towns, was talking about this matter. His words were filled with envy. The Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's luck, wasn't this a little too good? Not only did they pick up a god-grade genius from the lower realm for free, but the two of them were also about to continue the bloodline of such geniuses so quickly. TSK, in the next few thousand years, the God realm will probably be the world of these two great god clans. That's true, but which family will take advantage in the future, or will the two families fight and both sides suffer? It's hard to say now. What happened? Even though Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan were mortal enemies, but Matriarch Huang and young Master Li were determined to be together and even had a child. How could the two great clans still hold on and insist on breaking them apart? Besides, even if they don't agree, what can they do to the two god-grade geniuses? Since things have come to this, we have to acknowledge this marriage even if we don't want to. The difference between the two families now lies in the issue of status. It was said that Cloudy Qilin clan had determined that Matriarch Huang was marrying into Cloudy Qilin clan, but Sacred Phoenix clan insisted that young Master Li was marrying into the clan. Both parties were quarreling fiercely in Shuihua City. What kind of boring questions are these? We're already married. Wouldn't it be fine if we call each other by their names? Damn, this question is not boring. The two families are not just fighting over a title. The most important thing is, the little young master in Matriarch Huang's stomach. Ah. This is indeed a problem. Now, almost all the higher-ups of the two great god clans have gathered in Snowflake City. Both sides have their own opinions. It's said that people come and go in the city every day. It's even more lively than the floating city during the martial arts competition in the immortal realm. Is that true? Why don't we go and watch the show? There were many people who had such thoughts. In a short 10 days, a large number of practitioners had swarmed into the small Shuihua city, which was located far away in the border area, causing the city lord to be in a terrible state, practically kneeling down in front of Huang Yueli and her husband. Didn't they say that they wouldn't disturb the lives of the nearby residents? Unfortunately, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he did not have the guts to chase the two of them away. As time passed, the number of warriors from the two families did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The two sides competed with each other every day, and there were all kinds of conflicts. In the second week, Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch Li Shihong also came to Shuihua City personally and pushed this snatching operation to a climax. Hence, Shuihua City's citizens could see every day that Sacred Phoenix clan's Grand Elder Huang Li Kai and Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch Li Shihong, each of them led a group of Dao Profound Realm elders to stand in confrontation at the entrance of the small courtyard where Huang Yueli and Li Moying stayed. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan's clansmen would usually just need a provocative look to start a fight, and now they were even more restless. But because of the two existences in the small courtyard, they didn't even dare to scold each other, let alone fight, for fear of disturbing Huang Yueli's pregnancy. After more than 10 days, the clansmen of both sides had trained a pair of eyes full of killing intent. They could compete with each other just by looking at each other. Compared to the bloody storm outside, the courtyard was still peaceful. Huang Yueli's days were extremely comfortable. Every day, she had her husband to take care of her and her senior brother to personally arrange for her to eat and drink. And the various heavenly and earthly treasures and rare medicinal herbs that the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan offered were like flowing water, being sent to the small courtyard every day. As it was too comfortable, Huang Yueli had gained a little weight. As she grew older, the baby fat on her face had already faded a lot, but recently, her cheeks had slightly puffed up again, like a soft and tender little bun. Every time Lu Bian saw it, he couldn't help but want to pinch it. Of course, every time, he would end up in a miserable state. Not only that, Huang Yueli's stomach had also started to grow bigger and the fetal movements were becoming more frequent. However, according to what Divine Dr. Zhang said, the babies that were making a ruckus in her stomach should be the same. The other baby was quieter and rarely turned around. Hearing such a statement, Huang Yueli was surprised and delighted at the same time as she wanted to meet the two babies earlier. She didn't know if the two little fellows would look like her or Li Moying. Just like that, another half a month passed. One morning, before the sun had risen, someone knocked on the door of the small courtyard. The people outside were particularly anxious, and the banging sounds were endless. Li Moying sat up and took a glance at the slightly yellow light of dawn outside the window, then took a look at his sleepy wife in his arms as his brows furrowed. What happened? Who dares to cause trouble in our residence? What if he woke Madame up? Tell them to scram. Li Moying lowered his voice as he questioned the maidservant at the door. The maidservant's face was filled with hesitation as she swept a glance at Huang Yueli and cautiously said, "But, young master, outside were the Sacred Phoenix clan's people. They said that Madame's biological parents heard that Madame was pregnant and specially rushed over to visit her." Originally, after this period of experience, the servant girls and guards in the small courtyard had already developed courage. Even facing Dao Profound Realm elders, they were all very unyielding too, chasing people away, as they said. After all, Li Moying had already given everyone a clear order: everything must be prioritized on Huang Yueli's health, and absolutely no one was allowed to disturb Huang Yueli. However, the situation was different this time. No matter how bold the maidservants were, they wouldn't dare to reject Huang Yueli's parents outside the door. When Li Moying heard this, his expression changed. What? His parents-in-law were here? How is this possible? Huang Yueli's father Bai Lufeng was the top elite practitioner in Soaring Heaven's continent, and he was only one step away from ascending long ago. But Huang Yueli's mother, Huang Siluo, was imprisoned by her elder brother in her early years, and her cultivation had stagnated, and later on she was seriously injured. In order to accompany his wife, Bai Lufeng took the initiative to disperse a portion of his cultivation, refusing to ascend to the god realm. These two, how could he appear here? Could it be? Li Moying was still in shock when Huang Yueli heard the commotion, and she opened her eyes abruptly. What is it? My father and mother have arrived in the god realm? Is this true? Li Moying frowned slightly. Currently we don't know if it's true or not, but at this moment, the Sacred Phoenix clan shouldn't dare to lie to us. Quick, 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 invite them in. I haven't seen them for years. Huang Yueli's face was filled with excitement as she jumped up from the bed. Huang Yueli's heart was filled with excitement as she ran straight out of the door. Li Moying followed closely behind her. Lear, slow down a little, be careful of the baby in your stomach. Also, you're not even wearing your shoes. He finally managed to stop Huang Yueli at the door and bent down, pinching her fair and slender ankles as he personally helped her put on her shoes. Huang Yueli was so anxious that she almost jumped up as she urged, hurry up, hurry up. Don't make my father and mother wait anxiously. Before she could finish, she saw two familiar yet unfamiliar figures walking over from the end of the corridor. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman was elegant and gentle. He looked even younger than when he was in the lower realm. It was Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo. Huang Yueli was pleasantly surprised as she impatiently pushed Li Moying away and ran towards the two of them. Father, mother. You guys actually came to the god realm. When did you ascend? I actually didn't know about it at all. Huang Siluo and Bai Lufeng looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Bai Lufeng explained in a warm voice, your mother and I ascended from Soaring Heaven's continent 10 days ago and just arrived at the Tranquil Sea. We were just about to ask someone about the route to the Sacred Phoenix continent. We didn't expect that when the Sacred Phoenix clan's guide heard our daughter's name, he immediately became excited and asked us to stay in the Tranquil Sea to wait. After another 3 days, the Sacred Phoenix clan actually sent an elder to take a flying ship over to pick us up. Only now did I know that our dear daughter has actually done so many earth-shattering things in the god realm. She has even become the Sacred Phoenix patriarch. When Bai Lufeng and his wife heard about Huang Yueli and Li Moying's deeds, their hearts were filled with shock and joy, extremely surprised. Their daughter and son-in-law were extremely talented. They were naturally very clear about this. However, there were as many experts as clouds in the god realm, and there were countless genius disciples among the younger generation. Most of the experts who ascended from the lower realm were nothing more than ordinary people in the god realm. The two of them had originally thought that it was already pretty good for Huang Yueli to become an official member of the Sacred Phoenix clan and receive the clan's nurturing. Who knew that she would actually give the two of them such a big surprise? Looking at those Dao profound realm elders with powerful strength and lofty statuses, their respectful looks towards the two of them, Bai Lufeng was secretly delighted in his heart. Who asked him to be so good at giving birth? He gave birth to such a smart, beautiful, and talented daughter. Huang Siluo grabbed Huang Yueli's hand and pulled her to her side as she sized her up carefully. Lear, quickly let mother take a look. How have you been these few years in the god realm? Did you suffer? Also, how did Moying treat you? Did I bully you? Mother, you worry too much. My husband is very good to me. I went to the god realm, everything is still going well, let alone suffering. After all, your daughter's talent is right here. Even in the god realm, no one can compare to her. When Huang Yueli saw her own mother, she immediately had the urge to act coquettishly and show off. When he talked about his outstanding talent, his tail was almost raised to the sky. Although she had encountered a lot of trouble after arriving in the God realm and had even almost lost her life a few times, she did not intend to tell her father and mother about these things. Practicing martial arts was a struggle against the heavens, and all kinds of experience were essential. Even if he told them, they would not be able to avoid it in the future, and it would only increase their worries. Huang Siluo's gaze fell on her bulging belly. "Lear, you. Your stomach, could it be that you are?" Huang Siluo's eyes widened. Huang Yueli's small face turned slightly red as she nodded her head lightly. She didn't know why, but when she talked about her pregnancy, she treated it as a very normal thing. However, when his mother asked him about it, he suddenly felt shy. Huang Siluo said in surprise, how many months had it been?" She was actually pregnant? How old are you and Moying?" Bai Liufeng's expression changed. "What? This? How is this possible?" Previously, when the Sacred Phoenix clan found them, they only said that they were here to visit Huang Yueli and asked them to persuade Huang Yueli to return to the clan, not mentioning anything about Huang Yueli's pregnancy. Now that they saw this scene, it really made them feel a great shock. After all, they had not seen Huang Yueli and Li Moying for 3 to 4 years. When they parted ways, Huang Yueli had just reached the age of adulthood, and even in Soaring Heaven's continent, practitioners would not marry so early. Huang Yueli and Li Moying had just gotten married not long ago when Li Moying ascended to the God realm. After that, Huang Yueli was always together with her parents. In the eyes of Bai Lufeng and his wife, Huang Yueli was still their obedient daughter, so why did she even had a baby? Thinking of this, both of them looked towards Li Moying at the same time. Huang Siluo was merely sizing him up, but Bai Liufeng's gaze towards Li Moying was rather unfriendly. This brat, back then, he didn't like him. If he had not thought that he was going to die and was afraid that his daughter would have no one to rely on in the future, he would not have agreed to their marriage so quickly. But now, he had gotten his daughter pregnant? Let's see if he doesn't break this kid's dog. Cough, that's not right. This boy was said to be already Dao Profound Realm now. Couldn't beat him? Bai Liufeng's expression changed. Li Moying tactfully walked forward and bowed towards the two elders. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I didn't expect that the two of you would ascend at this moment. Lear and I are both very surprised. The weather is cold. Don't stand at the door in the wind. Please come in and talk." As he said that, he held Huang Yueli's shoulders and used his body to block the cold wind for her. Huang Siluo smiled as she looked at Li Moying, her eyes filled with satisfaction. After she was rescued by Huang Yueli and the rest, not long after Li Moying ascended, she had never really interacted with this son-in-law. Her impression of Li Moying was all from Bai Lufeng. Towards the brat who had stolen away the pearl of his palm, Bai Lufeng naturally wouldn't have anything good to say. But even so, towards Li Moying's innate talent and ability, as well as his devotion towards Lear, Bai Lufeng still couldn't find any fault with him. Thinking back to when they came over earlier, they saw Li Moying kneeling on one knee from afar, helping Huang Yueli put on her shoes, and even letting Huang Yueli step on his knee to maintain her balance. This son-in-law looked really good. Her daughter took after her and had good taste in men. Huang Siluo gave Li Moying a meaningful glance as she turned around and walked into the main hall. Bai Liufeng's footsteps halted as his sharp gaze swept towards Li Moying, letting out a cold snort before walking away arrogantly. The few of them entered the main hall and sat down. Huang Yueli immediately stuck to Huang Siluo's side and asked her about the situation in the lower realm. Li Moying didn't disturb them as he stood up silently, wanting to arrange for his parents-in-law to stay over. But who knew that as soon as he stepped out, he bumped into a few sneaky figures at the door. Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan's elders were gathered at the entrance of the small courtyard, poking their heads out to look inside. Because the door was too small and there were too many people who wanted to look in, there was a lot of friction between the two sides. Get lost. I was here first, why are you squeezing? Pa. The ones who entered earlier were from our Sacred Phoenix clan, so we should be the ones to take a look first. Who do you think your Cloudy Qilin clan is? Damn it, are you looking for a beating? We agreed on a fair competition, but you actually cheated and secretly found young madam's parents. He's simply a shameless villain. TSK, you're saying that others cheated after losing? How was this fair competition? If you have the ability, you can also find the parents and relatives of your young master to be your lobbyist? You clearly know that our young master's parents passed away early, yet you still say such words. Then you can't blame our Sacred Phoenix clan? If you ask me, why don't you all kneel down and kowtow to us 10 times each and call us grandfather 10 times? We might be able to show mercy and let your Cloudy Qilin clan have a chance to visit our young master in Sacred Phoenix continent once a year. Otherwise, you can forget about ever seeing him again, ha 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 ha. Huang Likai's arrogant laughter was so loud that it almost broke people's eardrums. As he laughed, he kept stroking his mustache, feeling indescribably proud. Even the heavens were helping their Sacred Phoenix clan. At such a crucial juncture, Huang Yueli's parents had actually ascended. As soon as the news came, he was so excited that he danced around. He did not see the pit beside his feet and fell to the ground. However, he didn't feel any pain at all. He got up directly and didn't even have time to wipe the blood from his nose. He immediately ordered someone to arrange a flying ship to personally go to the Ocean of Secrets to pick her up. When Huang Yueli was still in the clan, she had mentioned that her relationship with her parents was very good. After ascending to the God realm, her only regret was that she couldn't accompany her parents. Now, with Bai Lufeng and Huang Xiluo around, would they still have to worry about little patriarch not returning to the clan? Why was he so quick-witted? When Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch kowtowed to him, should he stand and accept it? Was it better to just sit and accept it? The more Huang Likai thought about it, the prouder he became. Right at this moment, the expression of an elder opposite him changed. He stretched out his hand and pulled him. Brother Ming, what other requests do you have? Huang Likai had yet to react. He turned around and smiled. Should we let Cloudy Qilin clan's people run naked on the city walls? The elder's expression became even more unsightly. He desperately winked at him and even pointed behind him. Huang Likai felt that something was wrong. He slowly turned around and froze. Behind him stood a person. It was Cloudy Qilin clan's young master Li Moying. Li Moying was dressed in a long black robe embroidered with cloud patterns. His brows were handsome and his aura was imposing as he looked at him expressionlessly. Huang Likai's eyes met his, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he was speechless for a moment. Whereas Cloudy Qilin clan's elders, who were blocked behind him, seemed to have seen their savior as they hurriedly surrounded him and complained to Li Moying. Young master, you have seen it. This bunch of vile people from the Sacred Phoenix clan, this is really going too far. Young master, what is the situation now? You can't really be going to the Sacred Phoenix clan to be a live-in son-in-law, right? Please don't. Young master, you and Miss Huang haven't even gotten married yet and this bunch of Sacred Phoenix clan people are already so arrogant and despotic. If you really marry into the Sacred Phoenix clan, who knows how arrogant they will be. Even if you don't think about your clan, you should think about yourself. If you go to the Sacred Phoenix continent and get bullied by them, no one will back you up. That's right, young master. The family is your true support. Miss Huang herself is already so domineering, and those dogs from the Sacred Phoenix clan don't have any humanity. How are you going to live your days alone in the sacred Phoenix continent? When Li Moying heard these words, the corners of his mouth twitched. These words, it was as if he had become a daughter-in-law who had been forced to marry far away. She was actually afraid of being bullied by her in-laws. What kind of person did she take him for? Seeing that Li Moying didn't say anything, the sacred Phoenix clan's people started to clamor again. The two families quarreled again. Li Moying's brows creased as he said sternly, "All right, all of you quiet down." Even though he was young, but he already had sufficient strength and prestige now. The moment he spoke, regardless of whether it was Cloudy Qilin clan or Sacred Phoenix clan's elders, none of them dared to act rashly, and they all shut their mouths aggrievedly. Li Moying stretched out his hand to massage his aching forehead as he took a deep breath. "All of you come in." "Enter, go in?" Li Shihong said in disbelief. Huang Likai also widened his eyes. "Young Master Li, what do you want to do? Our patriarch's parents are still inside and you want to let Cloudy Qilin clan's people in?" I won't agree." Li Moying's expression was indifferent. "I'm not just talking about Cloudy Qilin clan's people. Everyone from the Sacred Phoenix clan, come in as well. However, I have to say this first. No matter what happens later, you are not allowed to make a scene. Otherwise, then don't blame me and Lear for being impolite." Hearing this, the elders of the two families were stunned. During this period of time, they came to the entrance of the small courtyard every day, but they were rejected every day. No matter what methods they used, what kind words they said, what gifts they gave, they were still unable to take a step into the small courtyard. Everyone was already used to this situation. Who would have thought that today, Li Moying would suddenly relent? This was too unreal. Li Moying saw their dazed looks and frowned in disdain. Those who don't want to come in, continue to wait at the door. With that, he turned around and left. Only then did the people at the door wake up from a dream and quickly chase after him. But they all remembered Li Moying's warning earlier, and after they entered the door, they changed from their previous roguish manner of bickering with each other and became more refined. Even when they walked, they were silent, not daring to make a single sound. But in a corner that Li Moying couldn't see, the elders from both sides were still using their sharp gazes to exchange blows with each other. Li Moying walked to the main hall's entrance, but didn't go in immediately. Instead, he stopped in his tracks and knocked on the door. "Lear, have you finished chatting with your parents-in-law? Can I go in?" Soon, a young girl's sweet voice came from inside. "Husband, come in quickly." Li Moying used his gaze to signal everyone to wait at the door, before pushing the door open and entering. In the main hall, Bai Lufeng and his wife had already hugged their daughter and talked for quite a while, briefly understanding her experiences after she came to the God realm. Hearing that Huang Yueli had experienced several life and death situations and had broken through the desperate situation time and time again, Huang Silua was worried but also deeply gratified. The gaze that she used to look at Li Moying became increasingly satisfied. Her and Bai Liufeng's strength was nothing in the God realm. If they wanted to protect their daughter, they were powerless. Fortunately, there was still a son-in-law who had the same innate talent as his daughter and was extremely affectionate towards his daughter, following beside Huang Yueli. If it wasn't for Li Moying, Huang Yueli would have died a few times already. Such a good son-in-law couldn't be found even if one held a lantern. Who knew what Bai Lufeng was looking down on? Bai Lufeng was glared at by his wife. He turned his head and let out a cold snort awkwardly. The Li kid was not bad, but he just hated that brat. "Why? Can't I?" Huang Siluo looked at her husband's proud expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although she also knew that Bai Lufeng was just reluctant to part with his daughter, but this wasn't the first day his daughter left home. When she was in the lower realm, didn't she already have a wedding? Now that the relationship between the daughter and son-in-law was so good, they could support each other and even get pregnant. Was he being awkward again? Men are really childish. Huang Siluo shook her head helplessly as she turned to Li Moying. Moying, you're a good child. Lear's father also admires you very much. It's just that he can't bear to see Lear get married, so his mood isn't good. Don't take his words to heart. Li Moying hurriedly cupped his hands. I wouldn't dare. Mother-in-law's words are too serious. Whoever has a daughter like Lear would be reluctant to let her marry off, so it's normal for father-in-law to have such concerns. Huang Siluo was even more satisfied when she saw how considerate he was, and how respectful he was to his parents-in-law. She was initially worried that a peerless genius like Li Moying, who was arrogant and proud, would be unhappy after hearing Bai Liufeng's words. Unexpectedly, looking at Li Moying's performance, he didn't seem to take it seriously at all. In fact, Li Moying really didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Bai Liufeng. He was already used to it. In front of Lear's relatives and friends, wasn't he always treated like this? Not to mention other things, even his and Lear's master, the evil shadow saint, was extremely displeased with him, as though he was taking advantage of Huang Yueli. However, he felt that master and father-in-law were not wrong. To be able to marry Lear was indeed his luck. With his wife by his side, it was nothing to be said. Moreover, these elders would say this out of concern and love for Lear, so he couldn't wait to be happy for Lear. Huang Siluo and Li Moying exchanged a few more words. Bai Liufeng watched from the side, his face pulling longer and longer. This stinky brat was simply deliberately looking for trouble with him, right? Not to mention that he had abducted his obedient daughter. Even his wife was only concerned about talking to Li Moying. It was really enough. Unfortunately, Huang Siluo was engrossed in her conversation with her son-in-law and did not notice his expression at all. It was Huang Yueli who saw it from the side as she pursed her lips into a smile and interrupted their conversation. Husband, didn't you say that you had something to do? Why are you back so soon? Has everything been settled? Hearing this, Li Moying recalled the reason why he knocked on the door earlier and coughed lightly. I don't have anything else to do. I just have something to explain to my in-laws. Huang Siluo was startled. What is it? Li Moying didn't reply immediately but turned his head towards the direction of the door as he raised his voice. All of you can come in. At the door, the elders of the two families were waiting quietly. Even though they were left hanging outside the living room, but it wasn't easy for Li Moying to allow them to enter the courtyard, so no one dared to act rashly. When she heard Li Moying's voice, she hurriedly walked in. Huang Siluo and Bai Liufeng were originally sitting in the main hall to talk to their daughter. But when they turned around, they saw the Sacred Phoenix clan's elders squeezing in from the door. This was not a joke. These were all Dao Profound Realm powerhouses with illustrious fame and monstrous strength in the family. The two of them subconsciously wanted to get up and bow. However, Li Moying and Huang Yueli, one on the left and one on the right, stretched out their hands to hold them down. Huang Siluo struggled for a moment, her expression was a little nervous. Huang Siluo struggled for a moment, her expression was a little nervous. In the next moment, all the elders who entered the main hall bowed to them. But Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan addressed Li Moying and the rest differently. One addressed them as young master madam, while the other addressed them as patriarch, young master. After shouting, the elders of both sides subconsciously turned their heads and glared at each other. Huang Siluo felt that it was funny, but before she could laugh out loud, the elders bowed towards her and Bai Liufeng with a respectful attitude. This time, the two of them were completely stunned. Who would have thought that the two of them, who were just intent profound realm cultivators who had just entered the god realm, could receive such courtesy from the elders of the two great god clans? This was all because of her daughter and son-in-law. After the elders had finished their greetings, Huang Yueli turned to look at Li Moying. Husband, why did you let them in? Li Moying's expression was indifferent as he replied in a warm voice, the matter of our wedding has already been dragged on for quite a few days. If it continues to drag on, I'm afraid the babies will be born soon. Since my in-laws are here today, let's arrange the wedding." Hearing these words, a trace of joy flashed across Cloudy Qilin clan's elder's face. Their young master had actually taken the initiative to suggest that they arrange the marriage properly. Since it was the young master who spoke, there was no need to say anything. He must have thought it through. He would not marry into the family and would marry the young master's wife. Correspondingly, the Sacred Phoenix clan's people had also thought of this point, and each and every one of them had a nervous and worried expression as they looked towards Huang Yueli, using their eyes to signal for her to quickly stop them. Huang Yueli was indeed a little confused. The two of them had indeed discussed this matter some time ago, but at that time, they only said that they would put it aside for a period of time and see the performance of the two families. The discussion did not come to any conclusion. Why did Li Moying suddenly make a decision? But no matter what Li Moying planned, she would naturally support him. So Huang Yueli didn't object and just smiled. "Husband, please speak." Li Moying's gaze met hers as his eyes revealed a gentle smile. "The wedding ceremony, it would be better to hold it in the Sacred Phoenix continent. Father-in-law and mother-in-law have just arrived in the God realm and have never been to their hometown before, yet they came to look for us. Since the elders are so concerned about us, as juniors, we have to consider the elders." Hearing this, the elders were stunned. To the Sacred Phoenix clan's people, this was a pleasant surprise. They were all in despair earlier, thinking that their patriarch was going to be a little wife in Cloudy Qilin clan. They did not expect a twist of fate. Whereas the expressions of the Cloudy Qilin clan's elders were not so good-looking. Who would have thought that Li Moying would take the initiative to open his mouth, and in the end, yet he was speaking on the Sacred Phoenix clan's side? A dignified divine rank genius, a Dao profound realm powerhouse who was only slightly over 20 years old, was actually willing to marry into a foreign clan? Moreover, it was going to the Cloudy Qilin clan's old enemy. Li Shihong's expression immediately turned ugly. During this period of time, although he had personally rushed over to Shuihua City, but he didn't bring out the stance of a patriarch to threaten Li Moying. After all, Li Moying's ability was actually above his, and adding on that shocking innate talent and future prospects, no one would take things too hard and offend such an existence. But now, he really couldn't hold it in anymore. "Moying, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this, right? Ever since you came to the God realm, the clan has done their best for you. Even if you want to marry a Sacred Phoenix clan woman, we won't object to it now. However, this marriage..." Li Shihong was now clear that he couldn't interfere in Li Moying's matters, and he already had a feeling of breaking the pot and throwing everything away. However, when he thought about how his own divine-level genius was going to marry into his archenemy's clan, his heart still throbbed with pain. If this were to spread out, the Cloudy Qilin clan would really become the joke of the entire ancient god clan. Moreover, the clan had placed high hopes on Li Moying, and when Li Moying ascended, everyone in the clan thought that the clan would prosper for 10,000 years, but in the end. Instead, it was a wedding dress for the Sacred Phoenix clan. He was really depressed. If it was anyone else who dared to do this, Li Shihong would have flown into a rage and wanted to cripple this person's cultivation and chase him out of the family. However, this was Li Moying. Not only could they not afford to offend him, but they also did not dare to fall out with him. After all, even if he married into the family, Li Moying's body still had Cloudy Qilin clan's blood flowing in it, so it was impossible for him to not care about the clan's matters. And once he was angered and fell out with him, the unlucky one wasn't Li Moying, but Cloudy Qilin clan. As one of the most respected patriarchs of the 12 great god clans in the god realm, Li Shihong had never experienced such a sullen feeling. He forcefully suppressed the unhappiness in his heart as he discussed with Li Moying in a good tone, "Moying, regarding this matter of marrying into your family, you'd better consider it carefully. There's no need to say any more. I've made up my mind. Li Moying waved his hand as he interrupted him impolitely. Li Shihong's face stiffened. He wanted to say something else. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly stretched out her hand as she grabbed Li Moying's sleeve and tugged. Her fingers were slender and fair, looking like spring onions from afar. With Li Moying's dark-colored clothing, it looked even more dazzling. Husband. Huang Yueli called out, don't make things difficult for Patriarchly. She didn't wait for Li Moying's reaction as she turned her head to look at Li Shihong. Patriarchly, when I was staying in Cloudy Qilin clan, I received a lot of care and I'm not someone who doesn't cherish old friendships. So please don't worry, although considering my parents' feelings, the wedding will be held in sacred Phoenix continent, but I will not allow Moying to marry into my family. Hearing these words, the Cloudy Qilin clan's elders immediately let out a long breath and their faces gradually revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Li Shihong almost cried tears of joy. Patriarch Huang, you're really pure and understanding. For Moying to have a wife like you, it's really the family's fortune. Back then, our Cloudy Qilin clan had eyes, but failed to see. Please forgive us for offending you. On the contrary, the Sacred Phoenix clan elders' expressions immediately sank. Everyone looked at each other and could not help but want to persuade him. Only Li Moying raised his brows slightly and didn't make a sound. Anyway, he had always listened to Madame's words, and since Lear had already made her decision and even said it out in front of so many people, then he just had to obediently listen to her. Moreover, he had already discussed this matter with Huang Yueli several times in private and he could roughly guess what Huang Yueli wanted to say. As expected, Huang Yueli raised her hand slightly and stopped the Sacred Phoenix clan's elders, who were all chattering noisily. Elders, there's no need to say any more. I also have no intention of marrying into the Cloudy Qilin clan. She paused and under everyone's puzzled gazes, she turned towards Li Moying as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. I know, according to tradition, marriage is a good thing for two surnames. However, my marriage with Moying has nothing to do with all these. We just fell in love with each other and wanted to hold each other's hands for the rest of our lives. Therefore, there's no marriage, and there's no marriage. Li Moying lowered his eyes as he gently looked at the young lady beside him. When he heard Huang Yueli say that the two of them were going to spend the rest of their lives hand in hand, the tenderness in his eyes overflowed. His wife was standing right beside him, pregnant with his baby. Her attitude was calm, and she was discussing their marriage with the two families. She did not have the shyness and nervousness of an ordinary newlywed. It was as if the two of them getting married was the most natural thing in the world and not worth making a fuss about. What did he mean? Lord Clan Leader, this is... What is this? Initially when Huang Likai heard that the wedding was to be held in Sacred Phoenix Tribe, he had already forgotten about it, and after hearing Huang Yueli say that she didn't want Li Moying to marry into her family, it was as though he had received a blow on his head. Now, he had yet to recover from the shock just now. When he heard such a statement again, he was completely stunned. Cloudy Qilin clan's elders were also puzzled as they looked towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli smiled and slowly said, could it be that I've not made myself clear? Moying and I were originally husband and wife and we were already married in the lower realm. Our wedding this time was just to inform the various major powers of the divine realm about our relationship. As for after marriage, everything will still be as before. I am a Sacred Phoenix clan member and my husband will still belong to Cloudy Qilin clan. Every year, we will stay in both clans for half a year and will not make things difficult for either clan. Hearing this, the elders of the two families looked at each other. He really didn't expect it to be like this. However, after the initial shock, everyone calmed down and thought about it. They suddenly realized that although this sounded abrupt, it was undoubtedly the best solution at this stage. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were peerless geniuses that were hard to come by in the divine realm in 10,000 years, so no family would be willing to let them leave. It was naturally the best if he could maintain his pre-marriage status and still serve his family. Although neither of them made a profit, at least they didn't lose anything. However, Li Shihong suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Clan leader Huang, your method does make some sense. However, there is one thing that cannot be resolved. What is the surname of the baby in your stomach? As soon as he said this, many elders immediately responded. That's right, that's right. The key is that little young master. Is it surname Li or Huang? This is related to the inheritance of the family. This is not a child's play. The two of you can stay with your family for half a year, but can the young master change his surname in half a year? Isn't this too unrealistic? To put it bluntly, this was the ultimate reason why all the elders could not agree. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's baby, was there still a need to talk about this talent and strength? Not to mention surpassing his master, as long as he could have half of his parents' talent, he would already be a god-grade genius. However, there was only one little young master and he could only have one surname. Even if he had a double surname, it would have to be in order. Even Huang Siluo and Bai Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. Everyone stared at Huang Yueli and Li Moying eagerly, thinking that they hadn't figured out the main point of the matter, and now that they thought about it, it would definitely be very difficult for them. However, no one expected that the two people on the main seat would look at each other and smile when they heard everyone's questions. Li Moying took a step forward as he wrapped his arm around Huang Yueli's waist and carefully protected her stomach before saying, "Didn't I tell you guys? Li is pregnant with twins." The moment Li Moying's words fell, the room fell into a dead silence. Regardless of whether it was the Sacred Phoenix clan or Cloudy Qilin clan, their reactions were surprisingly the same at this moment. They all used an expression as if they had seen a ghost as they looked at the two people sitting on the main seats. Even Bai Lu Feng and his wife were dumbstruck. However, the two parties involved were very calm. After Li Moying threw down this thunderbolt, he didn't even look at everyone's expression as he turned around and carefully supported his own madam to let her sit back down on her seat. He didn't forget to personally pour tea and water for her and brought it to her. "Come, wife, you talked to them so much just now. Are you tired? Have a good rest, drink a glass of water, and eat some snacks." Lu Bian, who heard the news and rushed over to watch the show, stood at the entrance, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't bear to watch as he covered his eyes and turned his head away. What kind of physical labor did his junior sister do just now? A dignified divine-grade genius that was sufficient to hang Dao profound realm powerhouses, just stood up and said a few words, and he was so tired that he could not stand anymore? Who would believe that? However, other than Lu Bian, the others had no time to pay attention to Huang Yueli and Li Moying's movements. They had long been stunned by Li Moying's words and stayed in a daze for a long time before they gradually regained their senses. "Young master, what did the young master just say? One. Twins? I heard wrong. I must have heard wrong. I'm indeed getting old. I'm actually starting to hallucinate. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Young master and young madam are both god-level talents. It's already unbelievable that they're pregnant at such a young age. It's simply a manifestation of the heavens. How can they be twins? Am I still asleep? I slept quite early yesterday. Someone come and pinch me, I.o." The hall was in chaos for a long time. Li Moying had initially only cared about taking care of his wife and explained to his parents-in-law softly, not wanting to bother about these outsiders. However, the elders of the two families were too excited. Their voices became louder and noisier, like countless flies buzzing in their ears. Huang Yueli had been living like a prince in the courtyard recently, and usually when the maids were working, they didn't dare to make any noise. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a noisy scene, and as time passed, her brows couldn't help but knit together. Huang Yueli frowned, and even though it was just a short breath, it was still captured by Li Moying accurately. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately coughed heavily. The coughing sound was not loud, but it accurately entered the ears of every elder. As if struck by lightning, everyone finally remembered where they were and did not dare to act rashly. They quickly shut their mouths and turned their heads to look at the young couple on the main seat with expectant eyes. As Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch, Li Shihong had the highest status among all the elders present and could be considered as Li Moying's senior. At this moment, everyone was hinting to him with their eyes, asking him to go over and ask them on behalf of everyone. Even the Sacred Phoenix clan's elders were no exception. Li Shihong cursed these old foxes of the Sacred Phoenix clan in his heart. They were using him as a shield. However, he wanted to know the truth of Li Moying's words more than anyone else, so even if he knew that he was being used, he could only accept it forcefully. Li Shihong took a step forward and asked with a trembling voice, "Moying, was what you said just now true? Matriarch Huang, are you really pregnant with twins?" When Li Moying heard that, he didn't even raise his brows as he casually said, "Why would I lie to you? Do I look like someone who would joke about such things?" Li Shihong choked. Ever since Li Moying came to the God realm, he had been cultivating under his nose for the few years in the clan. Li Shihong of course knew that Li Moying had always been a calm and steady person who would definitely keep his word. Huang Yueli, that lass was crafty and lively, occasionally saying shocking words, but Li Moying wasn't such a person. The words that came out of his mouth were, of course, worth believing. But today's matter, that was too ridiculous. Previously when they heard that Huang Yueli was pregnant, it had already shaken the entire God realm and was regarded as a miracle by everyone. Even the Cloudy Qilin clan's grand elders, who had not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time, were jumping up excitedly when they learned of this matter. In the end, Li Moying actually told him that Huang Yueli wasn't pregnant with one baby, but twins. It was difficult for the God clan to give birth to children. Even ordinary clansmen rarely had twins, let alone two divine-level geniuses. He really couldn't believe it. When Huang Yueli saw this, she put down the teacup in her hand and looked over at him as a smile appeared on her lips. "Everyone, there is no need to doubt it. This is the result of Divine Dr. Zhang personally taking my pulse." Divine Dr. Zhang also said that although these two babies were still in the womb, but one could already sense the profound energy fluctuations on their bodies and reckoned that they would have profound intent realm cultivation at birth. "It is also because of this that I will be pregnant for a longer time than ordinary cultivators." When Huang Yueli mentioned this matter, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The two babies already had cultivation before they were born. Wasn't this absorbed from her dantian? No wonder she had reached the critical point of her cultivation breakthrough several times in the past half a year. However, at the most critical moment, her profound energy would be sucked away by someone and all her efforts would go to waste. These two little fellows were really troublesome. But if they were as good-looking as their father, then she would forgive them. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, all the elders present were relieved and finally confirmed that Sacred Phoenix clan's young patriarch was indeed carrying twins. Two god-grade geniuses were actually able to give birth to twins. This was simply an unheard-of miracle in the history of the God realm. Everyone was shocked and happy. For a moment, they actually forgot that the elders standing beside them were from the enemy families. They celebrated with each other. "There's actually such a good thing. In that case, our Sacred Phoenix clan has a successor. Congratulations. Aya, we share the same joy." In this way, Cloudy Qilin clan doesn't need to worry anymore. If we had known earlier, why would we still snatch? Isn't it fine if we have one family? Isn't that so? The heirs of our two great god clans are brothers. We will definitely interact more in the future. That makes sense. The atmosphere became extremely harmonious. Seeing this scene, Huang Yueli swallowed back the warning that was already on the tip of her tongue. She had wanted to tell these elders that there was no such thing as a family with one baby. In the future, which family the babies were willing to join would depend on their own talent and interests. Even as a mother, she would not force them to accept her arrangements. However, looking at how excited these elders were, let them be happy for a few more days. Before the wedding was held successfully, it was better to keep these words in your heart. In the early spring of this year, an unexpected piece of news shook the entire God realm. The Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan, who were enemies with each other for hundreds of thousands of years, publicly announced that they were about to have a marriage alliance. Furthermore, the marriage partners weren't anyone else but the two divine-grade geniuses who had stirred up countless storms in the God realm these few years. They were also the two most suitable candidates for the two families' successors Huang Yueli and Li Moying. When the news came out, countless people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. For a time, almost everyone in the divine level, from the Sea of Secrets to the 12 main cities, and then to the border areas of the frontline battlefield, was discussing the same thing. In an ordinary tea house in the Sacred Phoenix continent. Have you heard? Have you heard? The Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan actually have a marriage alliance. Who wouldn't know about such a big thing? But I feel that this is definitely fake. What is the relationship between Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan? Even ordinary people without cultivation knew that these two families had been enemies for many years. It was already good enough that the other party's entire family was not destroyed. Or was it a marriage between the heirs of the two families? Which family's marriage alliance was like this? Which family would he inherit when he gave birth to a child in the future? This was too ridiculous. It can't be any faker. That's hard to say. I heard from others that Sacred Phoenix clan's little patriarch Huang Yueli and Cloudy Qilin clan's young master Li Moying both ascended from the lower realm and were husband and wife in the lower realm. After arriving in the God realm, if it wasn't for the obstruction from their clans, they would have long reconnected with their former selves. Where did you hear these rumors from? Two God-grade geniuses from the same lower realm? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Besides, even if it's true, the two families won't give in, right? I also feel that it's fake. Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan's marriage alliance, what about the wedding? Which one? Just by discussing this issue, they can start fighting, right? I don't know where these fake news came from. The person who spread these words probably doesn't want to live anymore, right? This has offended both the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan. I'm afraid he will die without a burial place. DMN, you reminded me. Everyone, quickly disperse. Let's not discuss this anymore. Our lives are more important. Any one of these two families would be able to deal with ordinary cultivators like us as easily as crushing an ant. When the surrounding onlookers heard this, cold sweat broke out on their backs. They all retreated, wanting to disperse. However, at this moment, a series of anxious footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, as well as an extremely shocked cry. Oh my God! That matter, it's true. Everyone was stunned. What is it? Before the person could catch his breath, he said impatiently, that's right. It was about the marriage alliance between Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan, that was true. The streets were already plastered with the joint seal of the two families. He said it was. It was said that the two families were officially connected by marriage, and the wedding will be held in the main city of the Sacred Phoenix continent. As long as you are a permanent resident of the Sacred Phoenix continent, you can attend the wedding and enjoy the joy of the people. What? You? Are you kidding me? Is there really such a thing? In the tea house, everyone was shocked speechless by this news. After a long while, he came back to his senses and immediately swarmed forward, surrounding the person who had sent the news and asking all kinds of questions. Where did you see the announcement? Did you see wrongly? Is that possible? How could such a thing happen? Did I not sleep well at night and start dreaming in the middle of the day? FCK, I've really lived for a long time. I can see everything. I haven't lived for hundreds of years in vain. I didn't expect that I would still be able to witness such an amazing event when I'm already half a step into the coffin. The Sacred Phoenix clan actually has a marriage alliance with the Cloudy Qilin clan. The wedding is actually held in the Sacred Phoenix continent? Wouldn't that mean that Cloudy Qilin clan's young master was here to marry into the family? What kind of leverage did Cloudy Qilin clan have that landed in the Sacred Phoenix clan's hands? He actually wanted to use the young master of a god-grade genius to repay the debt. How could they bear to do that? Are you sure you saw clearly? Is it really a marriage alliance? Everyone can attend the ceremony? Then I'm just a nobody at the middle stage of the profound meaning realm, and I can join in the fun? No matter how I think about it, it feels unbelievable. The person who sent the message was surrounded by a group of people. Many questions were thrown at him one after another. He couldn't even hear clearly. He only felt as if a group of flies were surrounding him. His head was about to explode. He was annoyed by the question. He could not help but push everyone away and jump onto the table. He said loudly, "That's the joint announcement of the two great god clans. How can it be fake? Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's two great god clans had a marriage alliance. It was not Cloudy Qilin clan's young master marrying into the clan, nor was it Sacred Phoenix clan's patriarch marrying off. It was just a marriage alliance. Also, it was true that everyone was attending the ceremony. If you don't believe me, you can go to the streets and see for yourself. There are notices on every street now." He spoke in such detail and made such a solemn vow. This time, the tea house completely exploded. There was really such an unbelievable thing in the world. Some people didn't believe anything they said. They simply rushed out of the tea house and ran to the street to see the announcement. In the end, in less than 15 minutes, these people came back again. Their reactions were as excited as the messenger just now. They shouted repeatedly, "This is true. The marriage was real. The matter of the ceremony was also true. Oh my God, I don't have time to waste with you guys. I'm going to pack my luggage and go to the Sacred Phoenix clan to attend the ceremony. To be able to witness the wedding of two god-grade geniuses is enough for me to brag about it for the rest of my life." Obviously, he was not the only one in the tea house who had such thoughts. And there were countless tea houses like this in the entire god realm. For a time, the population of the other 11 continents in the god realm had decreased by a lot. People scrambled to be the first to rush to the Sacred Phoenix continent, wanting to witness the greatest event in the god realm in the past 100,000 years. A month later, the Sacred Phoenix clan's entrance was opened and the decorations were new. The vermilion bird snow silk, which could only be bought with 1,000 spiritual jades, was spread from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. Not only did Bailey Hongzhuang, but the entire Sacred Phoenix continent was immersed in the wedding atmosphere. In the main hall, guests gathered. Other than Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's clan elders, the other 10 great god clans' patriarchs were all present. Even the life-profound realm grand elders, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years, had come out of seclusion to congratulate the wedding. The union of two great divine-level geniuses would undeniably determine the structure of the god realm for the next 10,000 years. In the past, the various great god clans were not convinced by each other. No one was willing to admit that the other party was stronger. But today, he had no choice but to accept the fact that the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan would rule the God realm. For the sake of the future of the clan, the various patriarchs personally attended the wedding and even brought extremely expensive congratulatory gifts. The clansmen of the two families were even more jubilant and overjoyed. In the hall, the elders of the two great clans were lined up on the east and west sides of the hall. Even the decorations in the hall were divided into two parts. The east side was filled with Sacred Phoenix clan's clan emblem while the west side was filled with Cloudy Qilin clan's clan emblem. It looked so distinct. However, the atmosphere in the auditorium was strangely harmonious, a harmony that was rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Because they were in a good mood, even when they looked at the faces of their old enemies, they felt especially close and even talked to them. "Have you eaten?" As the host, Huang Likai greeted Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch Li Shihong passionately. Li Shihong shook his head and sighed. "I woke up early this morning and was busy with the wedding. I didn't even have time to drink water, let alone eat." "Isn't that so?" "I don't have time to eat either. However, I don't feel hungry at all. When I think about how our patriarch is actually getting married, my heart, he was too happy. It has been so many years since the Sacred Phoenix clan has held a patriarch's wedding. This is the most significant one in history. Ever since Moing came to the God realm, he has been cultivating by my side and I have always treated him like my own son. I originally thought that he would need at least 100 to 200 years to take charge of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but who knew that his strength would surpass mine so quickly. Now that they're married and are about to have a child, I'm so touched." Li Shihong couldn't help but rub the corners of his eyes when he said something emotional. When Huang Likai saw the situation, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch as he secretly cursed Cloudy Qilin clan for being pretentious. Li Moing wasn't even 30 years old, so he was considered underage in the God realm and he wasn't brought up in the God realm since young. After arriving in the God realm, there were at least 10 months in a year where he was in closed-door cultivation or going out for training, so how many times could Li Shihong see him? He even had a son. However, even though Huang Likai was silently cursing, but when he thought about how their patriarch had just returned to the clan for a few days and had yet to warm up, he had to give half to the Cloudy Qilin clan, he could not help but feel sorrow and a trace of melancholy as if he was marrying off his daughter. Compared to them, Bai Lufeng and his wife, who had married off their daughter, were even more emotional. Bai Lufeng was still better off, after all he had already experienced Huang Yueli's marriage once in the lower realm. Huang Siluo had not been able to catch up with Huang Yueli's wedding and now looking at the lively scene in front of her, she recalled that when she left home 10 years ago, Huang Yueli was still a little cuddly child who was stuck in her mother's embrace. Now, she had already stood at the peak of the God realm and under the gaze of everyone, she had to leave her parents' side to go to a man's side. She had mixed feelings. There was joy and gratification, but more of it was the regret of not being able to participate in her daughter's growth. Her eyes had been wet since this morning. Huang Siluo was wiping her tears when a large hand suddenly covered her and pressed down on the back of her hand. "Luo, don't be sad." Lear wasn't like those ordinary women who got married, so it was even more impossible for her to be trapped in her husband's house in the future. Didn't they agree that the couple had to stay in the Sacred Phoenix clan for half a year every year? Even if they go to Cloudy Qilin clan, we can still pay them a visit. We have plenty of time to spend with our daughter. In the future, when the two little fellows are born, Lear will be a mother for the first time. There will still be many things that I need your help with. Huang Siluo's eyes were filled with tears as she softly acknowledged. At this moment, the MC at the door looked outside the main hall from afar. He was instantly energized and shouted, "The newcomer has arrived." The originally noisy auditorium instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes turned to the door. Outside the main hall, A pair of newlyweds in red wedding clothes were holding hands as they walked slowly along the vermilion bird snow satin. Everyone's eyes lit up. Li Moying usually liked dark-colored clothing and usually wore a gold-patterned black robe, displaying his dignified and noble bearing, making people not dare to look straight at him. However, he was wearing a bright red wedding dress today, and it was especially stunning. The rich and gorgeous colors reflected a faint crimson color on his fair skin, further emphasizing his golden appearance and handsome appearance. Although the young girl beside him was covered with a veil and her face could not be seen, it was not difficult to imagine how outstanding her face was from her graceful figure and elegant gait. The two of them walked into the main hall and stopped. The scene of them standing side by side looked so harmonious, as if they were born to be together. For a moment, the auditorium became extremely quiet. Everyone stared at the newlyweds in front of them, shocked, speechless. The only thought in his heart was, according to the legends, the divine-grade geniuses of Sacred Phoenix Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan were not only outstanding in innate talent, but their character and looks were also rare in 10,000 years. Now that I've seen them today, they really live up to their reputation. Huang Yueli and Li Moying followed the MC's instructions and stood in the middle of the hall for quite a while, but didn't hear anyone speaking. The two of them were stunned for a moment. They were a little puzzled, but they quickly understood. Huang Yueli felt somewhat helpless in her heart. When she came down from the palanquin, she was surrounded by the ordinary cultivators who came to watch the ceremony and heard countless exclamations. He originally thought that it would be better after entering the Sacred Phoenix Clan's territory. He did not expect that the reactions of these elders in the auditorium were also so exaggerated. She still had some patience, but Li Moying couldn't wait any longer. After the two people's wedding date was set, the Sacred Phoenix Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan each sent over 10 people to form a team of ceremonial officers to help the two fiancés who did not grow up in the God Realm familiarize themselves with the God Realm's marriage customs. One of them was that the fiancé and fiancée were not allowed to meet each other for 3 months before the wedding. When Li Moying heard this, his face turned black on the spot. What kind of joke was this? He and Lear were already husband and wife in the lower realm and they had been married for almost 4 years now. If placed on an ordinary person, they would be considered an old couple and they still needed to separate rooms? They still couldn't meet? Go to hell. He directly ignored these words. However, he carried out all other etiquette to the letter. Even though he was usually the most impatient with these red tape, he was still patient and went to the ancestral halls of the two families to pay his respects according to the requirements of the ceremonial officer. Towards matters related to Huang Yueli, he had always been so cautious. Li Moying initially thought that he would be able to stay by his wife's side until the day of the wedding, but he didn't expect that after the two of them arrived at Sacred Phoenix Continent, Huang Yueli was called over by Huang Siluo to stay together with him, saying that she wanted to spend more time with her before her daughter got married. Li Moying could act as the ceremonial officer of the two big families and speak nonsense, but how could he not take mother-in-law's words seriously? Helpless, he could only nod in agreement. At the same time, he kept urging the two families to hurry up and prepare for the wedding. However, the marriage between two top forces in the God Realm, and the marriage partner was even the heir of the family. How could such a grand event be fast? As Huang Yueli was already pregnant, the two great clans had reached a rare consensus and agreed to simplify the engagement process and let the two of them get married directly. However, even though they worked day and night, it took nearly 2 months to prepare for the wedding ceremony. To Li Moying, these 2 months were longer than 200 years. It was not easy for him to wait until the day of the wedding. He was about to complete this so-called ancient ritual and be able to carry his wife legitimately, but in the end, this group of people was still in a daze at the wedding ceremony? This was simply preposterous. Li Moying's expression sank as he gave a cold cough. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the auditorium heard him and woke up from their dreams. The ceremonial officials looked at young Master Li's cold and deep eyes and shuddered. They quickly took action. Bow to heaven and earth. Second bow. Husband and wife bow. Huang Yueli and Li Moying bowed deeply towards Bai Lufeng and his wife who were sitting on the upper seats, as well as Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch Li Shiheng who was acting as Li Moying's senior. Huang Siluo's eyes reddened. Although Bai Lufeng had spoken clearly and logically when he was trying to persuade Madame, but now he couldn't help but press down his eyes. Huang Yueli's heart was also fluctuating. However, compared to sadness, she was more excited and happy. Between her and Li Moying, she had experienced too much. After crossing 2 lifetimes, countless life and death situations, from South Yu Kingdom to Emperor Rival City, and from soaring heaven's continent to God Realm. Everything had changed so quickly. The only thing that remained unchanged was their obsession with each other. He was so lucky to be able to walk hand in hand with him in this life. After the ceremony, the newlyweds were sent to the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber was filled with ceremonial officials and maids, surrounding the two of them and desperately saying auspicious words. As Li Moying's sworn elder brother and Huang Yueli's elder brother, Liu Bian was also entrusted with an important task by the youths of the 2 great clans today, as he was recommended to be the leader of the bridal chamber. He patted his chest and agreed to this matter. Under the admiring gazes of many young disciples, he guaranteed that he would definitely make young Master Li suffer and let everyone watch the show. From his point of view, this was their wedding day, so no matter what he did, Li Moying would not pursue it on account of Huang Yueli, so he could totally rest assured and do it boldly. However, Liu Bian had never expected that Li Moying didn't even give him face as his adopted brother, and without another word, he chased him out together with those ceremonial officials. Li Moying hadn't met his wife for 2 months, and his heart was burning with anxiety, so how could he be patient to listen to these people's nagging? After sweeping everyone out of the door, he immediately picked up the wedding scale and stood in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli wore a phoenix crown on her head and covered her head with a veil as she sat on the edge of the bed with her head lowered. She had been very calm at the wedding. She wasn't a rich young lady who had been raised in a boudoir and hadn't seen the world. She had already been married once and had 2 little buns in her stomach. Now, she was just repeating the process of the past. What was so strange about it? Excitement was excitement, but shyness, it didn't exist. She had always thought so. However, at this moment, she heard so many people being chased out of the bridal chamber. Only one person's footsteps were left, and it was getting closer and closer. She actually became nervous for no reason. His heartbeat became faster and faster. By the time Li Moying's pair of purple gold glazed boots appeared in her vision under the veil, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat, bang bang, bang bang, as heavy as a drum. Finally, the red cover in front of him was lifted. A familiar handsome face appeared in her line of sight. Li Moying rarely wore purple robes and vermilion robes, but he was the most suitable for this kind of arrogant and gorgeous colored person. The man was dressed in red and looked wretched and greasy, but on Li Moying's body, it gave him a warm glow, soothing the cold and pressing strong aura in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were gentle as he smiled at her. Huang Yueli only felt that she was completely unable to think as in her heart, there was only that figure left. And in Li Moying's eyes, she was sitting on the big bed that was covered with red silk, her face flushed red as she raised her head to look at him. The red candle had a high fever, reflecting the rich beauty of the room. At that moment, he even stopped breathing. After a long time, he gently stretched out his hand to touch Huang Yueli's face. Their eyes met and they got closer and closer. At this moment, an exceptionally loud voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Old Li, take it easy. I know that my junior sister is very beautiful today, and you're a beast. It's normal that you can't control yourself. However, don't forget that there are still a bunch of people waiting outside. If you're in a hurry, it's fine if you embarrass yourself, but don't embarrass my junior sister. Lu Bian was swept out of the door by the groom and he was immediately met with a burst of laughter from the two great clan's youths, saying that he wasn't as important as he had bragged about. Lu Bian flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. He stood at the door for a while, and when he heard the room suddenly quieten down, he guessed that the two of them had definitely entered the stage of being affectionate, and he instantly had an idea as he raised his neck and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud bang coming from the room. It was obvious that a certain someone had been kicked away and had knocked into some vase in the process. Lu Bian was delighted in his heart, but before he could even smile, his vision blurred. A teacup was flicked out by Li Moying, forcefully piercing a round hole in the door, as it flew straight towards his face. Get lost. Lu Bian was so frightened that his face turned pale as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Although he had barely dodged it at the last moment, he was still cut in the face by the fragments of the broken porcelain cup, which made his heart ache. FCK, this Li fellow is too ruthless. He didn't even think about it. He scratched my handsome face. How am I supposed to coax my wife? What a good-for-nothing. Lu Bian spat out, and in the end he didn't dare to continue causing a ruckus as he ran off with the group of younger generation. In the bridal chamber, Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance as they felt extremely speechless. Li Moying quickly adjusted himself and once again leaned closer to his wife's face, which was even more beautiful than a lotus. Leer. Now, no one dared to disturb him. However, when he was just an inch away from kissing her, a small hand suddenly raised and pressed against his lips, blocking his movements. Wait. Wait a moment, husband, I still have something to do. Li Moying frowned slightly. Don't tell me you're still planning to go out and entertain those old fellows? Ignore them. I've already given them enough face by cooperating with them for 2 months. Today is our wedding night. If anyone dares to disturb me again, I think they're courting death. According to the traditional wedding ceremony, after the veil was lifted, the bride should wait in the bridal chamber while the groom went out again to entertain the guests who came to congratulate him. However, the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's situation was special, and this marriage alliance was stated beforehand. It was not considered a marriage, it was just a marriage. So as the Sacred Phoenix clan's heir and also the host today, the two of them should have changed their clothes immediately and went out to receive the guests. But Li Moying had never intended to bother about these irrelevant people from the start. So not only did he not retreat, he even grabbed Huang Yueli's slim waist and hugged her tighter as he leaned towards her once again. However, he never expected that, this time, he was stopped again. Huang Yueli gave his shoulder a hard push, directly pushing him away. Don't tell me you really want to go to the front and listen to those old fellows nagging? Li Moying's eyes widened as he said in disbelief. Huang Yueli glared at him but burst out laughing. Li Moying's head was filled with confusion as he couldn't understand what kind of reaction his wife had. Was she angry or happy? Without waiting for him to think clearly, Huang Yueli grabbed his right hand and pulled him towards the door. I'm not going to entertain guests. How can I be so patient? Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. What? Wait, Lear, where are you bringing me? Li Moying was forcefully dragged by Huang Yueli as he jogged out of the room. Although the two of them were dressed in bright red wedding robes today, and even in the dark night, they were still very eye-catching, but their cultivation was extremely high, and adding on to the fact that Lu Bian had provoked Li Moying earlier, the maids had all avoided them, so the two of them had passed through the corridor and climbed over the wall out of the courtyard, but they were actually not discovered by anyone. Huang Yueli pulled Li Moying and ran all the way to the back mountain. At the back mountain of the Sacred Phoenix clan, there was a beautiful waterfall. The clear stream water flowed down, and every drop was filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy. It was enough to cleanse an ordinary person's essence and change their physique, giving them the aptitude of a cultivator. Huang Yueli went around the waterfall and lifted her skirt as she entered a cave from the back. She beckoned towards Li Moying, "Come in, you come in too. Husband, do you find this place familiar? Doesn't it look like the cave where we first met?" When Li Moying approached earlier, he had already thought of something. Now hearing Huang Yueli mention it, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile. "First time meeting?" "Yeah." Huang Yueli's eyes widened. "Don't tell me you don't remember?" "The first time we met in our previous life. At that time, it was rumored that a rare treasure had appeared in the dreamy cloud swamp. My master agreed to let me go out alone to train for the first time. I was very lucky. As soon as I entered the dreamy cloud swamp, I found a rare treasure. However, when I fought with the spirit beast guarding the treasure, I exhausted my spiritual power and hid in a cave to rest. It was exactly the same as this cave." "Oh? Is that so?" Li Moying raised his brows. "What happened after that?" Huang Yueli saw that he still had a non-committal expression on his face and instantly became furious. She sat up straight and stared at him fiercely. "All right, you even forgot our first meeting? Then, you came. The moment you saw me, you wanted to snatch my treasure. I didn't have much spiritual power at that time and couldn't defeat you at all. I was restrained by you. I thought that the cooked duck was about to fly away. I didn't expect you to actually. Speaking up to this point, Huang Yueli recalled the scene of the handsome youth suddenly lowering his head to kiss her, and her face suddenly turned red as the words that she had yet to say were stuck in her throat. When the young man had secretly kissed her, she had been so shocked that she had forgotten to react. Fortunately, the young man stole a jaw stick and flashed out, laughing as he ran away. Along the way, she did not encounter any other forces that came to snatch the treasure. She brought the treasure back to the sect smoothly. At that time, she felt that she was lucky, but now that she thought about it, perhaps the young man had helped her get rid of the other competitors? Huang Yueli was momentarily speechless, but immediately following that, she noticed Li Moying's mischievous gaze, which seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, and instantly understood. "All right, you clearly remember. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself?" Huang Yueli raised her small fist and smashed it onto his shoulder. You're as bad as you were when you were young in your previous life. You're the one who's shameless. What's there to be embarrassed about? You lecher, flower thief." All right, I was wrong. Wife, don't be angry. Even if I'm a flower thief, I'll only steal one flower from you." Li Moying allowed her to hammer him a few times, before he grabbed her wrist. He laughed softly. "At that time I secretly kissed you. How did you feel?" "How would I remember? I only remember that I really wanted to slap you to death." Huang Yueli pursed her lips. The moment her voice fell, she saw Li Moying's face suddenly enlarged in front of her. "You don't remember? Then let me help you recall." Huang Yueli cursed this man for being shameless in her heart, but she only struggled a little symbolically before her arms wrapped around his neck. Li Moying's eyes were filled with smiles as he kissed his wife's lips, which were as beautiful as peach blossoms. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't remember. It was because Huang Yueli didn't know that it was only her first time meeting him. And more than a year before that, on the first day he entered Emperor Lin City, he had already fallen in love with the world-famous young palace master at first sight. He was originally arrogant and did not like power. In order to become a man worthy of him, he had taken steps up until he was qualified to stand by her side. Once he saw Shuyan, he would never forget her. All the hard work he had put in his 2 lives was just to hold her hand. Now, his wish had come true. The end. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone.